sports, but don't forget Madden simulations. That's right. We're here. We got 4 of them coming up for you today. Not the usual 6 because we have some other special programming coming up in the middle of the day. But the first 2 sims of this day, the Nooner, the Madden Matinee, they will belong to the 2 of us and all of you and our production crew and game ops. You know Brandon Cristal. I'm Adam Kaufman. What's up, BK?
Not a whole lot. You're going to get my my mostly undivided attention for this first sim. And then in the second sim,
be a little dicey at that point.
Yeah, my alma mater playing Eastern Washington, no powerhouse, but Kansas is playing Eastern Washington. I will have a 50-inch TV to the left of this screen, even though I have 4 behind me, and all of that. I will have a not HD TV. Well, maybe it's HD. I don't know. And I will be paying attention as best I can. When there's a big play, I'll react. It'll be a lot of you talking
during Madden After Dark with Syracuse last night.
I'm sure. I believe me. I thought that. I'm like, who's working? Koff or Glash? Oh, Koff's working. Oh, I picked your Cuse to win, and they did. So
yeah.
That was one of the 8 I got right. Are you and Tommy Freeze Pop's brothers pool like a bunch of us are?
I did not jump into it actually.
Good for you.
I didn't do anything.
What?
I know. Well, I made a bracket, but I didn't jump into anything in tight. I don't know. I got distracted. So whatever. I printed out a few brackets for me and the kids to do just to compete, the 3 of us within the house.
All right.
And so that's what we've got rolling right now. And at the moment, my 8-year-old's on top. He had the most wins yesterday. My 6-year-old just pummeled. He lost a bunch.
I'm a big second day guy.
Yeah. I am too.
I got 8 out of 16 yesterday, and that is enough. Well, in these couple
I had 9, so not much better.
No, in these couple of big pools that I'm in, that may be enough to sink me though, because I have Gonzaga winning it all, and it'll come down to the end, and I just won't have enough points. Right. Especially because how many years? I know it's happened to probably every single person on this screen. I say happened. Where you've had 13, 14, 15, even all 16, either Thursday or Friday, and in this case, Friday or Saturday. We know that in order to win one of these tournament pools, you need 3 of the 4 teams in the Final Four, both championship teams, and the winner, typically, if it's a good-sized pool.
Right.
And you probably need about 6 of the Elite 8, if not 7, and the bigger the pool, the less margin for error.
Yep.
So I'm not expecting it to be a big year. I was telling the guys before you came on, because they were talking about their lack of interest, and I'll be curious to see what these TV numbers are for this weekend and even through the whole thing. But we have an office pool that I run every year, and I'll drop brackets off originally. Then now everything's online on one of the websites, and I send it to everybody, and even send it to some new employees that are there, including a couple new bosses that I know. Our biggest boss in the building, she went to Kansas. She's a huge college basketball fan. Our big sales guy went to Missouri. He's a big college sports fan. And the only people that are in it, even of the returning people, there's 4 people in it. It's a 4-person tournament pool. And I'm in last place.
How does that even happen? Especially when you send it out to everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I sent it to 50 people and 4. And all they had to do was just hit enter. Like they were already 22 of them were already signed up.
Yeah, that's sad. That makes me sad. I didn't run into a ton of trouble yesterday. My biggest hurt was, and I should mention too, and this maybe speaks to your lack of interest or lack of, like, normally, I think this is true of most people. Like if I'm doing a money pool, and typically I would, this year again I didn't. I'd read some articles, I'd look at Ken Palm, I'd listen to people's advice. And, I'd maybe even watch some TV programming centered around picks. So like I'd actually have, a centered focus on what do I think. And then like anyone else, my bracket would probably blow up on day 1, but at least I went into it with the right intentions. This year, I made my whole bracket in maybe 3 minutes. Like there was just
which is sometimes better because
sometimes.
Paralysis by analysis is certainly a thing.
Yeah, I didn't really follow closely during the season and conference tournaments, so I kind of went with the little that I knew and then see you later. So the only I felt bad for a buddy, a member of our crew actually, who he, literally game 1 yesterday, bracket was busted because he had Virginia Tech, who of course lost to Florida in overtime. he had Virginia Tech in the Final Four.
Okay, well, that didn't take long for it to affect me. I'm not a believer in Baylor after the COVID stuff.
Yeah.
So I was like, you know what? Ohio State played Illinois tough. They've had a
I had
good
Ohio
run.
State
They've got
in
a
the
good
Elite
coach.
Eight. That was what got me.
I've got them in the Final Four. So I now need Gonzaga to beat Kansas, which I hate saying out loud, but it's just the way of the world.
Sure.
Gonzaga, Bama, and Illinois, and then I need Gonzaga to beat Illinois to even have a shot, and I think I'm probably still toast. Now, if what you
toast against 3 other people.
No. I'm in a couple. I'm the one with Tommy Freeze Pop's brother. I didn't even make the leaderboard. Like I'm looking, I'm like, well, there's other people that have 11 or whatever. One person has 12, 11, 9. I'm like, wait, I'm not even on here, so I have to go out of the leaderboard. I got 8, so it didn't even make like the page.
Right.
So here's the thing: if let's say Baylor, who I think will probably be pretty chalky, obviously.
Sure.
If they get knocked out early, then it kind of resets it. And I need to pull that, that edge of the bracket up. Oh, what a bad throw. And see if it's a 12 seed that gets to the Final Four, then you're back in the mix. It's more just if a bunch of people have Baylor or whoever the 3 seed is in that bracket. I'll pull it up here real quick. That's
4th
where
and inches from the 5.
I've got Nick Chubb. I got Nick Chubb as my captain.
Not going to help you right here. This is by the way, anyone that is with us, and certainly our production crew, Game Ops, like all this speaks to what is going on in the world sports wise and everything that we've just talked about the first half of this first quarter. We have never, I'm going to confidently say, in the history of our Madden simulations, and we are almost a year deep and 2,000 of these things, and we have never been more off the rails from the get-go, from the jump, than you and I have been to start this sim. Why do I say that? Because we have not even spoken the teams that are playing in this game yet.
Yeah,
and we're halfway through the first quarter.
Your first play-by-play was a 4th down kick. We didn't miss anything, though. I mean, a nice drive.
It is the Browns and Texans, if anyone's driving, are part of this. If you're not watching, what is real quick your lineup at Fumble? You mentioned obviously your captain Nick Chubb. What does your lineup look like? And then we can get back to that.
I will tell you. So I went Browns heavy. I'm just not a believer in the Houston Texans last year, although Deshaun has obviously superstar traits. I don't know if he does on the game. In real life, he does.
Oh, he absolutely does.
So Chubb is my captain. I'm currently in 81st place with his 1.2 captain points. Then I went both quarterbacks, Deshaun and Baker. Then you have to go budget, conscious. Jarvis, you get Hollywood Higgins big money value, right? He was like 1,200 or 1,800 or something. It'll be kind of a boom or bust play, but he's definitely caught passes and scored. 3,200. Okay. And then Kenny Stills, kind of same thing. He's a little more expensive. You need a couple catches. Maybe he sneaks in the end zone. So my 2 Texans are Deshaun and Kenny Stills, and 4 Browns. We'll see if that works out for me.
So I also went a little heavier on actually, I think it was a split now that I look at it. Deshaun Watson in the captain spot, Baker Mayfield, Nick Chubb, Brandon Cooks, Rashard Higgins as well, who I ordinarily captain when Cleveland's involved, and he's so cheap too, but he is in the flex. And then the punt play, who about 20% of people went with as well, Randall Cobb at $2,200. 1st and 10. Watson completes pass and only picks up 5, but he is perfect so far. It is 3-0 Cleveland. He's Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman. We got Drew, our producer, of course, undercover boss Tom, our technical director, Patrick, and Game Ops. Great to have everybody with us, and of course, most especially, all of you in the DK Sim fam that are hanging out here with us. Fun time of year, though, man. It is a fun time of year, no doubt about it. Frank says, good afternoon, Sim fam. Good luck, Sim fam, and good luck to everybody. What's up, BK? Koff. Hello. John, I know you've responded to him in the chat, but John is looking for your undivided attention during the next sim when Kansas is playing.
I will make no promises, and I will almost certainly bet that you will not get it. But as long as Koff calls out the big plays, I will react accordingly.
We'll have a few of the Jeff Ulrich. What were the moments? 1st and 10. About 90 seconds left here in the first, and that ball is incomplete. Let's talk a little bit about Deshaun. And I know obviously there's some off-field stuff going on there as well that, has certainly monopolized headlines. But purely football and what is going to happen this offseason with regard to that Texans team. You've had David Culley, the new head coach, Nick Casterio, the GM, also new. other members of the organization really seemingly is nice grab. Hello, way to break the hit and go in for the touchdown. It's a 37-yard score. Off and running here for Houston with the first touchdown out of Brandon Cooks.
Well, now I wish I rostered Brandon Cooks, maybe put him in the captain spot instead of Nick Chubb, who's terrible at this point.
To finish that winding question, though,
sure.
Obviously the Texans themselves have dug their heels in saying he's our quarterback, he's our guy, we're not trading him, all that stuff. Deshaun has said much the same on the other side, being I want out, I'm not playing. And not to the point of threatening a holdout, at least that I've seen, but people wonder obviously if that is going to be on the table. We've joked, you and I, about David Culley saying, we want him, he wants to be here. What are you supposed to say for David Culley, obviously? But no. He
doesn't want to be here. He hasn't said that.
Well, Culley said that.
Oh.
Culley said he wants to be here. It's like, no, David.
No, he does not. Read the room, dude. Read the room.
He definitely does not want to be there. But clearly, the Texans are at least, even if not behind the scenes, to some degree publicly, they are showing their hand because they go out, they sign Tyrod Taylor, who, low price and more of a contingency plan probably, but you do sign him. And I'm not saying you bring him in to start. He's certainly a guy that you could bring in logically and be your backup. But then you go out and you add via trade Brian Finley, who again, not a guy who's even as good as Taylor. So I'm not saying anything about Finley in terms of playing time. But now you're talking about having 3 quarterbacks on your roster, which the Texans most certainly are not going to carry 3 quarterbacks. Unless Watson is a holdout situation. Is that them starting to show? Not that they gave really anything up for him. It was like a 7th-round pick. What guarantee even that he makes the roster? But as we stand right now, are you starting to feel like the trade is becoming more inevitable based on their action?
To some degree, and the Tyrod Taylor signing kind of checks 2 boxes. It gets you a solid backup that David Culley has familiarity with. They were together in Buffalo when Tyrod led them to the playoffs, and I want to say, did they score 2 points in that playoff game, that playoff loss a couple of years ago in 2017, right before Tyrod, as he said, I think his name is on Hard Knocks, but everybody calls him Tyrod, before he went to Cleveland, and they obviously drafted Josh Allen there in Buffalo, despite having made the playoffs. And so, not very good defense there by the Texans. See, we're watching the game, but
yeah.
And I got Jarvis Landry too. So
agree.
Anyway, I think that Tyrod. So the boxes he checks is just a solid veteran backup. You got that covered. I guess it's kind of 3 boxes. The other is if they don't make any move, which seems silly, but obviously with stuff going on off the field, it might slow potential trades. Then.
Well, it could be, yeah. It could be just trade them even if they do want to.
Right, exactly. But let's just say that stuff settles itself, and they still just don't want to trade him, right? And he's like, I'm dug in. You didn't trade me. I'll see you next offseason. You can trade me then, or I'll see you in November so I can get my accrued year or however that works. Right. And then you've got a starter to get you through whatever on-field stuff in the spring. It's going to be very limited, if at all. The PA and the league still haven't even settled that. So you've got a guy that can handle the meeting room, can handle helping install the offense. If you do get on the field and knows the offense a little bit, you have to think with assuming Culley's going to use some of the stuff that they used in Buffalo and he was a quarterback's coach, certainly some of the same vernacular. You got to think that's going to be the case. And then the other is if you do trade him and you do draft with whatever you get coming back, a quarterback at the 2nd pick, 3rd pick, 8th, 12th, 9th, whatever it ends up being, if you can get a quarterback or you move up to get a quarterback, you have that veteran who I mentioned, just having a vet's always a good thing, but having a vet for a rookie's even better, right? Mm-hmm. I think it'd be good for Deshaun too. There's plenty of people, Jordan Palmer being the one that I always reference. He thinks that veteran quarterbacks, no matter how good you are, that Chad Henne is great for Patrick Mahomes, and Mahomes will tell you that. John Kitna was great for his brother Carson. He thinks even if you're Aaron Rodgers is better served having Chad Henne as his backup versus Jordan Love, because when he comes off the field, Chad Henne and him can have different conversations he's having with the quarterback's coach. So sure. I don't know if you want to highlight these limited stats, but
limited's a good way to put it. 2 for 52 for a touchdown for Cooks, and that's really the offense so far.
Yeah, a couple nice tosses from Baker. We'll see how it goes. and a kick from Austin Seibert, or as somebody wrote, Seabird. Either way, close enough. And so the veteran quarterback market, and something that we obviously have kept an eye on here in Denver because everybody wants competition for Drew Lock, was more limited than people thought, right? You could throw a lot of names out there, but once those guys started picking teams, and Fitzmagic goes to Washington, Andy Dalton goes to Chicago, Nick Foles is still in Chicago, it almost costs Chicago as much to keep him as it is to cut him. So unless they trade him, there's no advantage to cutting him, because you got to pay him $4 million out the door. Right. And it's a $6 million cap hit. That's $10 million in dead money if you cut him. So they're not going to cut him. But so that left Jacoby Brissett, who I know was on the Broncos' radar for one. I think the Eagles were taking a look. He decides to go to South Florida, where he's from, and be there to compete with Tua and back him up, and likely have a Fitzmagic scenario where if Tua's not taking chances and not throwing enough balls towards the end zone, Brissett will probably play a bunch of third and fourth quarter games. So I think that landing Tyrod Taylor was smart for all those reasons that I just listed. I don't know if it truly tips their hand. I think it's more, hey, let's get some insurance while it's available. That's reasonable. And then Finley's a guy that maybe they like, that if they trade Deshaun and just take a bunch of picks, but trade with the Broncos at 9 or the Niners at 12 and can't get a quarterback as Baker runs in for a touchdown. That helps my roster. Do you have Baker?
I do.
All right, good for both of us and everyone else at roster.
Yeah, a lot of people, I would imagine. He is 62% owned, about 10% in the captain spot, where I do not have him. But nice to obviously get some points anyway.
But so I think that it kind of covers all those bases.
Do you think, I'll scratch this itch only to this degree. Jordan says, I don't think he's holding out, Cuff. I think if you're gonna keep talking about this, you have to acknowledge the elephant in the room. We all know the elephant in the room, obviously, and the allegations and the off-field stuff. With regard to football, do you think that, depending on how long, obviously, that drags out, and that could be a while, do you think that does impact his willingness to hold out if he really does want out? Do you think it impacts, the trade value going the other way?
I think in some ways it's easier.
Easier to move him?
Yeah. Well, no, easier for him to hold out.
Oh, okay.
So.
And just take the fines, take the hits.
Yeah. Well, he's made $40 million. So.
Minute gone by, second quarter here. It's 10-7, Cleveland in front. See what the Texans and virtual Deshaun Watson do to answer. Little so far. 2nd and 15, 5-yard loss. Hit that like button, by the way. Can we get to 100? Smash that like, hit the subscribe button. Appreciate you watching with us here on the Dream Stream on YouTube or Twitch, of course. Twitch.tv/DraftKings. Third and 10 on the way. Kevin says, anyone know why there isn't a 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. stream? Kevin, I do. And I'm happy to tell you. We will have at, not at 4 and 6, but in between where those would normally be. Instead of Sims, we have at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, the American Cornhole League Pro Singles tournament going on. And that will be streamed live right here on the Dream Stream, both YouTube and Twitch channels.
Let's go.
So you can check that out. Offering you something a little bit different here on Saturday.
You excited? I'm excited.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'll be paying some attention to college basketball as well.
But we were talking about it last night. I can't remember the last time on the opening day of the tournament that I wasn't watching all 4 games. I was watching a Netflix documentary. I just didn't care about those games. I was kind of checking the scores on my phone.
Yeah.
And maybe it's because I know that I'm going to watch a lot of college basketball in the coming days.
I think part of it, I don't know, just my opinion anyway. I don't know if this is actually true, but for me, I think part of the appeal of March Madness, of the tournament, of this, all of it going on is, and not just as a spectator in person, obviously, when that's something that we're able to do in normal times, but part of the appeal, even as a viewer on television, is just the atmosphere in the building and how revved up the kids, the players, the coaches, the programs, everybody is by that it's just it's a totally different thing watching these games when you've got the students from the respective colleges in the stands and faces painted and waving the pom-poms, and obviously the cheerleaders, the dance teams, the band, the whole, everything being what we're so used to building up to one shining moment and all that. So it's a totally different viewing experience, again, whether you're in person or on TV. And I think for me, it's impacting that a little bit.
Yeah, you're probably right. And you've seen some of these games go to overtime, and there are obviously some fans there, and certainly fans related to the teams, but it's not the same. Even when these are in neutral gyms and it's people that went to see 4 games in a day, they just want to see good games. They love, who doesn't love buzzer beaters and overtime games, right? Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, I think to some degree that is probably a little bit of a factor, but I think it's because I've probably never watched less college basketball than this year. And that's because a lot of times, I wanted to watch Baylor and Gonzaga, and COVID prevented that from happening. And so Other than watching Kansas most of the year and a little bit more Big 12, watching Oklahoma State play a bunch with Cade Cunningham, watching Texas play, watching Baylor play some, it just, I haven't been that into it. And then, yeah, maybe it's because I'm not interacting with coworkers to talk trash about our brackets and all of that.
Right.
And maybe and part of it too is, and honestly is locked in. And as much as I'll be trying to turn my mic off when I'm yelling at the screen, I don't think Kansas is going to get past Gonzaga if they even get that far. They may not even get there. They may not get to the second weekend. And so last year when we were going to be the number 1 seed and the prohibitive favorite, I was all fired up about it. Obviously, we know that then the pandemic took hold, and that was that. So that's for me. I can't speak for everybody else. I'm not saying you're wrong, but when I'm watching the Kansas game today, I don't care that there aren't fans in the stands. There haven't been fans in the stands there all, or there's 2,000 fans or whatever that number is.
But that's your vested interest in your own water.
But in general, I don't think fans affected me not wanting to watch it last night. Maybe part of it too is because I haven't watched that much college basketball. There isn't a Zion type player or somebody that's Cade Cunningham's a heck of a player. There's some other really nice players. A kid from SC, Evan Mobley's a really good player. I think that factors into it too, that I just, maybe it's because it's also NFL free agency week and I haven't slept. We were watching a Netflix documentary on that college admission scandal, and I fell asleep 20 minutes into it at like 10.
Yeah.
So, everybody will have their reasons, but nonetheless, me as big a college basketball fan who's gone to 17 of the last 19 Final Fours, I'm just not that into it yet. We'll see if that changes today. Maybe it will.
4th and 3. It's going to be a kick. Even up this game here by Fairbairn, and it is good. 10-10 as we hit the 2-minute warning as well. So 1:57 left in this opening half. BK, AK, Drew, Tom, Patrick. B. Mills says, and this might be part of it, half the staple teams didn't even make the tournament. Obviously, there's no Duke, there's no Kentucky.
Yeah, I think that's probably part of it. Michigan State's already done.
Yeah.
Yeah, Carolina, they're done, right? I think that could, and none of them have teams where whether it's Zion or Anthony Davis or anybody, right? That just likely soon to be household names.
If this were a normal year, and you had all the same interest you normally have, I think we'd be spending a lot of time today talking about how great yesterday was, with all the upsets and all the surprises and all the busted brackets out there. So yeah, it just, I don't know, interest in this sort of goes back to the larger point that people have talked about and has nothing to do with college basketball. The larger point in general, just during the pandemic, that there's just so much more at play in life and in everybody's own individual worlds that sports in general haven't been nearly as important to people over the last year and a half as they were previously. And, and obviously there's the social justice component to that as well, and so many other things. And, I'm sure sports will rebound. It's not like sports aren't coming back full throttle and, as the world does as well. But I just
Hollywood.
Higgins, see you, buddy. Oh, get out of here. You got to go. Turn on the Jets, man.
Come on, Hollywood.
First and goal from the 6. I just think that's a big part of it too.
Yeah, and look, there's plenty of people that have had a tough year, really bad year, horrible year, and that's all part of it. But look at what the TV networks just did with the NFL. That's should be a touchdown. Did he have both feet in? Looked like his left foot. Odell's hit the back of the back of the end zone on that white stripe there that says "End
Celebrating
racism."
like crazy.
Let's see it. I want to see a booth review on that. Not that Odell didn't have good feet work, but let's see. Uh-oh.
Let's see the feats, OBJ.
I think that left foot's out. Maybe that left toe was dragging. Let's see. Right foot. Oh, yeah, left toe's kind of dragging, so maybe it's in.
That's close.
Maybe it's in. Let's see what the
word stripes. Good.
We're an 85 like Ed Hockley, but that's definitely not Ed Hockley.
Counting it. Yeah, Jay Duncan, this is probably a big part of it too. Jay Duncan says, honestly, working remotely for the past year made my, quote, office experience nothing this year, so no real buzz.
Yeah, and so I think it kind of all factors in. But I was starting to say, look at what the TV networks has paid for their new NFL deals. They all doubled from $1 billion a year to $2 billion a year, and a lot more streaming options and all of that. So we'll see how it all affects people's viewership. But the NFL, go look at the NFL's numbers this fall. The NFL is almost kind of impervious to anything, and so it felt like the NCAA tournament should be as well, but just maybe not yet.
17-10 here. Less than a minute to go, opening half.
Here's part of it, too, though. I understand that things are starting to open up, and if you're in Texas or Florida, they never really closed. But
right. Well, Texas.
Most people that would be headed to a sports bar or headed to go watch a game with a bunch of friends, I've got 4 TVs behind me where I could watch all 4 games. But I can't get anybody to come over. I'm not saying I can't physically get someone to come over, but no one's going to come over right now. There's still a pandemic, and even as people are starting to get immunized and all of that, it's just all of it is kind of muted right now. And so I think that's part of it too. If I had friends over last night, I wouldn't have been watching a documentary with my wife. I would have been watching the games, even though I didn't care about them. I mean, I wanted Syracuse to lose, but even though I picked them. It's always a good day when they lose. Carmelo put up a picture of him holding up the headline or the newspaper and on Twitter, and I just tweeted lame. Rock chalk. He got lucky. Jerry McNamara and Hakeem Warwick were on his team, or they would have lost.
Choker says Lozzie and Kaufman both created free rolls for this showdown. Odd. Yeah, I can't tell you what Emerson was up to. Probably thought he was on today, or maybe he just wanted to make a contest for you guys.
Nice of him.
Yeah. Well, how many people are in it? We got 135 here in the Nooner, the Deshaun Gone free roll. I'm sitting 18, by the way, right now. Triggs 985 is in front at the moment.
I'm 93rd. I really could have used Higgins scoring there.
Yeah.
Or Chubb doing anything.
Yeah, he's only got 11 rushing yards right now. A point. Deshaun spin again, man.
What's funny is how much Watson runs. Watson runs way more in the game than he does in real life. They treat him like Kyler Murray in the game, and that's not how he plays. He ran a 4.66 40. No one's confusing him with Kyler Murray or Lamar Jackson in terms of just, flat out speed. He didn't even run the way Josh Allen runs.
If you're Deshaun, by the way, and let's say you have some say in the equation, because he does, obviously with the, no trade clause that he has, where would you want to go? And I think that's especially pertinent after we've, seen some of these moves here early in free agency. Is there, like we've spent so much time talking about, obviously, the Dolphins, the Jets. There's been passing mentions of teams like the Niners. people have only, after all the moves, started to bring up the Patriots lately. Maybe your Broncos, you guys probably aren't sold on your quarterback internally. Where do you think he would like to go if he had his pick?
I don't know if he knows, right? And that's because you can look at pluses and minuses for every situation. A place like Denver or San Francisco, you got a better roster, but what are they giving up to get him back, right? What about New York is New York, the glitz and the glam. Nothing can match what the roster will be worse than his roster in Houston if he goes there. Miami has some nice pieces, but are they going to be part of the trade? You probably have to send less because your draft picks are so good. But they don't. It's not like they're blowing you away with their skill positions. And I think that's something that quarterbacks notice. Who am I throwing to? Who's carrying the ball behind me?
Sure.
And so I don't know, right? He's from Georgia. He's from Gainesville, Georgia, which I don't think super close to Atlanta, but. And then Carolina, he played his college ball at Clemson in South Carolina, which is obviously not too far from Charlotte. And so there could be other teams that get in the mix. Right? Why wouldn't you if you're the Vegas Raiders get in the mix? And we could just keep going down the list. Lots of teams. But I don't know. I'm sure he can talk himself into a lot of scenarios that make sense. But let me just ask you. If you can think about the rosters, right? And I can obviously rattle Denver's off the top of my head. But Denver brought back Von Miller. Chubb likely is in the trade. He's got to know that. But you got Von Miller, you got Justin Simmons, now the highest paid safety. Then you've got Cortland Sutton coming off a knee, but was a Pro Bowler. You got Jerry Jeudy, a first-round pick, Fan, a first-round pick. There's a chance one of those guys is in the trade too. But you've got a couple weapons there, and then you've got Melvin Gordon in the backfield. He's not going to be a part of the trade. And a solid O-line. San Francisco, you've got Ayuk and Debo. I don't think either of them are in the trade, but you never know. You got George Kittle. He's probably not in the trade, but maybe. I would think that Bosa or Fred Warner, the tackling machine linebacker, are probably one of them's in the trade, if not both.
Mm-hmm.
So all of it is theoretical because you don't know who's going to be there when you get there.
No, fair point. Watson 4 for 41 on the ground, obviously. Baker 1 for 6, but he has a touchdown. None of the actual running backs are doing anything here so far, at least in the.
Don't I know it? That's why I'm in 100th place on the nose.
We'll take a look at receiving numbers as well. 17-13 game as we get set for the second half. Good for you if you've got, Fairbairn anyway. He has been more involved. Although Seibert, he's got the field goal as well. Jim says, cough, tic-tac-toe, 3 in a row in your B-bell contest. Gotta love it. Yeah, I have been cold the last couple of days.
Oh, really? I guess I should have filled out a lineup against you.
I always tell you may as well play every day because it's probably going to even itself out. And it feels like any days that you do take off are the days that I'm really bad.
2 or 3 days this week, I had stuff breaking as you were, as the deadline approached. You can text me in the morning, and I know that later on we're going to find out somebody's out.
Right.
So it's silly to make the line because I'll forget and then I'll be aggravated that I have 2 players.
The guy who's out. I get it.
So I don't like to do it till, quarter till the top of the hour, whenever the deadline closes. And so, lesson learned. Instead of doing my job next time, I'll make sure to go win my $1,000 from you.
I took the first 2 against Lamarca, and he's bounced back and taken the last 2, and he's just in my mentions. He's talking junk.
Oh, so,
yeah, and as he should be. I respect it. The series continues tonight, hopefully, assuming I remember to make some contests, but I suspect I will, especially Locke, not until 8 o'clock tonight, and we've got only a 4-game slate, light night in the NBA. And some people, and I totally get this, some people have just been like, I'm going to take a couple days and just enjoy college hoops, and then we'll get back at it. I get that as well. Although I guess my response would be, in the same breath, well, what's really changing? It's not like your picks for your bracket are done.
Right. Nothing can change.
You don't need to focus on it at all.
There are those like redraft bracket things where when you get to the second weekend and there's only 16 teams left, you can pick again. Like you can make it's a smaller bracket. Need to shout out Jay Duncan, by the way. He came up with the idea. Free idea to DK App. Starting next week, run another tournament with all 32 NFL teams, 4 brackets, combine AFC and NFC, and just use geographic divisions. Something
like
bracket
that.
related. I said that sounds like a good idea. I don't know if it'll be next week, but maybe they'll try, because you can't just do these things in a vacuum. They need to.
Right.
Ops has a little more work. But good idea, Jay Duncan. We'll see if that happens, and you can take full credit.
Captain Blood said he took first place in the last-minute NBA contest last night. Good on you.
Kicking Club points out, be careful, BK. Koff saying I lose when you don't play is a total sucker bet. I guess I don't have any way to prove it.
Well, I mean, all I can do is tell you what my scores were. And,
Did you take Joker last night? He had a good game. They went to.
I had Joker, but I also had Harden, and Harden was awful. And a lot of just like, I don't think I've ever had a lineup with so many of the snowflake emojis. Joker was great, and then everybody else was bad. Well, here, I'll tell you what it actually.
All right, everybody, write this down.
No, I'm just going to tell you what the number was. I won't detail the whole lineup and bore people. I had 234 last night. It was a bad night.
Okay.
Tom says you got to start watching NBA pre-lock off. I guess so. To go back to Watson, though, and what we were talking about before we started giving some numbers and delving down the NBA road a little bit, we can circle around. We're here with you, not only this sim, but the next. To answer your question about kind of rosters and where Watson would want to go, I would.
Well, it was your question.
Well, no, but you obviously brought up roster. So to go off of that, like to me, clearly, like you said, not knowing trade terms, so we're just kind of looking at it in surface value and what do we think? I would put the Niners at the top of the list.
Yeah, you have to. Well, and Kyle Shanahan, to me, is a big appeal in their offense.
Right. You know, I think the Broncos are absolutely, up there. I'd put the Dolphins up there. All these teams I'd put ahead of the Jets.
Absolutely. The Jets are dead last. The appeal to the Jets is New York and cap space.
Right. I mean, I'd put you got nothing around you, and you're giving up a whole bunch of picks in the process, so you're not even building. You're just done for a period of time. I'd put the Patriots on the list ahead of, certainly ahead of the Jets and maybe ahead of Miami as well.
That's because you're biased. Because those tight ends are intriguing, but if I'm Deshaun Watson, do I really get excited about throwing to Aguilar and Kendrick Bourne and N'Keal Harry?
That's why I didn't put them with the Niners.
No, I get it.
True. But it's sort of a middle of the pack option. Although, you tell me, well, two things. Because you have, obviously, I have that Odell Beckham. Oh, it again. See you later. Now going to catch him. Second touchdown for OBJ. We're getting a lot of offense here in this one.
God, I'm not lying when I say I did think about captaining OBJ, but I didn't, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. I thought about rostering him, not captaining him. And I faded him, much like Tom, who is not happy.
Well, there's always next game, where my lineup's even worse than this one.
At least I got the Baker points, but yeah, it would have been nice to have OBJ right there.
Seventh
multiple touchdown game for OBJ in Madden 21.
And Baker's had even more than those.
That dropped me, and this is having Baker and not having OBJ. Baker in the flex. That dropped me from 19th to 70th. Just that one play. So a lot of people out there with OBJ.
Yeah, I'm going backwards too. I'm at 114th.
Obviously Baker as well. So the two-part question, because obviously I do, as everybody knows who's listened to me on here, I do have Patriots biases, and I am in New England. Obviously. So is this the Deshaun to the Patriots thing, like even the rumor, the possibility, and it's not a report like, oh, this is really on the table, just even the talking point of it. Is this just a New England-based talking point?
Yes, because here, let me play Nick Caserio, unless Nick Caserio wants to do right by Bill Belichick, right?
Well, and that was going to be the second part of my question.
But Nick Caserio's job is to win in Houston, right? And he signed a 6-year contract. So as much as he's appreciative to Bill Belichick and the Crafts,
no, and I don't think there's any do right by Belichick.
Well, right. So then, but okay.
But what I was going to say with that is, I read an article the other day, and I think I hadn't really thought about it, but it makes sense. The element of, I don't know, for lack of a better term, like nepotism. Like if Caserio did trade, one of the top QBs in all of the NFL to the Patriots, where he just came from, even if it's for a good package, but he still gave him to New England as opposed to any other team. You know, it's just a bad look for him.
Absolutely. And Houston has to deal with, then the owners get involved. And it's 31 owners against Bob Kraft. Cal McNair has to defend it. Jack Easterby has to defend it too, as well, to whatever degree he's involved.
Who's also from New England.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess my question is, let me be Nick Caserio on the phone and you be Bill Belichick. What package are you giving me that's going to be better than any of those 5 teams ahead of you? Because I can throw in real marquee players. I can throw in Christian McCaffrey. I can throw in Ryan Burns and Jeremy Chin. If I'm Carolina, I can throw in one of those first round, Jerry Jeudy, Noah Fant to go with Bradley Chubb. If I'm Denver, I can throw in Nick Bosa and other, whether it's Debo or somebody. I doubt it would be Kittle and Bosa, but I don't think that New England has the players that they would throw in, and their pick is the worst at 15 if the trade's done before the draft. So you're Bill Belichick. You can be as monotone as you want, or maybe he's a little more lively in his chat with his old pal Nick. But give me your package.
Yeah, and I don't know what it would be. I think it obviously would be heavily, not unlike the Jets, it would be heavily pick-based. The Jets had better picks, so I'm not comparing in that respect. But it would be...
So your 15, your second rounder, your next 2 first rounders.
Right. Like, it would just be an obscene number of draft picks.
Right. And I don't know how that's more appealing than any other team that's going to match them. And let's use the Jets as an example, or even Carolina or whomever. You're going to assume that with all these additions Bill Belichick's made, while they may not win their division and they may not win 10, 11, 12 games, they're not going to win 3 games, right? There's never a world where you think that a Bill Belichick-led team in this NFL is going to win 3 games. So if you're trading with some of these other teams, then odds are you're going to have better draft picks in the next couple of years as well, even if you are giving them Deshaun Watson. Whereas if you give the Patriots Deshaun Watson, they are winning the division. And so, or very likely, I still like Buffalo's roster a lot better. And so I just don't see a scenario where the Patriots can put the best package together that comes anywhere close to any of the other 5 teams ahead of them. And those are the teams that we know about that are likely in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's throw the Raiders in there, who are picking, I want to say 17th. What if the Raiders offer Ruggs and maybe the running back, Colton Miller, left tackle, which I would never do. Right. And I'm just Darren Waller, like, as crazy as that sounds, we know John Gruden's a little crazy, plus all their draft picks. I just don't know if there's any player on the Patriots roster. Like, who's the best player on the Patriots roster right now? And if Devin McCourty's the answer, as much as I like Devin, he's 33 years old or whatever.
Drew says Gilmore, who also might be on the trade block.
Right, and he's in his final year of his deal, so there's no advantage there. I mean, you can franchise him, but then you're paying him top dollar. So, right, if Gilmore's their best player, and that's the answer, give me their best young player that's 27 or under, and that list is non-existent for the Pats right now.
It's not a big list.
No, every team that I listed ahead can give you better players, except the Jets, because they're not going to trade. They might trade Quinnen Williams actually if they had to, but they're not trading Becton. They're going to keep their left tackle, and that's maybe where it's good that Houston has Laramie Tunsil under contract. But the Jets have all those picks, so that's how the Jets win the trade, because they can give you 5 number 1s that are all going to be good picks, at least, and they're number 2 this year. That's 3 picks this year that are really, really good.
Fairbairn field goal again, by the way. He has been a monster so far. 24-16, a couple minutes left, third quarter. As B-Don walks his simulation family, what it do? Thanks for being with us. Hit the like. Let's get to, we got 400 plus watching here on the Dream Stream just on YouTube. Let's get to 100 likes. Smash that like button, folks.
Also, Congo Cab lets us know the Raiders are not trading for Watson. He's talked to Gruden and he talked to Mayock. Had brunch with Mark Davis. They are not trading for Watson.
There was it's relevant to the Pats, but also even more so relevant to the Browns, who are obviously in this sim here. I Googled around. I haven't really seen much in the way of reporting, so I don't think this is a national thing. I think this is something that was said in passing on a podcast or on radio by Greg Bedard, who of course is Boston-based, but has covered the league on a national level for a number of years. He was floating the idea of a Stephon Gilmore to Cleveland for Odell Beckham Jr. trade.
Huh.
You put any stock in that?
I don't think Greg throws anything against the wall just for the sake of it. I don't know how serious those conversations are versus, hey, here's the type of thing we could do.
I mean, the Pats don't want to pay, seemingly, I won't say they won't, but seemingly don't want to pay Gilmore here in the final year. And, he doesn't want to play for the $7 million on his contract. Beckham, it just has felt like since he got to Cleveland, he's wanted out of Cleveland. And there's always been a connection to the Patriots there.
And they showed that he's better, or that the team's maybe better without him, as crazy as that sounds, just because they play better as a team and still have plenty of weapons. Like, Odell Beckham clearly is a luxury. Would he have been the difference against the Chiefs? Maybe. And now on 4th and 1, would he have tackled Chad Henne, I guess is the question. And he obviously wouldn't have been on the field. But maybe he would have made enough plays. We can play the what-if game all day. Stephon Gilmore solidifies a defense that really only has 2 good players in, obviously, Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward. The rest are all kind of just guys. So I wouldn't hate it because Odell's not going to be there for forever. And you've got all these tight ends, and you got all these running backs, and you got Jarvis Landry, and you got Hollywood, I think, is going to be back, right? Or they want to match Hollywood's offers, I think, is what I saw for Cleveland. That they're happy to let Hollywood test the market, but they want a chance to match, which is, I think, nice for a player to hear, to know they've got some sort of safety net, as Hollywood hauls in another pass there.
Baker racking up the yards. We get toward the end of 3. Bonus in play for him, obviously.
I'm keeping an eye on the Colorado-Georgetown game, and Colorado is winning 28-17.
I've got Georgetown going a couple rounds.
I've got Colorado going to the Elite 8.
So we are on opposing sides.
Yeah, well, they're a senior-led team with a good coach that went to the University of Kansas and played there for Larry Brown. So
there you go. We'll look at some of the numbers here through 3.
Well, I mean, who'd Ewing play for in college?
Fair.
Yeah, so maybe that's an equalizer.
It's perfect QB rating for Baker, 287 passing, couple touchdowns. Watson has 152 and a touchdown to his credit in the air. We'll look at the rushing and receiving numbers as well, obviously.
I know it seems silly, and only because it just popped up, the State Farm commercial with Chris Paul's kids.
Mm-hmm.
But those are actually his kids, at least according to the internet. And so I guess it kind of does 2 things. It reminds me of those Campbell's Chunky Soups where they started to use the players' real moms back in the day.
Yeah.
And obviously Chris Paul's kids will be fine financially because their dad's going to have made $200 or $300 million just on the court. But, I assume that they have to fill out all the paperwork, and those kids are actually, that money's going straight into their college fund if they don't get scholarships to Wake Forest or anywhere else.
Right.
Just amusing. I don't know.
Beckham 5 for 129, a couple touchdowns, by the way. Cooks
good day to captain him.
Yeah, I'll say. See in the leading lineup in the captain spot? Probably. Let's see. Got Get That Cheddar is in front, and yes, he is with about 50 points. Double digits for everyone else as well. Watson, Mayfield, Cooks, Higgins, and is it
Duke Johnson?
Duke Johnson. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought about doing that exact same lineup, so I'd have been tied with Get That Cheddar. But instead, he has literally twice as many points as me.
I always do consider Duke and David. I always look at them, but I don't know.
David all of a sudden got a crowded backfield there with Mark Ingram and Philip Lindsay signing last night, both on 1-year, $3 million deals, which is all Houston can afford. And they, unlike the Patriots, who are saying, hey, if you want to come here, we will finally pay top dollar, which is something that Bill Belichick's never had to do because he's always had Tom Brady. Houston didn't have top dollar available. It does not have that available right now, even if they could convince you that Deshaun Watson will be the quarterback for the foreseeable future. So they get Mark Ingram, who's 32, and Philip Lindsay. It's interesting because I know that the Cardinals kicked the tires on Philip Lindsay. I think that the Niners did as well, that he ends up in Houston on a 1-year. It almost feels like he just jumped on it because they called with a package that was going to make him $1.5 million more than he would have gotten had he stayed on that second round tender that the Broncos rescinded.
Are you surprised, by the way? I think I was on the sim when they decided to move on from Philip Lindsay. Are you surprised they decided to let him go versus, moving on from Melvin Gordon? Like, I don't know. Obviously, I'm not close to that team as you are, but it caught me off guard a little bit.
Yeah, and it certainly caught people off guard in Denver and CU fans. I mean, this is a kid that there's pictures of him in the Broncos juniors program, right? And he plays at Denver South High School, and he's Denver through and through, and it was between Baltimore and Denver when he's undrafted. He reluctantly, and when I say reluctantly, he was just aggravated that the Broncos didn't draft him in the 6th or 7th round when they took David Williams out of Arkansas. And so he signs in Denver, obviously has a Pro Bowl year as a rookie, first undrafted rookie offensive player to ever make a Pro Bowl, maybe only the second all time. And then follows that up with a 1,000-yard season, even with the broken wrist. And then they bring in Melvin Gordon on a 2-year, $8 million a year, $16 million deal with 13 guaranteed. And he's got to be going, well, what the heck can I do? I mean, I've had 2,000-yard seasons. So at that point, the writing was maybe on the wall. Then you just realize when you watch he and Melvin Gordon next to each other, there's no question that Philip Lindsay's top speed is higher than a whole lot of running backs. But he doesn't run great routes. He's never been a great catcher of the football, and he's not great in pass protection. And he's 5'8", 190 pounds. So Melvin Gordon, who's just sturdier, is a lot better in pass protection and catches the ball better, while he had, I think, like a 60 or 80-yard run where he didn't score, and Philip Lindsay certainly would have. You really need, and people may not want to hear this, but you need your running back to get you 4 yards. You don't need him to get you 40. You need him to get him 4 every time they carry it. And Philip Lindsay has done that as well. But I'm just saying, having that top gear while it's a separator, the other stuff, the pass protection and catching the ball and running good routes is more of a box that needs to be checked versus that extra gear in the open field. Because he's between the tackles runner. He's not Christian McCaffrey, and people wanted him because they're the same age and grew up together out here. And kind of, there's Odell again, man. Jeez. They wanted to be Christian McCaffrey, and he's just not. He's just not. So I wasn't surprised based on the way they've operated and talking to people in the organization, how they view him. Had he have gone somewhere else and done the same thing, it probably wouldn't have the attention because he wouldn't have been a local kid. There's my captain, Nick Chubb, losing 3 yards.
I only lost 1. Give him a break.
Kevin Stefanski is aggravated.
Jordan is angry at the AI. How are they not running in the 4th quarter with the lead?
They are. There you go, Jordan.
That was a run. 2nd and goal from the 3. Not this time.
Throw it.
Baker.
He had Jarvis. He had him. He waited too long. Yeah, I'm not loving your Georgetown pick if this holds up. We know we've seen plenty of big comebacks here in these last couple days, but Colorado is up 31-17.
You know what the beauty of only doing a bracket with your kids in the house is, though? You don't really care if you're right or wrong.
There's that. And no matter what, no matter how much money you guys put in, it's all your money.
Right. And we didn't put any in. So it's bragging rights. Drew joked it's, first round pick in NBA Jam.
I'm never going to do that with my kids, even if it's $1. I'm going to let them know they got to have some skin in the game. I used to do it with my 14-year-old. I'd do $1 bet or a $5 bet when he was, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. And one time he wanted to bet me. He goes, I want you to bet me $5 that Philip Lindsay won't have or will have 100 yards. And I was like, okay, where's your $5? He's like, oh, well, I don't have it. I was like, so you're telling me I have to take, because at that point he had like two or three 100-yard games.
Yeah.
And because I think he's at 6, but he had 2 in a couple of weeks. And I was like, okay. It's just funny when he comes up and tells me the bet I have to take.
Yeah, I did actually. And I let him pick, but my 8-year-old and I back for the Super Bowl, we together. So like you said, it's all family money anyway. But we put $5 on the coin flip, and
okay,
and he took it and has been. I haven't paid up. He's gonna send some muscle after me or something like that.
I know.
Every other day it's, so you got that $5 or
what are you waiting for?
Like to go to the bank.
You did it on the coin flip. You do need to give it to him in quarters.
Yeah, right.
Just symbolically. Who do we have next game? I already filled out my lineup. Eagles.
I have not done my lineup yet. Need to do that still.
We have Eagles and Lions, I want to say. Yep.
Lions, Eagles. You got it.
I got all my prep ready. Got all my boards out, all their stats.
Nathan says Fuller has a sim ankle sprain. He'll be back when the sim doctor clears him. Must be Dr. Aftkings. Remember those old commercials?
No.
Google them.
Okay.
Dr. Aftkings.
Jesse was not in those.
He was not in those. That was before internal talent was put in the commercials. That's right.
I haven't been paying attention to see if I would assume that DraftKings commercials are running with the same volume they do during this college basketball tournament.
I think so. I mean they've been filming them like crazy for a lot of different platforms and avenues, but I imagine they are still running often.
How much reading did you do on the NFL TV contracts and the streaming stuff? Because what I'm trying to figure out,
almost none.
What I'm trying to figure out is Amazon I get, right? And
right.
You pay for Amazon Prime, that's pretty straightforward on a Thursday.
Yeah.
But one of the best things, so I have DirecTV, and one of the best things about it is every network has a mobile app that you either can just download the app to a smart TV, or in the case of these Turner apps, so TNT, TBS, True TV, you have to cast it from your phone, which seems just like one extra silly step. But maybe that's how they get around whatever loophole they need to get around. Because yesterday I was casting 3 different games at the same time from my phone. So, and then I had my one DirecTV box that's plugged in, on CBS here.
It's a lot of power for that phone. I didn't even know a phone could do that.
I know. Well, it's impressive, right? I didn't either. Like, I remember doing it and then like being upstairs, 2 floors up, and leaving my phone up there and coming back down, and the game was still on, when I was watching NBA playoffs or whatever. And I was like, oh, that's cool. You just kind of turn it on and then it goes until you turn the TV off, I guess. But so Paramount Plus and Peacock are now part of the streaming packages. And I think the NBC streaming app is making its way to Peacock. So even though I pay for DirecTV and that gets me NBC and it gets me CBS, it feels like in order to watch these games mobily, whatever, that's in the word.
We'll just run with it.
That I have to then pay the extra $5 a month for each of those apps. Now, it's not that big a deal, and I hope that they keep the deal with Yahoo, because if you have Yahoo, you can watch it on your phone, and that's really the only time I need it. Otherwise, I'm near a TV. Like, if we're out and it's Sunday night, I might set the game on my phone and just set it down next to me while we're having dinner or whatever.
I'm sure that goes over really well.
It goes over better than staring at the TV the whole time, just glancing down to see what's going on. And also, we almost never go out on a Sunday, so maybe it's more like a Thursday. Because on a Sunday, I'm at a Broncos game 16 times a year or whatever it is, 14 times a year. It was a little different this year.
A couple minutes left, by the way.
Yeah, so I'm just curious if anybody knows, and we'll find out quickly, if you want to watch those games through Paramount Plus or Peacock, if you're paying for DirecTV, Time Warner, Comcast, whatever, or whatever your provider may be, does that cover it like it does? Like I can turn on the Fox Sports app and I can watch my Sunday local game. I can't watch, if Fox is bringing you whatever, a game that's blocked.
Yeah.
Browns at, or Carolina at the Browns, and I wanted to watch it. I can't just pull that up on my app. Like it's not the Sunday Ticket app. It's just, hey, this is what's on your live TV. You can watch it because you pay for the TV, even though it's not on your.
Idea. I have not done any reading on it whatsoever. I also am one of the what feels like few people, and I know it's not a few, but it feels like it, that still has a cable package.
Yeah. I just worked out a nice deal with DirecTV because I've been a customer for so long. It got my bill reduced. Makes it an easier sell to my wife because she's like, why are we paying so much for this? I'm like, well, our internet stinks. Otherwise, because her work pays for our internet. Otherwise, I'd be like, we can cut the cord and just have all the apps we need, but we don't get anywhere near the bandwidth we would need to do that to the level I want. To where I would trust it, I guess. Obviously, like I said, I was casting 3 games yesterday, and it was fine.
First and goal. Texans trying to narrow the gap. Can't win this game, but garbage.
Stills. Throw it to Stills.
Watson, touchdown. That Randall Cobb?
I think so. $6,200, I believe.
Yes, sir. No way, man. $2,200.
You know anybody that has YouTube TV? Because Tom brought up YouTube TV. You can watch games on the app. Obviously, I get that. I just don't. I know a couple people that have it, but I haven't spent a lot of time talking to them about it.
Went for two, didn't work out. Would have made a few more games. Good for you, Cleveland. 27-22. Less than a minute left.
Do you know anybody that has YouTube TV?
I do, but I don't know the answer to your question.
Yeah. Get That Cheddar has twice as many points as me. 141.94. I have 72.69. Which puts me in 110th place.
I'm going to climb here, as are you, with Watson in the captain spot, and plus I have Cobb, so I should jump. I wasn't 72nd. Yeah, I just moved up into the top 50.
I really should have captained OBJ. That was a miss.
Yeah, I think so.
Shakina Sanders in the chat says they have YouTube TV. It's expensive. I love it.
Well, I remember when it came out, and it was...
When it came out, it was cheap, but...
Super cheap.
It doesn't... Things usually don't stay like that, right?
They jacked the price up pretty rapidly.
Sure.
Like within the year or two, anyway.
That's the way of the world, right? I believe we call that capitalism.
Giggle Pig's throwing out a buy stream trash of comedians. Not obviously on what we're talking about, but that's okay.
Yeah, that'll take us. That's a quick right turn.
George Carlin, Mitch Hedberg, Bill Burr.
Huh.
He said, "Good luck not hating yourself figuring that out." I love them all.
Yeah.
But I'd actually fairly easily go right in that order. I mean, Carlin, before he got like kind of old and angry, was just incredible. Obviously, for decades. Hedberg, way ahead of his time, and may he rest in peace. I just loved his humor. And Bill Burr I really enjoy as well, but, you know, I
would think that Bill Burr's love of all things Boston and Boston sports, I was listening to Rob Lowe's podcast. I spent a half hour talking about Boston sports.
I didn't know Rob Lowe had a podcast, so how about that?
Yeah, it's not bad. If you like celebrities, I guess. But I would flip my stream and trash order. I think Mitch Hedberg is great, and he has one of my favorite jokes. I just like Bill Burr more.
Yeah.
And maybe it's because of those reasons. But Bill Burr seems like the kind of guy that I would actually just enjoy hanging out with and, you know, talking trash.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about, like, who would you want to...
And I guess the question was...
Go out with and
yeah, I guess the question was...
Number one.
Yeah. Well, I think Bill Burr said he stopped drinking, so you can't go have a beer with him.
Hey, it'd still be fun, though.
Yeah, I'll have a cigar. He's a big cigar guy. So. Yeah, but Mitch Hedberg has... One of my favorite jokes is, I love rice. Rice is great when you want to eat 10,000 of something.
Hedberg had so many good ones.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, you talk about ahead of your time. Score update just before halftime. Colorado leading Georgetown 41-21. So after hating my day one picks, I'm certainly loving having them go all the way to the Elite Eight at this point in the senior-led Colorado team, led by McKinley Wright IV.
Someone says Bill Burr started a sports podcast recently.
Okay.
Is that true?
I didn't know that. I know he had his regular podcast.
Right.
Wow, here. Jordan Lindenbaum saw Carlin on his final tour. That's awesome.
See, I heard that his final tour, he was...
Still, you say you saw Carlin.
No, I mean, yeah, removing that, obviously. But I know some people that saw him on his final tour, and they said it was, like, awful. He was just such an angry shell of himself that it wasn't even funny. He was just mad.
I can't believe that this is a statement I'm going to make, but it did happen. And I saw James Brown's very last performance ever.
Is that right?
He played the Dreamgirls movie premiere, and I tagged along with Kenny the Jet and Mike the Barber. Most people know Kenny the Jet from all his commercials now, and
yeah,
he's college games. Mike the Barber is his best friend from growing up, who's a barber. And James Brown was playing the after party. I didn't go to the movie. I just went to the after party, and James Brown, and no lie, he died like 5 days later. It was like, it was eerie. And I even checked the dates one time. Like that premiere was on a Tuesday, like they normally are in New York. And he died like that following weekend.
At least you saw him.
Yeah, I can say hardest working man. He worked too hard. Hardest working man in show business. That was a problem. He had a pretty good run though.
Yeah, I'd say so. For our nooner contest here, barring stat adjustments, obviously, and it is manual scoring, so be patient. But looks like Raiders for life is gonna walk away with this thing by less than a point over Get That Cheddar. We'll see. OBJ in front in the captain spot there, 53 points with his 6 for 146 and a couple of touchdowns. He was awesome. Watson, who fell well shy of both bonuses, went 197 passing, 73 rushing, but did have a couple touchdowns, so he was good for 20 plus in the flex. Popular play, 90 some odd percent owned and about 24% in the captain spot. Baker Mayfield, who went for 30 plus in the flex, was awesome. He hit the bonus, 304 passing, couple of touchdowns. And then you had Brandon Cooks, Rashard Higgins, Randall Cobb, all in there as well. OBJ was awesome, so I would understand why you would go in that direction if you do. You can make a case for Baker certainly as well. Could you? Is Randall Cobb anything more than an honorable mention as far as?
No, I think that's what he gets. Here? I think 12.9. I think that's what because he was $6,200. He wasn't 2,200. Oh, he was 2,200. He was 2,200. Oh.
Yeah, he was $2,200 and only 20% owned.
And he is a part of the winning lineup in Raiders for Life 202. Are you just wanting me to go off the board? Because I think if you rostered OBJ, which a lot of people did,
pick, but I'm not going to tell you how to do it.
Yeah, you paid up to some degree for OBJ. It didn't cost as much as the QBs do, and so had you have chosen wisely, then you'd be at least in the conversation. If you don't have OBJ in the captain spot, you're probably not. So while Randall Cobb may have been the difference maker, you had to have OBJ, and so because you probably could have gotten those 12 points somewhere else if you would have gotten. Or close, right? I don't know. Higgins got you 10.3. Oh, there's a lot less. Anyway, I'll say OBJ is the player of the game. When you score twice and have such a big day, OBJ gets it. He earned it.
How about your Patrick? Sorry, buddy. And having to do the scoring too. Sitting 132 out of 135 in our free roll. That's
I'm not much better.
Actually, it's 132 out of 133 because there are a couple of blank lineups in there.
I'm still in 110th.
Patrick.
I'm still in 110th until Patrick gets it updated. Maybe he'll slide me into the top 10 if I throw him some cash. I think it's obvious your Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award goes to my captain, Nick Chubb, who I wasn't even sure that he played. If you would have told me he had 31 yards, I would have forgotten. So, there you go. OBJ, because you had to have him.
Mm-hmm.
And Nick Chubb, because you absolutely should not have rostered him like I did. And definitely shouldn't have captained him.
Yeah, he was my blemish as well. Good.
What Kareem Hunt do? Just curiously. He didn't do anything either, right?
Not much. Let's see if I can find a lineup with him. Kareem Hunt, he had 1 rushing yard, and he was 20% owned.
Yeah, so
feel free to dismiss him as well.
Yeah, if so many more people didn't own Chubb, he would have gotten it. Not good day for the Browns running backs. I'm going to do a comedian buy stream trash in the next sim.
Okay.
As long as it's during halftime of the Kansas game. Otherwise,
forward to that.
Otherwise, you're going to have to drive the bus even more so than normal.
All right. Thanks to everyone for being with us. Our thanks, obviously, to Drew, to Tom, to Patrick, to all of you in the DK Sim fam hanging out here with us. The next sim coming up, it will be the two of us, as BK alluded to, the Lions and Eagles for the Madden Matinee. The contest is in the DK Sim Fam Friends League lobby, so go on, get in there, and jump in the free roll. Appreciate you. That sim comes your way a little less than an hour. We'll be back in about 50 minutes, a little earlier than that. And then no sims today at 4 and 6. Instead, at 5 Eastern, you will have the American Cornhole League Pro Singles Bracket live here on the Dream Stream, both YouTube and Twitch, wherever you're finding us. And at 8 o'clock, Seahawks Cardinals with Matt Lamarca and Tom Carroll. Those two together for the first time together in Simland. I know Tommy Boy is excited about that. That's your primetime matchup. And then those two together again for Dolphins Patriots, where, yes, there might be some Patriots talk. That is at 10 o'clock tonight. So look forward to that, Madden After Dark. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy some hoops. We'll be back with you shortly. What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome on in. This right here, the Madden Matinee, the two of us back with you. We're going to do our best to keep BK on track. I can't make any promises with Kansas playing, but Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman, how are you, bud?
I've been better. I've been worse, but I've been better. It's been a rough first half here for Kansas against the powerhouse that is Eastern Washington.
Yeah.
Down 41-33 with about a minute left in the first. So at least I'll have halftime to not pay attention to that and focus on this sim. And then no promises here in the second half. We'll see how this goes.
We always talk about the desire to have skin in the game and how much more interesting that makes things, not only obviously with regard to brackets, but these Madden simulations. I don't know what that feels like here for this one because I failed to get my lineup in time. I missed it by literally a second. And so I will just be rooting on the rest of you here with our 159 entries. The Madden Matinee, the Stafford Wentz, this doesn't look right, free roll that we have going on here.
Well, so as someone who has often not gotten a lineup in, I can tell you can do a couple different things where you can claim everybody would have been your captain, which is a good strategy.
Yep.
Or you can tell me right now who your captain would have been, and we can at least kind of give you credit for that and what your lineup may have looked like. So if you want to throw a couple names, you probably can't do all six because you don't have the math in front of you, but like four names that you really like. Who would you have captained?
I would have captained... More than likely, I would have captained Miles Sanders, looking at it. Slight chance if I were looking to really... I'll put it this way. Miles Sanders is the guy I probably would have captained, but if I was going to have a more balanced lineup and pay down, I would have taken advantage of Marquise Goodwin at a cheap salary, $8,100 in the captain slot, and put him there. So it would have gone one of those two directions.
All right. Well, I captained Kenny Galladay. Would you have had one or both quarterbacks?
Definitely Wentz. Probably would have faded Stafford.
Okay, so I've got Galladay, Wentz, and Stafford. Sanders, Amendola, Jalen Reagor, a bit of a punt play. He obviously has had a couple of good games as of late. I mean, he's been putting in lineups when the Eagles played. A high draft pick with some speed out of TCU. We'll see if today he does anything, or maybe it's a terrible pick. We'll see.
Here, you know what I can do? I just realized I can do this. I just hit the back tab a couple of times, and obviously I can't submit. I've never done this before. I can't submit a lineup. Clearly, lineups are blocked, and we are underway here, virtual Philadelphia with the Eagles and Lions. But I did get back to the roster, the build page, so I can make a lineup right now, and I'll at least tell you what it would have looked like, and then it'll probably be garbage. But I can tell you that much. So, as we got a 2nd and 6 from the 43, and just pinballing Swift into tackles, not so great.
Getting random texts, not just from my KU friends, but from other friends talking trash, including my buddy Blake, who I think went to like some super small school, said, imagine if you were a lower seed where you should have been and weren't playing a 14 seed, it would have been a bloodbath. I want to say he may have gone to Colorado State for a bit, but I can't swear that's true. I feel like he went to like Mesa State or something. But I appreciate the text nonetheless.
Yeah, of course.
Plus my normal KU group chat that is in not full-blown panic mode, half panic mode, where we kind of live all year long, but they just, continue to make it interesting, does Kansas. Anyway, Stafford is why do you fade Stafford? You just hadn't been good for you in games that you've used him?
No, I just like some of the receiving options better. I'm just I'm finishing up this build here. So I think I'll just go with this. I think this is what my lineup would have looked like. With a lot left on the table too. $1,200 remaining in salary. So Deshaun Jackson would be my captain, actually. So I was wrong. Wouldn't have been either of the two guys. Deshaun Jackson would have been my captain. Carson Wentz, Miles Sanders, Zach Ertz, Marquise Goodwin, all Eagles right there. And then Danny Amendola on the Lions side. So if anyone else out there, as I just read that lineup, if anyone else out there had that exact lineup, I'm tied with you. We'll see how it goes.
When we were down 9-0 was Kansas, I texted Kenny the Jet and I said, see, I told you you shouldn't have picked him. And he texted me back. He was only the first half. I said, we'll be okay in this game. And then I texted him again. I said, maybe not. He picked him to win the whole thing.
Is that right?
Yeah, he picked him to beat his Carolina squad that his son played because I think he's finally done after being in college for like 7 years and transferring a bunch, walking on at North Carolina like his dad was a star at. Anyway.
That's gotta hurt.
Yeah. Well, and I texted him yesterday when I saw his like published bracket on Twitter. I was like, dude, I didn't even pick Kansas this year.
James Farrell, mayor of Flavortown, says, hey, coffee down for a head-to-head 2:30 NBA showdown. What do we have at 2:30?
Whoa. I know there's daytime hockey coming up here in an hour. Colorado Avalanche are playing.
I mean, I haven't even looked at any sort of afternoon slate. Oh, so all right. So he must mean 3:30. Obviously Eastern time. He's not on Eastern time, but that's obviously what he's talking about.
Well, he's in Flavortown. So.
Right. So yeah, we got Celtics in Orlando. Us tomorrow. I take that back. We have the Hawks and Lakers at 3:30. So maybe that's what he's.
Maybe.
Do I care enough about having skin in the game to do a Lakers Hawks showdown contest at 3:30? I probably don't. That being said, send it. Maybe I'll change.
Ooh, Carson Wentz pummeled.
He's asking you. He wants to know if you're interested.
Oh, he said BK? No, I'm good.
You always want to do the group setting. Maybe you should have him do a 3-man. He could send it to the both of us.
If he sends it to you, you can invite me.
I don't think it works that way.
No, I just as a rule, as much as I love our pals in the DK Sim fam, I don't feel like getting into any financial contest with them just because I feel like it's going to open Pandora's box. So it's easy to just say no to everybody. I barely play you, dude. Except in NASCAR, where you finally put together a little hot streak.
I assure you, that is not sustainable.
I'm sure, well, you and I have about the same level of NASCAR knowledge and expertise.
To say very little.
Yeah, so it's more.
That's why we're so perfect to go head-to-heads against one another. Like, who knows less?
It's just a question of if we end up at some point, we'll end up having read the same person's blog or post or whatever and pick the exact same lineup. That's inevitable.
Right.
Even though the math on doing that is probably pretty hard. They pick the same 6 guys.
I have once or twice, which is not a high number of times for all the contests I've played, obviously, but 1 or 2 times I have run into doing not an NBA Classic, obviously, but a showdown for a game against a buddy, and we've built the exact same lineup. And then, lineups lock, and you open it up, and it's like, what the? Come on. We're not gonna have a winner and a loser here. Like we're just getting our stuff back.
Well, that's okay, I guess.
What's the fun in that?
Yeah, not very much fun. For those that are interested, Eastern Washington leads Kansas 46-38 at halftime.
Jimmy says someone's phone keeps buzzing and I hear it through the speakers and then I look at my phone. LOL. That must be BK. That's not. That's
definitely mine. So I'll set it.
I don't hear it. It's funny.
I'll set it on the couch. Well, maybe they have better speakers than we do.
I guess so.
Or I can just keep it in my hand because the texts are feverish from friends and family. I don't have my text linked to my laptop. I know a lot of people that do. I just feel like it'd be distracting.
I hate that. No.
Yeah, I think it'd be distracting.
Out on that.
The watch and the phone is enough.
Yeah. I don't even have the watch. My wife has the watch, and I just constantly, I'm seeing her, look down at her wrist to read something, or she's doing the voice reply to somebody on her wrist.
Yeah, that's got a Star Trek feel to it.
What is this, Knight Rider? Is this
Knight Rider? There you go.
Are we talking to Kit now? What are we doing? David Hasselhoff,
it's 2021, so it's not that far fetched.
I'm not there. I'm just I can't do it. Tom Undercover Boss Tom says, as someone who has the watch, it's a little anxiety driven. I think it depends on who you. I
think your personality has to play into it. For somebody like me, who my wife is on me constantly about being on my phone, when most of the time I'm just reading Twitter. But on a week like this, if I set my phone down, which I'm not in a hurry to do, or have my laptop closed, because normally I have TweetDeck open all week long and just carry my laptop around the house. The watch is a nice backup if I get a text from somebody that has some news for me or whatever it may be, or something that's about to happen.
I feel I am properly connected as it is, and I pretty much have my phone on my person at all times. It's very rare that I just like throw it on a counter and leave the room. Like, I generally have it in my back pocket or something. Brian says, "Cough, send in the chopper. Get in the chopper." Almost to safety instead of pickup. See you later. 92-yard score. Eagles.
Is that Jalen Reagor?
Holy cow. What a moment. What a time to be alive.
No, it's
Marquise Goodwin.
It's Goodwin, who you would have captained.
Yeah.
Showing off that track speed.
Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Well, not far from the bonus for that guy.
When they had that a couple of years ago, they had that 40-yard contest, and Tyreek Hill wasn't in it down in South Florida. Remember his pay-per-view, like Run to Gold or something?
Right.
And Marquise Goodwin was in it. I knew he would win, just because anyone that's been in the Olympics, can handle running in a track-like setting against other NFL guys who all, I'm sure, have a track background at whatever level. It's like this guy did it at the highest level. So I think he long jumped in the Olympics and was maybe like a relay alternate, but still. I did not captain Goodwin, and thus I will not win today. I like after the first touchdown, you just assume. I always go.
Well, I'm done.
That's it. It's a wrap.
Whoop. Taking a little screenshot picture on my computer there.
Of what?
My would have been lineup. I'm sending it to our chat.
Okay. All right.
Just so you all know what could unfold here today. Tom says, "Well, I enjoyed being someone relevant in this sim."
Uh-oh.
Again! What an answer! 75-yard score. Detroit, Marvin Jones Jr.
Man, I should have captained Marvin Jones instead of Kenny Golladay.
I did not have him. He was not my fictional build, as much as I'd love to lie and tell you he was. And Tom says, "Well, that's my captain, and I'm back." What a swing, what a roller coaster of emotions for undercover boss Tom. What a time to be alive. Holy cow. Well, we have just had two plays here in this sim that were better than anything we experienced in the nooner. CEH says Goodwin overpriced. Absolutely. $5,400 for a guy getting 12 points a sim. You kidding me? No doubt about it. You got to get him in there.
Looking to see if there's
tie for first currently.
Any NFL news. Marcus May accepted his franchise tag from the Jets, 10.612. And Marcus Williams franchise tag as well from the Saints. He accepted that.
Where is our man, Tom? Let's take a look here. Where's old T Pike? There he is. 44th right now. All right, 7-all. A couple minutes to go here, opening quarter. Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman. We got our man Patrick and Game Ops, Drew, our producer, undercover boss Tom, the TD. What a crew. Smash that like button. We're basically at 100. I'm greedy. I want more. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button, follow along on Twitch, all that good stuff you hear me rant and rave about all the time. Sean Preston, among the many who perhaps were not with us earlier, asking, why just the 4 sims today? I missed it. Happy to tell you. So there's no 4, there's no 6 today. We're back tomorrow with the normal 6 sims starting at noon Eastern that you are used to. We do come back later on for the 8 and the 10. It'll be Lamarca and Tom Ace for those two. There is no 4 and 6. That's because at 5 o'clock we will have a live stream of the American Cornhole tournament going on here for you on the Dream Stream, the YouTube and Twitch feeds, wherever you're finding us. And we hope you enjoyed that, obviously.
I was telling Tommy last night that he and Lamarca should have a wing eating contest on air during the sim. I don't know who my money would be on. Probably Lamarca.
Tom.
Yeah, Tom. Tom seems like a gamer.
Yeah.
Nice throw there. That's the Carson Wentz we're used to seeing. Rolling left, throwing across his body, perfect strike.
Brian says, must we smash the like button? Can we give it a simple tickle? Yeah, just, nudge it. Just make it happy to be here. Hit that like button.
So the reason I was looking at the NFL kind of information tab in my Twitter feed was because it's been a little quiet other than these franchise tag acceptances so far, and that's okay. But by the end of the day, Kenny Golladay could have a new home, my captain in our sim, which was a stupid play. And if Kyle Fuller actually hits the waiver wire today, if the Bears didn't work out a deal for him and didn't rework his deal, which seems like they aren't doing that, then I do think that the Broncos are expecting to be potentially in on Kyle Fuller. I know a few teams are. A team like the Colts could trade for him. They've got the cap space and could afford the $14 million. The Broncos supposedly have a 1-year deal on the table potentially, I guess. I don't know exactly how that works with a guy that's still under contract, but you start to have preliminary talks with agents when the team has told the agent that they're going to release the player. How about this? Sure. Both quarterbacks are perfect. 158.3 passer ratings.
Yeah, 142 passing for Wentz so far. I think is 99 for Golladay at this point. They each have the long touchdown, obviously, a 7-7 game. Or for Stafford, pardon me. I think I said Golladay. Johnson, 3 for 6 on the ground. We got Peterson, 1 for 15. So him showing his face. We'll take a look at the receiving numbers as well. Let's see here.
I need Golladay to get going as my captain so that he can prove that he's worth all the money that the Giants or Cincy or who else is in that? Philly, maybe?
1 for 92. Ertz, 2 for 22. Hawkinson, 2 for 17. Those are the notable numbers. Goddard as well, 1 for 23. So he's involved.
Yeah, that was a big catch there. That was the one where Wentz rolled across his body, fired back the other way.
Not bad.
Oh, yeah. I said Rager by mistake. I said, is that Rager? I don't have the roster handy, and it was Goodwin.
Drew noting executive sessions here was the what tournament? Can you explain there, Koff? There's a cornhole tournament, the American Cornhole League. It is coming up for you in just a few hours, a little less than that, 5 Eastern. Drew says it's in Wichita, which is why BK is wearing the Kansas shirt today. That's the reason, right?
Love repping one of the 50 states.
There you go. And a DT partner at that.
Yeah, there's not a lot of positive about that state other than the university that's in Lawrence.
I've spent very little time in Kansas. Sometime in my minor league hockey broadcasting days.
Oh, okay. Where were you? Topeka?
Wichita for sure. I'm trying to remember where else. I feel like there was somewhere else that we had games.
Who's the best minor league hockey player that ever called their game and they got to the NHL and lit it on fire?
Well, I mean, at that point in time, you got to be talking about, obviously, AAA. And, I mean, Brad Marchand, when he was drafted by the Bruins and was coming up in the minors, he was a lot of the guys that have filtered through the Bruins over the last decade were down in Providence when I was there. And so Marchand certainly is one of the premier players in the league right now. But like David Krejci, who just hit 700 career points, he was down there. Tuukka Rask was down there. There are a lot of guys who have gone on to the NHL. I think what's more...
Oh, man.
Lions will have it. See, going back the other way, gets to about midfield, and he's going to return at 37 yards.
I thought Flowers was going to have a house call there, the way that popped right into his hand. No review?
Guess not.
Brian C. wants to know if I went to Kansas. I did, in fact, attend Kansas. In fact, my senior year was the last time they were not a 4 seed or higher. But Kirk Heinrich, Drew Gooden, and Nick Collison were all freshmen, so you knew that things were trending up. So you didn't see Chara in the minors?
No, I definitely did not see Chara in the minors. He a little before my time. It is funny though, if anyone who has been pretty exposed to minor league sports, whether that's you worked in it or maybe you're just, you have a minor league team in your city and you have season tickets, or you go to a bunch of games, like you're just a fan. You've paid close attention to minor league sports, as a lot of people certainly do, especially in markets that don't have major league level teams. It is funny just seeing the talent gap, right, from league to league, and
just
realize how truly special even the worst players at the professional leagues are. When you look at some of the best players in the minor leagues, it's, I can think back, I was broadcasting games in AA hockey for a few years, and some of those
sometimes
guys,
did you feel like you could play? You're like, I could probably get beaten really badly there like that.
Well, but not even that. Like, you're watching, and I mean the truly great ones, the guys that like were just so head and shoulders above the rest, like could barely sniff. As we have another fumble, Detroit's going to get this one back, so 2nd and 27. Like, could barely sniff AAA, let alone the NHL. And it's like, man, like this guy's got like 80 points this season down here, and he'll get called up to AAA and like can't even stay in the lineup, let alone a guy who is dominant in AAA and is a fourth liner in the NHL. You know what I mean? And it's just, it's almost, especially as you watch them like day in, day out, and you're watching all these games, it's jarring. And certainly that's not just hockey either. You can look at the G League with basketball. You can look at obviously all the different minor league levels in baseball. It's a reminder of just how elite, and we know it, we say it, but you sometimes get caught up in, oh, this guy sucks. It's like, no, I mean, these guys are elite athletes, and they just, so like someone who rides the end of their NBA bench might, not be good relative to the rest of the league.
No, that always reminds me, sorry, cut you off just real quick, when people are like, oh, Alabama could beat the Jaguars. It's like, shut up. Alabama has a bunch of pros, but these guys were all the very best 1, 2, or 3 players just about at their likely Power 5 school also. So while they may have been at Vanderbilt or Tennessee when they were down, or TCU and not Texas or whatever, like a college team is not beating an NFL team. It's just not happening.
Right.
And yeah, that talent gap is obvious. So yeah, keep going. Sorry.
No, I mean, that's really the crux of it. It's just, I certainly haven't, especially having worked in it, I have an appreciation for minor league sports, but I really have an appreciation for the grind that these guys go through to even get there. Like, there's there are some guys that, again, sticking with hockey, because that's what I spent the bulk of my career doing early on. There are guys that are, like all-time leading minor league scorers that, again,
Crash Davis.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of thing, that just couldn't even sniff the pros.
How many, when you do minor league hockey, how hard is it to not reference the Hanson twins in the movie Slapshot, like every broadcast?
It really, what's kind of funny is it's not difficult. I mean, you might every once in a while just to kind of be silly, but it's not difficult because, these are real games. Like, these are professional games. These guys, like, this is their career. They're, it's not like the Johnstown Chiefs or some, like, random independent league where these guys are just kind of, it's like pickup hockey and they're just doing it to earn a few bucks and maybe have a job on the side. Like, these are their careers. Like, these guys, if they're in AA, they're trying to get to AAA and ultimately the NHL. If they're in AAA, they're certainly trying to get to the NHL and make a career out of it. And some of them are journeymen. Some of them are, fresh out of juniors or college and kids effectively. But you realize, and you certainly approach it this way, that, like, is the game as fast as the NHL? Of course it's not, but they are out there, playing other guys at their own speed, and these are competitive games and they're fun. It's, you'll get banged out buildings and thousands of fans and people that care about it as much as if it were the pros, and it's just more intimate, and the exposure is closer than you get obviously with professional athletes. These guys you can actually approach after a game and in the parking lot and try and get an autograph and that sort of thing. But it's
like have a beer with them at the sports bar near the arena if they weren't getting on the bus.
Sometimes, so it just feels more. In some ways, it's better because it is a business, but it's not a business in the way that the professional leagues are a business.
Sure.
And certainly fans can feel that, like you can You can have meet and like how often with a professional athlete, I mean, not including when they retire, obviously, but when they're playing, how often do you get like a meet and greet with a professional athlete that, you could just go to a, random charity event and they're there and taking pictures and signing autographs? Like that stuff just doesn't really happen anymore.
No, not too often. Not unless you're paying a lot of money.
Right. And at the minor league level,
every game,
weekly. And that's when you're trying to meet some of these guys that eventually, like, I was with the Providence Bruins for a handful of years, and Marchand, Rask, Krejci, and so many others. Like, the number of times that I'm driving these guys or going with these guys to just random, like, go sign autographs at a supermarket, but it's like it's before they're anybody, and so it's a cool fan connection for. I remember when, and then obviously they become a big deal at the next level.
Yeah. Now, at some of those situations as a broadcaster, you also have to serve as a team PR guy.
Right, 100%.
Did you have to do that there, or because
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you're
doing press releases and
you're doing PR, you're doing graphic design, you're doing marketing, you're writing the yearbook, you're media liaison, to the other outside media. You're doing obviously the broadcast. You might be like lugging bags on the road, helping the equipment manager. Like you're doing, you could be in the mascot outfit for a.
But you also probably had a chance to create relationships with some of these guys. Like, had you have played your cards right and been better pals with Marchand, you could have tickets every time he came to town, or when he was with Boston.
I could still reach out to him anytime. You just don't want to exploit those things.
Well, no, that's because y'all didn't become actual friends, is what I'm saying. Yeah, I didn't say become acquaintances. We all have acquaintances.
Yeah.
I'm saying y'all could have been real deal friends, and you blew it. Instead, you're stuck being friends with me.
Yeah. Just, it's downhill from here.
I can get you invited to Jay Glazer's charity event.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, Tom says literally my life when I work with the Brockton Rocks. That's what I'm saying. Same deal.
What sport is that?
Independent, low-level minor league baseball.
Okay.
Touchdown, Philadelphia.
Zach Ertz jumping up and down like he's about to get traded.
He's in my lineup, my fictional lineup that I.
Sure. So your fictional captain scored, and your fictional tight end.
No, I forgot. I had good ones in the lineup, but I forgot I had switched him out of the captain spot.
Because you were kind of. I feel like he was the last one. Oh yeah, Deshaun, right? You were thinking Sanders.
Yeah.
You switched it up.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. I'm not going to win, mainly because I don't have a real lineup.
Sure. I don't even know what place I'm in.
If I did, I probably wouldn't win.
I'm not even looking.
No, Harpo has just jumped in the front, first place with a two-way tie with Brooklyn Bum and Sparks J. Drew says, they say having a real lineup is half the battle. Though they should say it's the whole battle.
Yeah.
They really should. Goodwin already up over 30 points in the captain spot. He's hit the bonus. A couple of catches, has a touchdown. About 15 points for both Wentz and Ertz after that score. Stafford almost at 10. Amendola has done junk so far. Hawkinson has himself 5.5.
What do you think about when you're watching college basketball, really all year, but especially in this tournament, coaches dressing down and basically just wearing sweats and pullovers?
Well, like we have in the NBA now. Like there's no, you don't have to, coaches don't have to wear shirts and ties and jackets anymore. I like it. I'm fine with the coaches dressing down a little bit. You don't need to impress me with your wardrobe.
Well, we've been having it in football for a long time now.
I bet the coaches like it better.
Because that's what they wear the other 95% of the time, unless they have an event or something to go to. But football coaches are dressed down, and you can thank Bill Belichick for that in part. He takes it to the extreme.
Yeah.
Baseball coaches still wear managers, but I'm a much bigger fan of the managers, especially when the weather's any kind of cold. And really, we should just be at this point where they're wearing a hoodie over the actual jersey.
You don't like the idea of a manager being in the full uniform?
Yeah, the argument was like, oh, they're the only managers that go on the field. It's like, well, they don't step in between the lines. They walk to home plate and talk to the umpire, which is the same as talking to a referee 3 yards onto the field like a NFL coach will do, or like a basketball coach will certainly be on the hardwood when they're talking to refs.
You don't think Bill Belichick should be out there like wearing pads and
shoulder pads? Yeah, of course. In a helmet, it's obviously ridiculous.
I'd pay to see it,
but
though.
Let's be fair. You would be fine if managers were in like golf, kind of athletic-y golf pants, not like formal ones, but the ones that you see pretty much all the pro golfers wear now, and either a polo and or a hoodie, or or a pullover, a golf pullover, whatever. It would be totally fine, and I would still understand that they are the manager when they go out to talk to the umpire every time the camera cuts to them.
I mean, would I be fine? Meaning, like, am I going to lose any sleep over it?
Well, of course you're not. But I'm saying this seems like a silly tradition.
No, but if you were to say, like, if you had your druthers, like if if it were up to you, I actually like them out there.
You like seeing Don Zimmer in his uniform running out to fight?
I do. Maybe it's a purity of baseball thing and a tradition thing, but like I like the baseball pants, the socks, the cleats. Now, I don't need to see a jersey if you want to wear a sweatshirt or a pullover or whatever, but the hat, obviously. Like I don't know. I like the look.
Well, they'll probably still be wearing the hat. Do you really care what their pants are the second they're wearing a hoodie or a pullover anyway?
Again, do I care? No, but I like the look. If I had my pick, I would pick what they're doing. Drew says, put Popovich in a jersey.
Yeah, perfect.
But again, maybe that's just, traditionalist and what I'm used to. So it's a refusal to, I guess, think outside the box. I don't know, seeing a manager out there dressed like a golfer as compared to dressed the way I've always seen them dress.
Well, let's be honest. The game's evolved a bit. I mean, there was a time when people of color couldn't even play. So just being just doing it for the sake of nostalgia.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're talking about two very different things.
But the argument is the reason you like it isn't functional. It's because that's how it's always been, and I'm just going to always throw a hole in that logic because I think they could be out there in sweats and they would still get the job across, just like when you see a college or a high school coach go out to talk to an umpire at a baseball game. I still know that is not a player. He's not holding a bat or a glove or wearing a batting helmet.
Sure. I mean, I don't know. Do you not like a ball boy dressing like a player? Bat boy?
Yeah, they would still be fine in sweats. I would understand it. The little girl down the third baseline or first baseline, I realize she's not on the Red Sox.
Oh, you understand that?
Yeah, I'm able to discern. So if she were wearing a Red Sox hoodie and a Red Sox hat and sweatpants, I would know, oh, that's still the ball kid, not your right fielder.
What we got here?
I don't know.
Boston Joe says Don Zimmer storming the mound against Pedro.
Yeah,
and
I'm fine with him doing it, but
uniform. John says, "Wow, BK speaking in the general direction of the camera."
Trying. Well, I've got a TV. My TV's right here.
Yeah, your focus is only slightly off. Good one, by the way. 3 for 105, a touchdown. He's the only guy in the bonus, but then again, we're at halftime, so that's pretty impressive at this point. Ertz 4 for 48. He has a score 2 for 25 for your guy Galladay. Jeffrey has 2 for 21. Amendola 2 for 18. Miles Sanders, who normally can catch some balls here in these sims, is just 2 for 7 at the moment. How about 2 for 84 and a score for Jones? He had the 75-yard touchdown earlier. So we got some receivers with numbers at the moment.
Yeah, they're both eyeing the bonus.
Yeah. How about the QBs? Wentz is at 219, Stafford 165.
I like Wentz's chances to get to 300 more than Stafford's at this point, if I had to pick.
Yes. Lewis says, hey, Koff, how many entries in the 1-year anniversary special? So I don't have details to provide you on that yet. I know it's approaching March 28th, 8 days away, obviously, is the anniversary of these sims, which is just incredible. It has been almost a year. Who knows how many sims? Ballpark 2,000, maybe more at this point. Drew could probably tell me exactly how many there have been from Madden 21 with our, list that we have for all of the award winners and keeping track of the scores and everything. I can tell you it's a big number. We can see if we can effort that, but we've done a lot of these things. So I don't have any details on an anniversary contest yet, but stay tuned, obviously. 14-10. Philadelphia leading this one through 2 quarters. Stats are just about, no, they are up to date, as I say that. Fully up to date. Thank you, Patrick.
The best thing about the next half of this game is that I have an on-off switch on my mic.
There you go.
Apparently, Kansas forgot that you have to play both sides of the court. Okay.
So we head back to virtual Philadelphia. Rocky might be at the game. You think Rocky's at the game?
Virtual Philadelphia? Maybe. I don't think Sylvester Stallone is, but Rocky probably. Right? Virtual character probably goes to all the Eagles games since he's such a hero in Philly.
He could. Boston Joe, question for both broadcasters. How much time do you put into the background of your video shot?
Well, Koff puts a lot more because it just took years for it to get like that.
Well, I just mean like I come and sit down. This is what it looks like.
Mine takes about five minutes because I have to fire up the DraftKings logo on all 4 TVs, which takes a little bit of time to get it all dialed in. But I do some stuff at my bar, which I've done some Sims at my bar. I do a video feature now called BK's Happy Hour that we've been putting up every week.
I like that.
And so, yeah, it's in my bar. You know, talk to Benjamin Albright, who I work with here in town, who covers the league, and he does our night show. Had Ben Volen on last week. Had James Slater the week before.
I think I saw you promoting that one.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, the one with James gotten the most.
That's done the best.
Yeah, most views. Weird. You know. So without getting into specifics about this Kansas Eastern Washington game, there's a kid for Eastern Washington. Looks like an actual lumberjack. Kind of looks like Bill Walton in the 70s. In fact, they threw up a picture of Bill Walton next to him. He's got 22 points. I don't even know his name. Saw the picture they put up, and if you flip the game on, you're like, oh, there's the lumberjack BK. Full-blown, he might be a lumberjack who also plays basketball better than anyone on Kansas right now. Final score over Patrick Ewing's Georgetown squad. Colorado scored 96 points. I think it was like 96-62 maybe.
That's not close.
No, it was the second most points Colorado's ever scored, dating back in the tournament, dating back to 97 that they scored against A&M in 1969. Not a lot of defense being played in that because you know there weren't any threes being made. Colorado made $1 million today. If you can score 97 points without a three-pointer in 1969, you know that there was not a lot of defense being played.
Who's your champ, by the way?
Gonzaga.
Yeah, me too.
This feels like their year.
Way too chalky, but me too.
Yeah, it feels like their year. They've got 4 pros.
38. That ball is completed. A little shy of the first. If there's anything, by the way, that you folks would like to talk about in the chat, do not hesitate to hit us up. Obviously, it doesn't have to be football related. We haven't really done much at all today with the way of free agency and things like that. So we're happy to get into that if there's anything that you want to talk about. The Guru says, is the new Marvel movie any good? Well, are you talking about the new Marvel show?
The TV show? Yeah, have you watched it yet?
Falcon and Winter Soldier, which I've not watched yet. It just started. I just finished WandaVision, which was really good.
So WandaVision, I didn't realize they go through different eras of sitcoms as kind of the backdrop. See, I thought the one I saw when the 14-year-old was watching it was the one that was like the Brady Bunch send up. Right. And I was like, oh, it's going to be like this. Like, I like the idea that it's campy, but now I'm more intrigued to go check it out.
Well, and it's not even campy. It just starts campy. And
okay.
Then,
it gets into a Marvel Cinematic Universe feel quickly enough.
Yeah. The first like 2-3 episodes are deliberately campy and building toward where it goes. And it's only a 9-episode little.
Yeah, sure.
So, I watched it over the course of 2 days, I think. And it's
in between
really
episodes of Psych.
I'm done with Psych. I finished.
Oh, good, finally.
Loved it. Yeah, I didn't start WandaVision until I finished Psych. But if Guru, you're talking about if you're talking about a movie, maybe you mean the new DC movie, the Zack Snyder Justice League cut.
Yeah, somebody in the sim,
which is 4 hours long, and no, I've not watched it yet.
Somebody in the chat was watching it, took a break to check their scores and say hi to us, and then might be back to it.
Glash is in the chat, who is not calling a sim today. Glash says, Adam, when will you be sending your 4th straight loss in NBA today? Glash has had my number these last 3 days. And don't worry, Glash, you'll get your contest. Lineups don't lock until 8. You can also send it to me if you want. I don't always have to be the one forging, keeping our relationship in check. Maybe he is also a traditionalist and just likes to do things as they've always been. Yeah, Tom says it's a two-way street, Glash, this relationship. The Guru says, oh, really, Glash? You didn't take my invite last night. What are you talking about? I didn't take your invite. Well, if you did, I just didn't see it. And he's talking about Falcon and Winter Soldier, by the way, which I've not watched yet. I know it's one episode deep. I am looking forward to checking it out.
I think I'm going to watch that. We get 14-year-old back today. He's been on spring break with his dad and that his little brother and sister over there. They were up in the mountains skiing and stuff, so we get him back today. So maybe tonight. Well, I probably want to watch college basketball tonight, but soon. I'm much more excited about that than I was about WandaVision. But now you've maybe talked me into WandaVision too.
Look, I went into WandaVision trying to think of the best way to put it. If you would ask me just based on the trailer what I thought, I was confused and not excited.
Okay.
But then obviously, I didn't watch it week to week over the last 9 weeks that it was on. I waited until it was completely done so I could binge it. And shockingly, I didn't run into any spoilers along the way. So thanks to all of you out there in the chat and everybody just on the internet, I guess. But my expectations rose as everyone who I know and like and trust, who also enjoys the MCU, Marvel Cinematic Universe, just said how good it was. And man, you're going to love this. You need to watch it. Be patient with the first couple, and then it's amazing. And I watched it, and it did not, my expectations were, I didn't allow it to get overhyped by the people. It was awesome. It was just a well-written, well-acted, well-produced, well-thought-out little mini-series, like I said, that just an extension, obviously, of the MCU in the beginning of Phase 4, and not to go get all nerdy and down that rabbit hole, but it's a great watch. If you like the MCU stuff, you like the Marvel stuff, you will not be disappointed.
Let me ask, so why is it set up in these different sitcom settings? How does that play into it? Or does it explain it?
It explains it.
Okay. As long as it explains it, then I guess that's fine. Were there any cameos, without giving anything away, any cameos by big superheroes? Iron Man's obviously currently not with us. I don't know if you know what that, but that level.
No.
Okay. All right.
There are a couple of faces, and I think they might have both been in the trailer anyway. But
yeah.
But there are a couple of people that you have seen in other Marvel movies, but not. There's no big cameo that shows up at some point.
Yeah, if my man, what's Clark Gregg's character's name? That's the agent.
Right.
If he shows up, that doesn't surprise me.
Well, so that would surprise you only for this reason. This picks up where Endgame ended.
Was he dead at the end of Endgame?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, that'd be weird. All right. I thought he was still alive.
Yeah, so this isn't like the Black Widow.
No, I get it. Right.
That comes out. That's
that would. But I'm saying that would surprise me more if Kobe Smolder's character shows up. That wouldn't surprise me.
Sure. Yeah. Exactly. And she doesn't though.
Okay.
I was watching the whole time expecting to see somebody though, and it just never happened.
Yeah. See, somebody says they expected Captain Marvel to show up. Now this other one, my expectations are going to be higher, in part because Anthony Mackie's a really good actor, but with Captain America and what's it called? Is that what's called? Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
You're expecting just a little more juice than WandaVision because those are, in theory, bigger characters. Certainly, well, I don't know if they're bigger. I don't know. My expectations are higher for this than they are for WandaVision because I had 0 for WandaVision, but now you've talked me into going to watch it.
You should. I honestly, and I'll watch Falcon and Winter Soldier, and I am looking forward to it, and I know I'll enjoy it. But the one that from the beginning that I've been looking forward to is Loki. Loki is that's at the top of my list. I think that's going to be incredible when that thing.
Can you have Loki without Thor showing up? I guess.
Yeah, you can.
It'd be cooler if Thor did show up. Do we know? Has anybody paid enough attention? How many of those actors, other than Robert Downey Jr., are really out on this next phase of the Marvel Cinematic Universe?
Well, Chris Evans was supposed to be done, but then there have been reports that he may rock the shield again.
Here's the thing about Chris Evans, and I know he's obviously a Boston guy, big Pats fan. It was cool to meet him at that Super Bowl party you didn't meet me at.
Yeah.
But
Talk about it.
but he hasn't reached the level yet. Robert Downey Jr. was a great actor before he got into it. Even certainly Mark Ruffalo and Scarlett Johansson. So if all of them were out, or Jeremy Renner, like Chris Evans, like what else do you got going on, dude? You're just gonna do some rom-coms or a cop buddy movie.
Acting.
A cop. Look, I think he's a good actor. He's a level below them. To me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he'll win an Oscar here soon, and I'll shut up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was certainly true for a long time. I think he is. I'm not going to put him on like Downey's level, but he has. I think a lot of people would probably put him on Ruffalo's level. Maybe.
No way. In terms of acting ability.
No. In terms of like celebrity.
Oh, like Q rating. Yeah. But Mark Ruffalo is one of those guys that's like an actor's actor. That's why he just won the Golden Globe.
Yeah.
And to me, Chris Evans is like the same as Chris Pine. Like just be in whatever movies can make you money.
Or Chris Pratt.
No, Chris Pratt's on a different level.
All the Chris's.
Yeah, a lot of Chris's. Although Chris Pine, was he nominated for an Oscar? That movie was, where he played one of those two brothers where they robbed banks.
Yeah, I don't know.
That was a good movie.
Through 3, by the way, 14-10. Still, Philadelphia is in front. Abby Rizzle says, "Coffee, you're usually skilled at telling long stories with timely play-by-play inserts. You're losing us."
Yeah, sorry.
This is my greatest fear, Abby Rizzle. You have no idea. 6 for 120 for Goodwin, a touchdown. Ertz 5 for 57. He has a score. Let's see. Anyone else other than Jones who had that long touchdown up over even 40 yards? We got Jeffrey at 39, Goddard 29, Hawkinson 25, 36 for Amendola. So a little bit quieter for some of the others.
Hell or High Water was the name of that movie.
Oh, there you go. Harpo, Brooklyn Bum, and Sparks J are tied for first currently with 100.43 points in our Mad Matinee. The Stafford Wentz, this doesn't look right. Free roll out of 159 entries. Although really I should call it 157 because me and Sean G failed to enter our lineups in time like idiots. Goodwin, the captain spot. North of 40 points, Wentz, Stafford, Ertz, Hawkinson, Amendola. Tom points out Ruffalo still needs a standalone movie with the MCU. It's true. I don't think that's going to happen at this point, but maybe I'm wrong.
Did you like the standalone Hulk movie, though, with Ed Norton, who's obviously a great actor, too?
No, it was bad. It was a bad movie. And the one before that with Eric Bana was even worse.
That was worse.
That one's not considered.
I don't think I minded the Hulk movie with Ed Norton as much as you seem to.
Yeah, I didn't think it was good. I do think it gets probably, like Tom says he liked it. I think it probably gets more pan than it should be.
Yeah.
But I didn't, it's at the bottom of the Marvel tier, that's for sure.
Okay, but that bar to me is higher than people realize. Like true cinephiles, if they don't, if they want to start talking trash about the Marvel movies, I'm like, all right, hang on. I think they're better than people give them credit for. And then if you're going to rank them based on, having Marvel characters, I'm fine ranking that one a lot lower, but that didn't mean I didn't enjoy the movie.
But it was so ambitious to begin with, like and successfully done, by the way. Like for all these, like the Scorseses and people who say like they're not even cinema or they're not films or they're not whatever his wording was. I mean, find me, and you can't, so this is rhetorical. Find me a collection of 25 movies or whatever they were, all linked together, telling one, or a series of massive stories to get to one satisfactory culmination, the way they did with Infinity War and Endgame. Like, I just thought that was the foresight over the course of that decade from everybody involved was just so incredibly well done that it's amazing to me that anyone out there criticizes it in general.
Yeah, to integrate it all, it's a credit to what's the dude's name that runs it all?
Kevin. Feige.
Yeah, and Jon Favreau I think had a lot to do with it from where they jumped in early and then he was involved in it kind of all the way through.
Yep.
It's much easier to figure out the chronology of watching those movies, mostly thanks to Captain America, versus trying to figure out how to watch all the X-Men movies.
Must be says if you like the Ed Norton Hulk, you like the original Batman. Is that a dig? Because the original
Michael
Batman,
Keaton, original Batman
with Michael Keaton was awesome. So I'm confused by that.
I think that's the insinuation. Like, no one's talking about the George Clooney Batman or even the Val Kilmer Batman.
Yeah.
Michael Keaton Batman.
The Adam West Batman? What are we talking
Adam
about?
West Batman,
Guru says Doctor Strange is a really good movie. Doctor Strange was awesome.
Doctor Strange was great.
I saw Doctor Strange, if I remember right, I saw Doctor Strange on a plane. That was one of those. This is obviously.
You saw it on a plane, man.
Yeah, because it was one of those movies that, I loved a lot of the Marvel movies and your traditional characters, like the ones that, you grew up knowing about, Captain America.
Yeah, you have to be kind of into comic books to know who Doctor Strange is for sure.
But I wasn't necessarily ready to go to the Doctor Strange level, meaning like, I've heard of him, but like, do I really care? I didn't read those comics and whatever. But then I watched it and it was incredible and, really, really well done. The special effects and just the storytelling and obviously the acting was just that was probably the one of all the Marvel movies based on who it was and when it was and all that sold me on, okay, like now I need to really invest myself in all of like everything MCU. I'm in. Like Doctor Strange was that good, a dude that I didn't even care about, I'm in. And to circle it back to WandaVision, and I was saying this to Drew before he came on, classic point. Like Scarlet Witch is not a character that I had any personal level of, I don't care. I don't really care about a miniseries about the Scarlet Witch and Vision. I just don't. But they make you care. It was that good. It was just that well done. 2nd and 2 from the 24, 5 minutes to go regulation, 14-10 Philly still.
All right, so you did WandaVision. You're going to do Captain America and Winter, or whatever, Falcon and Winter Soldier. What else is on your list? What was I trying to get? I was trying to get you to watch Veep.
Yeah, which I've done a handful of. It's just not a show that I feel like I can binge. Boston Joe says Benedict Cumberbatch is an excellent actor. Absolutely. Guru says, same Kaufman. I was clueless, but it's my favorite Marvel movie. It's really good. I mean, they all are. It shouldn't be surprising. And now it goes to that next place. You watch, you get invested in the character, and you're excited about what they do next. Like, I'm looking forward to the next Doctor Strange movie, and it's probably going to be great.
Well, okay, so I started that question, and then we kind of got off on a tangent talking about Chris Evans.
Said he was talking about the Adam West Batman, so okay. I feel better now.
All right, well, so, but looking at the MCU, knowing Downey's out, and maybe Chris Evans.
Yeah.
Which, I don't know. Chris Evans, the longer the series went on, the less I liked Captain America.
Really?
Yeah, I just kind of over it.
I liked him. Maybe it's because I just enjoy Chris Evans. I think he's...
I don't mind Chris Evans. His character was I don't know. But I'd be fine if he's not back. I'll miss Downey and Iron Man more than I'll miss Chris Evans and Captain America.
Well, I mean, he's the reason for all the success.
Sure.
Started with him.
But so, what's on the horizon in terms of...
Well, there's a whole timeline and map for Phase 4.
That's what I'm saying. So what's coming other than we know the Black Widow movie's done and just waiting to be released?
I could Google it here. Let's see. Phase 4 Marvel.
Also, Jeremy Renner and Hawkeye, as much as I like Jeremy Renner as an actor, like Hawkeye,
I mean that's a perfect that's like Scarlet Witch. Same thing. Like I'll go into it with the mindset of, yeah, Renner's good, Hawkeye's fine. I don't really care, but I'll watch it because I sort of feel like I have to, and then maybe I'll really enjoy it. So what you have ahead, obviously Black Widow comes out this year and would have come out last year. You have Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. I don't know a lot about that.
I don't know what that is because I don't read comic books.
The Eternals. Next Spider-Man, No Way Home, is 2021.
Okay, I'm all in on those. Tom Holland's a fun Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Let's run it in, dude. Run the ball, Matt.
Go, Matt. Incomplete. You've got the next Doctor Strange in 2022, the next Thor movie, Love and Thunder, in 2022, Black Panther 2, which obviously...
Another Thor with Chris Hemsworth?
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
You have the next Black Panther movie in 2022, which obviously is going to be really interesting, the way they're...
Yeah, how do they do that? Are they going to try to CGI Chadwick Boseman?
He's not in it. They're not doing any sort of. No.
So they're just recasting it. I mean, they recast.
No, they're not recasting. There's no Black Panther.
In the Black Panther movie.
It's Black Panther 2, but it's written around the other characters.
Huh. That's exciting.
Yeah, they're not gonna. They made it a point to say there was no CGI. They're not recasting. They're not replacing him like he's the only guy. There's which I respect, by the way. There's Captain Marvel 2 in 2022. The next Guardians Volume 3 is 2023. Then you have another Ant-Man and Wasp movie coming out.
I'm all in for those because I'm a big Paul Rudd guy.
They're gonna
being someone who he did not graduate from Kansas, but cheers for Kansas, who, by the way, took a 1 point lead.
And then they're going to try and do. They're going to give it another go with the Fantastic Four. They're going to try that again.
It has a shot now, depending on who the writer and the director are, and obviously who plays the characters. Although that matters almost a little less, I think.
You also.
Marvin Jones definitely in line for Krusty Kristall player of the game.
Yeah, he's doing really well.
I told Tom he could do Krusty Carroll player of the game when he's the one picking it. He's like, well, I thought that's cost thing. I'm like, it was till I made it my thing. Like, it could be your thing, dude, whatever you want. He wanted to give it the double nickel. So he called it the double nickel award. I'm like, whatever, man. At that point, we'd gone to double overtime. Tom and I have done 2 games. Both went to double overtime.
Is that right?
Only double overtime games I've ever had.
By the way, for TV specials, obviously it was WandaVision, and then Falcon and Winter Soldier is now, Loki is later this year, and then there are others. There's Ms. Marvel.
What's that?
I don't know.
So there is a Hulk coming.
Hawkeye, She-Hulk.
Oh, She-Hulk.
There's an I Am Groot TV show, evidently, that's happening.
I don't know. I think it's funny that Vin Diesel is the voice of that.
I think me too. Like, what? I mean, I hope they're not paying him much.
I'm guessing, yeah, like there's no way he's getting what the other actors get, but he's probably getting paid more than obviously a normal voice actor would get for that. And it's got to be because he's got to be friends with somebody, you know. Like
anybody could play that role. I could play that role.
I think there's probably a tie to whoever directed that first Guardians, or
just as effectively.
Absolutely. There's a reason beyond just, hey, it'd be, cute to have Vin Diesel do this.
Guru says, by the way, you 2 announcers, we still need to get an NBA Jam game going. Mine's collecting dust.
Yeah, I've only played mine once in the last 2 weeks.
That one night also.
Oh, it's not going to happen right now with the NCAA tournament going on and Falcon and Winter Soldier. So I was excited to see Taika Waititi's doing Thor: Love and Thunder. Because that last Thor he did, it was just so funny. It was just a funny movie.
Yeah, well, and he was the best part of it. Never mind directing it. Like, as an actor, he was the best part of it.
Did you see the movie he did where he was nominated for an Oscar with Scarlett Johansson?
I don't know if I did.
Oh, it was great. I saw it in the theater. I try to see all the Oscar Best Pictures. I've got a 10 or 12 year streak now. It was called Jojo Rabbit. Yeah, it's on HBO.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah,
where he plays Hitler.
Yeah, and he was great. He
Yeah.
was so good. Although the little guy, not the main character.
Oh, the kid was.
No, but his best friend, the kid with glasses, might have been my favorite part of the movie.
He was great too. Everything about that movie was great except for the premise.
Right.
The backdrop, I should say, not the premise. The backdrop.
Sure. Yeah, the premise was good. Backdrop, not so much. But he was to the extent that one would ever obviously celebrate somebody portraying Hitler. He was fantastic.
Yeah, right. All things considered. But when I saw that Thor movie he did, the Ragnarok, I was like, I was just laughing the whole time.
Yeah.
And then I talked to a buddy of mine.
Movie, which is not a hot take.
I talked to a buddy of mine who's a comedy writer out in LA, and he's like, oh yeah, you got to go watch his movie on Netflix that basically got him on the map. And I'll tell you what that's called. It is called What We Do in the Shadows.
Okay. I don't know it.
From 2014 that he made down in New Zealand. And I think it's on Netflix. It's supposed to be great. Oh, he did Scott Pilgrim too?
I didn't realize that.
I didn't realize that either. Are we sure? I'm not saying.
Wasn't
Tom's wrong there.
Wasn't Chris Evans in that movie for a hot second?
That's a good question.
The World? feel like he was. 17-14 game.
I'm not seeing his credit for.
Drew says Chris Evans movie credits. Go. All right, we'll play the game.
I'm not seeing this for Scott Pilgrim.
How many?
These are actors.
How many acting credits do you think Chris Evans has? Can't look it up.
Look, I just got a text from. I'm not going to say it on air because I don't want to.
Wait, was it Chris Helmsworth?
No.
Hang on, I gotta make my screen bigger. Oh, could you tell him I want to get in touch?
About what?
I just want to talk sports.
Oh, okay. I'll see what I can do.
I want to have him on my podcast.
Okay. Yeah, get in line. I want to get him on BK's Happy Hour.
Well, I just...
Tommy Freespop just had him on his podcast with.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah, I don't think he's just like, hey, where can I do more podcasts?
Maybe he should.
I mean, he was on with Rob Lowe, Bill Simmons, and Morton Anderson. So, my brother-in-law, who's from just across.
Was that? Wait, hang on. I feel like this is an important detail. Was that an uninitiated text or
no? I was talking about this lumberjack that's killing Kansas, and he said he's balling.
I just want to know if you heard from him out of the blue.
No, every now and then, but it's usually a response, which I'll take, considering he's not great with his phone anyway. One time he FaceTimed me, and I was like, "This is a butt dial," and I open it, and two of our really good friends who actually sold us our camper, it's one of my wife's best friends, they were in Phoenix golfing, and we're at the course playing right in front of him, right behind him, and so he thought it'd be fun. They went up and said they, knew me and my wife, obviously really good friends. He's like, "Oh, let's call him."
Field goal is good. 17-all with 8 seconds left. Boy.
Of course we're going to get overtime with me trying to focus on this game.
So what do we got? Acting credits for Chris Evans. What's the number? It's going to be higher than I think.
Oh, wait. Are we doing movies?
All
overall?
What is the number that would show up on his IMDb page? Because that's where Drew's going to pull it from.
Oh, I'm going to say 45 at least.
Well, you can't see. What's your number?
45. 45.
All right, it's higher than that. I'm trying to price his right rules it up, though, and not go over.
I don't know what his like TV stuff though was. Like, was he in 50 TV shows or was he in 3?
Right. Well, not 50. I'm gonna say Drew 67. 57. Right in the middle.
So who wins?
Well, by Price
you were
right
10,
rules.
but Price is Right rules.
Price is Right rules, you win. I guess closest I win.
Yeah. Well, you're the one that called Price is Right rules. I would have given it to you, but you'd established the rules before it started.
You did.
Well, so
$1.
This is a bigger question, and I know that you have a big movie screen in your house, and I have one in my house. My favorite thing is going to the movies, and
same here. It's my personal haven.
Yeah, and my wife hates it, which is fine. Like, I'll go see 2 or 3 movies by myself, no problem.
In one day,
and have forever, easily. Yeah. I got in the habit of going to the movies by myself, living in New York, because you'll get in a part of town to meet somebody, and I'll have nothing going on, and they'll be working or doing whatever. I'm like, I'm just gonna jump into this movie theater here on 42nd Street because why not, and go see something. And so I've been going to movies by myself for 20 years.
Sure.
And seeing multiple movies in it.
Yeah. No, what better?
So when we get past the pandemic here soon, knowing now that HBO Max is bringing these movies straight to your house and Disney Plus, what is going to be not your enthusiasm, but just frequency with which you'll go to the movies compared to what it was before?
Well,
and 3 kids play into it. Hopefully they'll get into the Marvel movies too, and as these come out, you can take your 2 older ones for sure.
Well, so that's the thing.
Why spend 20 when you can spend 80?
Right. Well, 90. I was someone pre-kids who would go to, like, I would go see 2, 3 movies.
Yeah, of course.
2, 3, 4 movies in a day, and I would do it like once every couple weeks if there were enough things that I wanted to see. Maybe I'd go alone, maybe I'd go with buddies. Like, huge going to the movies. Love it. My wife would be like, that's just such a total waste of a day. And I'm like, no, this is the perfect way to spend a day. But for since I've had kids, like, and this is obviously pre-pandemic, I mean, maybe I'd get to a movie once every few months. So it really just didn't happen.
Well, so what helped is my oldest one, my stepson's a big movie fan too and loves the movies just like I do. So I got the AMC. AMC had that membership, right? It was like $20 a month, and you can see 3 movies a week, and you can see first run, like day of IMAX movies. So then I'm only buying his ticket, but it's an easy sell to my wife. Like, hey, this is our thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying it won't be again, but he's now a little bit older. He'll still want me to take him to all the big Marvel movies and do all that. So IMAX, I think that'll be easy. But smaller movies for sure that I would go see in the theater, especially these Oscar movies, I'm going to have no chance. It's going to definitely be basement screenings for me going forward. Just we also have a lot more kids. Like the idea that after a day of hanging out with the family and it's just my wife and I'm like, I'm going to go to the movies now by myself here at 9:30.
Right.
It's almost an impossible.
Well, like you said, with the big screen, like you can just, grab a drink, some candy, and like go downstairs and feel like you're going to the movies.
Absolutely. And I guess that's where it's at too, is that whether you have a big screen like you or I do, or people that are now 65, 75, 85, right? Every time you go to the store, you see a bigger TV that's cheaper, and it's mind blowing.
Right.
I'm not mad as long as they keep making cool movies. As much as I love the movie theater, it's sort of like when you're talking about where we started the conversation, baseball managers wearing uniforms and coaches at first and third base. Like, just because we all used to go to the movies doesn't make me love movies any less. It's just how we're going to consume it. My favorite, though, is whether it's a kid or an adult that's watching a Marvel movie on their phone, or like you saw Doctor Strange on the airplane.
Right.
And it's like, well, this movie was not designed for a 4-inch screen.
But you know what? To that point, I will tell you that maybe half of WandaVision I watched like lying in bed on my phone.
Okay. But that's also like that's big-ish. That's not Avengers Endgame.
But it was fine. So we are obviously in overtime at this point after Philly has had the ball. Detroit, any points win this thing. We do not end in a tie. So we will play until we have a winner, but even a field goal wins this thing for the Lions. Eric says, does anyone ever sit in the front row at a movie theater?
No.
Not this guy.
I'll leave.
I will, I would rather not go than sit in the front row. For me, like the 3/4 of the way back, ballpark, I don't have like a specific row or seat or something like that, but ballpark 3/4 of the way back is where I would like to be.
Let me ask, bigger movie, near when it's opening, are you okay if there's empty seats? Would you rather have a better seat but have a stranger on one side of you, or be in a corner, lower, or even super high, but have a seat in between you and the next person?
I don't care.
I think I want to be as dead middle as possible.
Yeah, if I were to have a preference, I would agree with that, but I really don't. I can't think of a time that I've ever picked seats out based on what's around me.
Well, there's sometimes where you'll open you'll open an app or whatever, and you'll be there, and there'll be 20 people that have already bought tickets, and they're kind of jumbled in the middle, so you can go a couple rows up or down or a little further to the aisle maybe, and thus you're not in the middle of the screen.
Right.
But you're not near anybody. I have a hard time believing that your brain didn't just click in like, oh, I'd rather have a seat or two between me.
Yeah. A lot of the time too, like obviously the way these theaters are configured, if you're sitting in a corner or you're sitting at the end of a row, like your viewing experience is not going to be any worse. There's a big completion of the 11, so this should end the game. Jones again, 37-yarder. Whether it's a touchdown or a field goal, we are, barring a turnover, in position for the Lions to come away with this thing. I just don't, generally, unless you're sitting in the front row, like you don't really have too many bad options.
No. Especially the bigger the theater.
Right. Now they got the plush, comfy seats too. Stafford, pressure coming his way, lifts it, lofts it, out of play.
I assume that AMC hasn't been charging me for my monthly thing. I haven't checked though.
You might want to check that.
Yeah, I need to. Because some theaters around here are open for sure. And I got a buddy from work that he'll go with his kids in the middle of the day. And my sister-in-law, for our nephew's birthday, we went and saw the Croods. They rented out the whole theater, but it was like only 20 seats or whatever that were allowed to be sold. So it actually was great.
Very first one of those the other day, and really enjoyed
Not bad.
it.
Yeah, it's enjoyable. Second one's enjoyable too. But so that was the first time taking the 2.5-year-old to a movie theater, and this kid loves movies. But because his cousins were there and people were getting up and down, he wasn't as into it. But he's really locked in on Disney Plus here in recent days.
It's
so recent days and weeks, and so it's like he gets up and he wants to watch a movie, or when the other one's sleeping, he wants to watch a movie.
You got the new Mighty Ducks series dropping next week too.
Really? I don't know if I'm in on that. We'll see.
I'll check it out. You know what I said I was going to check out that I haven't yet is the Peacock Saved by the Bell sort of.
Yeah, but do you have to pay for Peacock, or does your free Peacock get you that?
I think if I'm not mistaken, I think you get everything with the free Peacock. It's just what the levels of free versus paid. The only thing that changes is how many ads you do or don't have to watch. But I think all of the content is still available.
If that's true, that goes back to my streaming service question, and I feel better about that. But we'll see how that goes too, for football.
Right.
For football, for Sunday Night Football, and I guess really Sunday Night Football is the only game NBC has. Playoffs. For those wondering, my patience level has gone down slightly, or whatever it is, because Kansas is up 10. Sorry.
For the win, Matt Prater, good.
And the Arizona Cardinals' newest signee is a hero. The 2013 Cardinals would have been awesome.
I'm sixth in the Coffrey roll. Well, we'll see if that holds there with that Prater field goal. Prater, who was not in my fictional lineup, can't even pretend he was.
I had him in there, and then I swapped him out for Amendola.
It's always something.
134th. I actually got worse this sim somehow, which is fine because Kansas is now up by 12.
So we have CRB 5669 positioned, barring any stat adjustments, for the victory, but we will see. Right now, about a 3/10 of a point lead, with Jones in the captain spot, who went off 50+ points, 6 for 136, couple touchdowns. Wentz and Stafford each went for 20+. You had Wentz 328, hit the bonus, obviously, couple of touchdowns. Stafford 317 with a couple of touchdowns. Scores, still evolving a little bit here. Wentz just jumped up to about 25 points. Both those guys, terrific. Again, bonuses for both. We'll look at the rushing and receiving numbers, and then we'll give out the awards also, obviously. I think you could absolutely make Marvin Jones Jr.
Yeah, I think that's going to be my player of the game. I think so.
Yeah.
Scores twice. Come on. He was owned, 30% of the time?
About 40%, 6% in the captain spot. But still, I mean, phenomenal day. Honorable mention maybe for Matt Stafford, who went for 24 points in the flex and 37% ownership, 2% in the captain spot. So none of the rushers were any good. Miles Sanders, 10 for 28. Kerryon Johnson, 7 for 30. DeAndre Swift, 5 for 35. No touchdowns for any of them, obviously. A fumble for Carson Wentz. You had Ertz go for 20. 6 for 80 with a touchdown for him. We'll check out the receivers here. Swift, Johnson, both part of that projected winning lineup here for CRB 5669. Who would you like to go with the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award? Is it Miles Sanders? Is it
Jalen Reagor got me a goose egg, but that's not that unsurprising. Miles Sanders, 12 points. Yeah, probably, because he was so highly owned.
Deshaun Jackson, 2 for 21.
Yeah, your captain, Deshaun Jackson. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Deshaun, you earned it.
Just because. So Ertz, 7 for 89 to score, a couple of touchdowns for Jones, 6 for 143. Goodwin goes 6 for 120. Yeah, 7 for 30 for Sanders. So, made up for it a little bit in the passing game. Amendola, 4 for 36. Galladay, 3 for 36. We still have numbers jumping around a little bit, but still should be CRB coming away with the victory here. So coming up for you over the course of this Dream Stream Day. Again, there are no Sims at 4 and 6 because we have our American Cornhole League competition at 5 o'clock Eastern time available to you here on YouTube and Twitch. And then Sims resume 8 and 10, both Matt Lamarca and Tom Carroll. It'll be Seahawks Cardinals at 8, Dolphins Patriots at 10 o'clock. And that is what is in store for you a little bit later on, not to mention a whole lot of college basketball over the course of the day as well. Tomorrow, BK rejoins for a pair with Jason Rossi for both at 4 and 6. So the two Sims that you won't have today, BK will be on tomorrow. I will be with you for the first two once again tomorrow with Jeff Ulrich. We've got the nooner and the 2. So should be a good time. Looking forward to that.
This was a pleasure.
Or just go Kansas?
No, yeah, it's Rock Chalk Jayhawk. I think I can say that now. We're up 12 with 3.5 minutes left. So what sucks, though, and we were talking about this last night, Tommy and I is you don't feel this as much because Syracuse hasn't been very good. But when you're a Kansas basketball fan, most of the tournament's just about relief, not excitement when you win. Like you're getting beat by Eastern Washington by 10, and you're just yelling at the TV like, what's wrong with us? Now you're up 10 or 12. Although Lumberjack is banging in threes like it's nothing. So you guys go check this Lumberjack out, and I'll let everybody go check the Lumberjack out. Hopefully Kansas hangs on, but it's not until you get to the Final Four that you're like, okay, fine, it was a good year. And it's kind of a crappy way to be a fan. Nonetheless, I've got about 3 minutes left to yell at TV or just relax, and then by tomorrow, everything will be good.
See, welcome to being a Patriots fan for the last 20 years.
Yeah, exactly. Patriots fans, Alabama football, Ohio State, Yankees fans, Lakers fans. That's how it is. Yeah. It's championship or bust, which is a good way to be, but also a tough way to enjoy something where, like, my friends that went to Colorado are elated that, Colorado is all over Georgetown by 20 or 30, whatever the final was. So, all right, cool.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thanks to Drew. Thanks to Undercover Boss Tom. Thanks to Patrick, the whole crew. And thanks to all you in the DK Sim fan. We'll catch you again a little bit later on. Stay tuned. You've got the American Cornhole League event coming up in a little less than 2 hours. Sims resume at 8 o'clock Eastern time tonight.
Rock Chalk.
So, mentioned the Patriots background. Obviously, you live up there. We got to dive into it. And people are saying, well, there's been other years where they've spent, and that's true, but not to this extent, Field, and not to this volume. What's your reaction to what the Patriots have done these first few days?
Well, this is also the first time they've had this kind of money to spend, right? Because for the past 20 years, up until last, they had a franchise quarterback. And I understand that early in Tom Brady's career, it's not like he was paid on top of the market until he reached his first deal, which I believe was 2003. But the Patriots did have a few players who were on the higher end of the pay scale when Bill Belichick was initially hired from the previous regime. Guys like Ty Law were well compensated amongst others, Lawyer Malloy. But this is the first time the Patriots have had this kind of money to spend. And I was mentioning some of the rules I have in free agency. And, I mentioned I want to try to understand a team's thinking. I also have a rule that, I try to evaluate each deal independent of other deals that team may have made financially, as opposed to looking at them all in sort of in conjunction, which when the Patriots spend so much money on so many players, it's hard not to look at them in total. Ross, I think that when you have the year you had last year, where they went 7-9, and that felt like, honestly, it felt like the apocalypse up here in New England. That's how disappointing a 7-9 season is. And I don't think you're going to be satisfied with incremental improvements, especially when you have this unique window with all the money to spend, the cap being so low that other teams were ill-equipped to make significant investments. And also, I understand that some of the money seems substantial on these players, Jonnu Smith, Hunter Henry, Matt Judon amongst them. But I would just say this, is that I don't look at any of the investments they made as bad players, right? We'll see how the contracts age. I think all the players are really good players. And I think that, who knows? Again, free agency, there's so many examples of deals not aging well. But, if you, in a vacuum, I don't know that any of those deals struck me as significant overpays. I think when you stack them all together, people feel like the Patriots have just opened up the bank and, what is it being done carelessly? No, there's more than enough of a track record to show us this team does not make decisions carelessly. They've earned the benefit of the doubt 100 times over. They're markedly better in terms of talent. It's a much more professional outfit on the roster going into next year. So I think the team, honestly, on paper, I know that's sort of a dangerous thing to do in the middle of March. On paper, strikes me as a team that I would expect them to be very much in the playoff mix coming next year.
Yeah, I guess the one that jumps out to me the most, probably just because I live near Philadelphia and I do the Eagles pregame and preseason TV, the Nelson Aguilar one, where he gets $22 million for 2 years, $16 million of it's evidently guaranteed. Man, I think John Brown's getting $3.8 million, Emmanuel Sanders $6 million, Keelan Cole $5.5 million. Even Will Fuller is less than what Aguilar is getting. So that's the one that seems out of character, because he's had a lot of really bad moments. He had some really good moments last year for the Raiders, but man, he's had some rough moments that I've seen personally in Philadelphia. That one, I would say that one's the one that probably surprised me the most.
Yeah, I think that's been the one that has probably caused the most reaction, just because of how slow the wide receiver market has moved otherwise. At the time that you and I are having this chat, Kenny Golladay and Juju Smith-Schuster remain unsigned. Curtis Samuel wound up getting the 3 years and $34.5 million from Washington. That's $11.5 per year. Corey Davis got 3 for $37.5, which, talk about a great contract for the player. That's awesome. Corey Davis right now atop the wide receiver market. And I'm not saying the Jets made a bad move, but that just struck me as good, really strong deal for the player in that regard. I think with Aguilar, it's a good reminder to me that we're paying for projections. We're not paying for past performance in free agency, right? At least that's what you should be doing for things to work out in your favor. It's a significant investment in Aguilar. I know that Philadelphia, even with some highs, as you mentioned, and playing really well against the Patriots in the Super Bowl, ironically, I understand how that's going to be a sort of a radioactive signing in some ways because of his 5 years in Philly. I also know that in Vegas, he was loved. He was a guy that immediately won over the organization. So many players there, played really well, finished second in the NFL, 18.9 yards per reception last year. We'll see. But, Ross, I know you watched the Patriots offense last year. And while Damiere Byrd is a useful sort of third or fourth wide receiver, the lack of playmaking was so evident in the passing game for them last year that running it back without a significant upgrade at wide receiver, and I understand there are other options, but I think part of the Patriots thinking is let's get the guy that maybe was our preference out of these free agent wide receivers and figure it out from here. And Aguilar has a unique opportunity, and we'll see whether he can cash in on it.
Field, last one, and this has been phenomenal. Can't thank you enough. What do you think the Patriots are more likely to do at quarterback moving forward? We know they have Cam. I think they're more likely to sign a guy or maybe even make a trade for Marcus Mariota. Sounds like the Raiders might release him, or draft somebody high, like maybe even round 1 or round 2. Which do you think is more likely? Because it feels like they're going to do one of those two, or maybe even both. Like get another veteran guy, but also get a young guy.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to draft a quarterback early. And by the way, Ross, that may come with some sort of audacious compensation to get to where you need to get to pick a reasonable quarterback, right? I don't know that if they sit and hang tight at pick 15, whether they will actually have a quarterback available on the board. It's one of the 5 we've all been talking about. So they may have to move up the board, which is not going to be easy, especially because we have a lot of other teams that are interested in those quarterbacks. But the Patriots going 7-9 last year left them where they are right now in the draft order. I personally, and there's a lot of football left this offseason, I personally believe, if I had to guess right now, the Patriots are going to be picking, more like 20 next year, maybe even low 20s next year, than 15 again, which means that in 2022 during the draft, which as of right now, people who are tapped in with the draft say the quarterback class is not as strong as this year's, means you're going to be further down the draft order with less options available. So I understand that moving up the draft board can be difficult and pricey, but at some point you need to identify the quarterback of your future.
that time of the week again, joined by Gary and Thorne, Steve Buchanan. I'm Adam Kaufman, and we are doing a deep dive for each and every division across Major League Baseball, not only the DFS perspective, but obviously the DraftKings Sportsbook angle of things as well as we get ready for the Major League Baseball season. Guys, let's do the National League East today, okay? Now we begin with the Atlanta Braves, who, of course, during the pandemic-shortened season, did go out and win division title. Their top player, as we know, it's Ronald Acuna Jr. Gary, and let's begin with you. Is this the top fantasy player on that team?
On the team, yes. I think when you start talking about the league as a whole, that's where the debate gets really interesting, because this is probably the first year we've had in maybe a half decade, maybe a full decade, if you just want to say, since Mike Trout came into the league, where we have a legitimate case to be made that there are maybe as many as 7 players you could conceivably take with the number 1 pick in a fantasy draft for 2021. But for me, it's either Acuna or Tatis, and I do lean Tatis. It's almost comical how similar these two players are based on their 2021 projections. Essentially across the board, it's like a 280 average, 100 runs scored, 100 runs driven in, 35 home runs, 25 stolen bases. But I think the one differentiating factor for these two guys is that I just trust Tatis's batting average a little bit more. He's consistently hit the ball harder. He's consistently had better exit velocities. And that was the one area where Acuna struggled a little bit last season. His expected batting average was really low. That strikeout rate is starting to creep up around 30%. So again, we're splitting hairs to the nth degree, but I do think Tatis is number 1.
If there's one thing I know about you, Bukes, you love Fernando Tatis Jr. Which guy, if it's one of those two to begin with, he and Acuna, is the number 1 draft pick for you?
Yeah, I mean, I have my reasons to like Tatis, but we don't have to get into that. But if you look at the current ADP, which is average draft position for all you newbies, Acuna is going number 1 right now. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, he's already off to a really hot spring, 3 home runs in 9 spring training games as we record this right now. Last year on pace for 50 home runs, just under 30 stolen bases, 108 RBIs. Like, that is a great player to take number 1. But like Garion said, even if you have the 2, 3, 4, or 5th pick, you're sitting pretty. Can you imagine having to decide if, should I take Acuna, Fernando Tatis, Juan Soto? Like, you're in a great spot. There's a lot of great young players that are in the major league right now. Is Acuna number 1? He does have all 5 categories locked in, whereas someone like Juan Soto, you can't necessarily say that. We'll get to that in a few minutes, though, but he's definitely number 1 or a close number 2. Tatis, they're like head to head here for me. At least if you're going to go with Tatis here, though, he has such a great surrounding cast. And that's where I think that Tatis moves into the number 1 spot here. So truly, you can flip a coin and say either one here, but Tatis, Acuna, those are 1 and 2.
All right, Bukes, then how about we compare Acuna to somebody else, say Pete Alonso of the Mets? Each of these guys plus 1,000 to hit the most home runs. Whose odds do you like better?
Yeah, so look, Pete Alonso on pace last year, if it was a full season, for 46 home runs. Ronald Acuna, as I mentioned, on pace for 50. So they were neck and neck here. But at least from a betting perspective, man, there's some really good value on the board that I wouldn't want to ignore either. Like going back to Tatis, 25-1 for Tatis Jr. That's insane. Like, that is an insane number that you could get for somebody who legitimately has 40 home run potential during the season. He hasn't even played a full season of games yet in the 2 years that he's been up, and he's already knocking on that threshold. Yordan Alvarez, if he can stay healthy, 20-1. Like, that's somebody who came in and felt like every time the ball met the bat, it was going out of the park. So there's some really good value on in the field right now. There's nothing wrong with taking Alonso or Ronald Acuna at 10-1. But when you look at some of the power hitters that are on the board and the value you can get with these guys that legitimately can win this title, I'm looking further down the board.
Are you also, Gary, looking further down the board, or do you like one of these two guys, Acuna and Alonso?
I mean, I think we're always looking for long odds. That's kind of the fun game with some of these season-long props. But I will say, when we're talking favorites, 10-1 isn't the worst to get a quote-unquote favorite at. And if you're looking at these two guys in particular, while Alonso probably profiles as the type of guy who would lead the league in home runs, I mean, this is someone who, we shouldn't forget, had an 80 raw power grade as a prospect just 2 years ago. It doesn't get higher than that, and you rarely see numbers like 80 on any sort of prospect scouting report. I do think when you look at those two guys, though, the one thing that's going to end up differentiating them is that while Alonso is going to bat like 5th or 6th for the Mets, you're going to get Ronald Acuna batting leadoff for the Braves. That might not seem like all that big a distinction, but by season's end, if they both play 162 games, which they won't, but let's just say they will, that could be 75 to 100 to 125 extra plate appearances for Acuna. So if you are going to bet the favorites, bet Acuna over Alonso.
Let's stay with Alonso's team, go to the Mets, Gary. And of course, a lot of changes there in the offseason for New York. Among them, shortstop Francisco Lindor coming in from Cleveland. What's your fantasy outlook for him this season?
Same as always. I mean, he's just a really good player. He's a first-round fantasy pick talent, and I think you can say there was a couple struggles last season. I think his batting average was a little bit lower than we've ever seen it be before in 2020, but he's another one of those guys where, sort of like Yelich, I'm just willing to say, hey, we've got larger samples here. I'm not going to worry too much about 2020 because from 2017 to 2019, he was the only player in baseball to hit 100 home runs and steal 60 bases. The only other guy to hit 100 home runs and steal 50 bases was Mike Trout. And anytime you're in that sort of category from a fantasy perspective, I'm just going to trust you. I think it's a large enough sample. So he's going to be really good. There's not a whole lot else to say.
Bukes, also high on Lindor this year?
Nah, not so much as Gary in here. I mean, look, like you want to say, last year, not a great sample. Of course, I will go with that. But he also had one of the lowest isolated power of the seasons that he's played, 157. Now he's moving to the roomy City Field where he's going to play half of his games. The power, not that I'm saying that last year is a reflection of what he can do because we've seen him with, 20 plus home run power, but moving to City Field for half of those games is not going to be exactly helpful. I mean, last year he was on pace for only 21 home runs if they played a full season of games. So look, the Mets have done wonders with their lineup. I like what they've done there. Lindor is going to be a big part of that, but I'd be more excited about Lindor if he was still in the AL Central with the Indians. Now, granted, that team's a whole different story, but at least from Lindor's perspective, where he's going to play half of his games, I would much rather him in Cleveland than in New York. So for the Mets as a whole, it's a big sign. It's a big move for them, but Lindor, fantasy-wise, not as high as him this year.
Bukes, Jacob deGrom is the favorite to win National League Cy Young. Big surprise, I know, plus 425. But do you like those odds as compared to, obviously, Trevor Bauer, who won the award last year?
The Trevor Bauer odds are horrific. Like, you are getting really bad odds on Trevor Bauer because when you look at what he did last year, great season. But let's go a little bit further. Look at the teams he faced last year. Like, are you kidding me? He faced 6 different teams last year. 4 of them ended under 500. Brewers, White Sox, good team. Pirates, please. Cubs, Royals, come on. Tigers, like, come on. Like, these are all teams that you should do well against. And then you look at somebody like DeGrom, who's coming off the short year as well, but he posted a career high 38.8 K percentage last year, 21.6% swing and miss rate. That blew past his previous high of 15.4. So not only was the K percentage going up, but he was also getting the swings and misses to go along with it. And a big reason for that was getting hitters to swing out of the zone. Nearly 40% last year. Also a new season high for him. Jacob deGrom is getting better with age, it feels like. He's getting batters to swing and miss. He's getting them to swing and miss out of the zone. Trevor Bauer in a full season. Granted, big move for the Dodgers, but that schedule is not going to be like what he saw last year. Much tougher division, much tougher competition. deGrom and Bauer shouldn't even be on the same level.
So, Gary, do you also believe Trevor Bauer stinks?
I didn't say stinks. I didn't say stinks. Let's not twist the words.
It's degrees of stink, let's call it.
There you go.
He's a couple degrees stinkier than we saw last season. Yeah, the number's weird. And we talked about the AL Cy Young race a couple weeks ago and just how top heavy that is. I will say there are so many good pitchers in the National League that I do like some of the value at the end of the board, like Walker Buehler at 10-1. Just a bounce back season for a guy who has a ton of pedigree and a ton of talent. Blake Snell could win like 25 games pitching for the Padres, and now he's moving from the AL East to the NL West. Doesn't have to face the DH anymore. And even like Brandon Woodruff. If we can actually get 180 innings of Brandon Woodruff and, the Brewers win the NL Central, that's a lot of narrative going in his direction. But deGrom's just the best pitcher in baseball. We know that. And to get him at plus 425, those are reasonable odds. And I think for as much as we hate talking about pitchers with 70s and 80s statistics, some voters still vote that way. And the thing that's held DeGrom back in recent seasons is the Mets never score him any runs and he never wins any games. The Mets should actually be pretty good this season. I think they're finally going to score runs for this guy. So, look, I'm not usually a bet the favorites guy, but I think this is a pretty reasonable bet.
I think it's difficult, Gary, to really dissect or judge a team based off what it did during the pandemic shortened year, at least if it struggled anyway, because just compared to a normal baseball season, such a small sample. So you look at the Nationals who, if we had that kind of sample the year they won the World Series a couple of years ago, they wouldn't have even made the playoffs. They were one of the worst teams in baseball and then obviously caught fire. So your outlook on them coming into this year, after all those opt-outs and injuries, now being healthy, now having Steven Strasburg, what are the expectations, especially for him?
It's an interesting team. I think their window is definitely closing. And this might be the last year they have with Max Scherzer under contract for just 2021. So they're going to be going for it. Will they be spending money? Will they be looking to acquire big contracts and big players? The trade deadline, who knows? But just getting Strasburg back is such a major addition for this team. And, it's funny because of all the allure he had and all the attention he garnered when he came up. It's crazy to say he's undervalued now, but this is a guy who among all active qualified pitchers has the lowest xFIP in baseball for their career. He is so good when he's healthy. The problem is he's not often that healthy, but that might not be super important for fantasy this year. I think we generally have 15 to 20 pitchers the last half decade who finish a full season with at least 200 innings thrown. We might only see 4 or 5 guys this year just because everyone's being really careful with these pitchers coming off of that truncated season. So if now everyone's throwing 180 innings, that could be such a boon to Strasburg because it's probably what you're going to get from his 90th or 100th percentile outcome anyway. So I think he's in store for a pretty good season. I would be buying right now.
Will Strasburg return to form, Bukes?
I mean, look, we're not even done with spring training, and he just left to start on Sunday with some sort of injury. Now, he said after the start, if it was a regular season game, he would have stayed in. Then he also said, luckily, I feel like I'm a fast healer now. I don't know what that means. I don't know if he's using those holistic crystals or something, and all of a sudden he has these magical healing powers. But
Tom
for somebody,
Brady vitamin water.
Please be quiet. But for somebody that has been so injury prone, it's hard to trust him. And kind of going off what Garion said, that team is strong. That window is closing, but what they have right now is strong. I love the lineup. I love the rotation when it's healthy, but the key word or phrase there is when healthy. And that's been a problem for the Nationals for a few years now. So Strasburg, when healthy, that is a deadly rotation. You have to go think of a playoff series, a 3-game playoff series. You have to face, Steven Strasburg, Max Scherzer, Patrick Corbin. That's a tough little duo that you have to take down. So I love the team. They need to stay healthy though. And that's the biggest problem. But if they can stay healthy, I think that team could legitimately maybe even come out of the NL East, but certainly make a wild card spot.
Charles Koch Arena, home of the Wichita State Shockers, as we have live cornhole action going on all weekend long. Day 2 of the Cornhole Mania means it is Pro Singles Day. I'm your host this evening, Trey Ryder, joined in the booth alongside Mr. Mike Controller himself, Bernie Neighbors. Bernie, how are we feeling this afternoon?
Feeling a lot better today than we did yesterday, Trey. That is for sure. Pretty pumped up for some singles action.
It is going to be a great afternoon of pro singles cornhole action. Again, our pro singles division, we divide into 4 brackets of all of our pros. Those 4 double elimination brackets culminate to a finals match, and that's where we are now. 8 players to show you. We're trying to get down to just 2 to showcase on the ESPN3 broadcast tonight at 8 p.m. Central Time. First matchup we're going to be bringing you here is going to be between Cody Henderson and Steven Bernasette. And Bernie, this is a rematch of what we saw earlier between these two.
Exactly. We were on the quote-unquote showcase court inside Haskett Center. Cody Henderson with a huge lead, 19-12. But I remember Steve Bernasette had to throw one in the hole to stay in the match. And after he made that shot, said to himself, I ain't dead yet, and from that point ran out to a 22-19 win.
And that wasn't a figurative I ain't dead yet.
No,
he literally said it out loud to
it.
himself.
Absolutely.
He said, I'm not done yet.
Yep.
I mean, he was ready, he was poised, he was focused, and now he's got an opportunity to take on Cody Henderson for a chance to make his first ever Pro Singles Final Four.
Steven Bernasette, I guess I should say, is a name that you've been saying quite a bit over this year.
Yeah, he really, when he qualified to be a pro in August at the Pro Qualifier at the 2020 World Championships, once he did that, he was very passionate about accepting that position, and he was just really, really motivated to have a strong season. He came out, and still to this day, at the Open level, in the ACL Open tournaments, he is the only player to sweep both a singles and a doubles win there at the same Open.
And jumps out with a 4-bagger and a quick 2-0 lead.
Yes, a 2-0 lead by Steven Bernasette. Interestingly enough, Bernasette not even in the top 5 in his bracket in points per round average, but he is sitting at a 9.48 coming into this round. Cody Henderson actually leads the entire bracket with a 10.11 PPR.
Sometimes when you get a player like Steven Bernasette, just, he's got that inner fire. We were talking about it inside Haskett. He just kind of burns, he kind of smolders. Instead, Cody's going to talk. He's going to be loud. He's going to make sure everyone hears what he has to say. Bernasette is just as fiery, but it's a quiet confidence, and I think that's the kind of player you need to be against someone like Cody Henderson.
Yeah, because Cody Henderson, the words quiet confidence would be not something I would ever use to describe Cody. Confidence maybe, but certainly not a quiet confidence.
Finish up, get out of the round.
I guess that is point proven from
Yes.
Cody.
Finish up, get out of the round, he says to himself. Good shot of the overhead look there, the bag selection. Cody Henderson throwing those green local demon bags. On the other side, Steven Bernasette throwing those pink Ultra Psychos. I love the name of the Psychos because they're so fast. I think I said this earlier. I think they're appropriately named because you have to be a psycho in order to be able to throw them because they're so fast.
Yeah.
But Steven Bernasette, we've talked about this before, because he has such a high arcing bag that angles downward, it allows him to throw those really slick bags and keep them on the board, which is really suitable to his style of play.
Yeah, I actually tried throwing those bags earlier. Let's just say not one was on the board. They seemed like they landed in a good spot, but just flew off the back.
Yeah, and watch this bag right here. Watch it and see if it creeps back.
It's trying. It's trying. Cody kind of jammed it more into the center of that hole the way through his bag, so it kind of almost pinned it against the lip.
And Bernasette went with an airmail. I don't know if he needed to, and watch that bag. It looks like it's still moving.
It is trying.
Henderson, what he wants to try to do, I think the best shot is actually to go hard at this and actually use it as a bumper to go in and push it out of the way.
In there, baby. You suck.
Little self-motivation there from Cody Henderson, but going to be 3 points for him, and he takes the lead.
You know, Trey, we were talking earlier, if you're a player like a Stephen Bernasette, you know, one of the players that the folks at home aren't used to seeing on these broadcasts, you know, how easy is it for you to tune Cody out as he kind of talks to himself? And really, he's talking to you more than he's talking to himself.
Right, he really is. That talking to himself is really, like you said, it's a mind game in its own. He is really trying to get you off your game. Now you see Bernasette, he's got the little AirPods in right there. So it's tough to say. Sometimes players will listen to music while they play, and sometimes they won't. So it'd be interesting to know if he's got some music playing or he's kind of just using it to block out the noise.
I mean, look at Steven's bag. It is trying to come back around that corner.
Henderson going to try to sneak in this left side. He does have the angle. You just don't want to touch that pink bag.
So try to stop it.
And this
Big
could
chance.
be a 4-point opportunity here for Stephen Bernasette to take a 6-3 lead. Cash it in for Bernasette with the fist pump to get him a 3-point lead. Now, a reminder, like I said before, these are the finals of a double elimination bracket, each one of the games that we're showing, which means that if the player who is undefeated wins the first game, that matchup is done. If the player coming through the loser's bracket who has already suffered a loss wins, it will force a winner-take-all game 2. So Stephen Bernasette is the player who is undefeated with those pink bags, which means if he wins this first one, there's no need for that second game.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Trey. When we did this, we did the singles down in Florida. Weren't there quite a few double dips in Florida?
Quite a few double dip actions going on. We know Noah Wooten double dipped Kyle Malone. We know Damon Dennis double dipped Cameron Belvin. Cody Henderson almost got double dipped by Jimmy McGuffin. I believe, if our memory serves me correctly, Jimmy McGuffin actually won game 1, but Cody Henderson was able to come back and win game 2.
That is correct.
And then I believe Tyler Poitras went completely undefeated. It was a really close matchup with Matt Guy in that first game, but ultimately Poitras was able to hold him off.
This matchup seems awfully reminiscent of what they just did in the Haskett Center.
Yes.
Bernasette was up early. Cody came storming back, took the big lead, and then Steven was able to kind of hang around and find a way to get out of that match.
Like you said, it was 19-12. Cody Henderson had the lead. Almost felt a little bit comfortable until that one opportunity where Bernasette fought his way back in, and then, you know, it was tough to stop that snowball effect from happening.
All right, Trey, explain to me, a novice of novices, how they are really able to get that bag around like that.
Yeah, the one where it gets around this side, they're really utilizing the slickness of the bags. They are these two-sided bags. And really all you need, as that bag is traveling up the board, if you imagine it traveling here as a square, all you need is for one of those corners to dip inside the hole. And once it dips inside the hole, it immediately causes the direction of the bag, how it's moving, to change. And at that point, it can catch that lip, wrap around, and then the slickness of the bag is what causes it to fall.
I think the kids at home call that inertia.
I wasn't going to break out the physics-y terms, but you did that certainly. And Bernasette now gets another couple points and has an 8-3 lead here in game 1.
There we go.
You know, he has shown nothing but positive energy from every moment that I've seen him walk around today. Nothing but positive.
Henderson tries to block, but Bernasette is able to go around it in a short bag. Bernasette's going to ask for an official cleanup, and what an official we have in Josh Keck.
Wow.
Look at him.
I mean, look at that. That is just look at the quick bow to the fans.
Bernasette cleans up through the center. Henderson follows, but +3 on the round for Bernasette. He can get into double digits here at a minimum here with a 4-bagger on this last one and count it.
And to just give up 3.
And it's going to be a 5, Bernie, and a fist pump from Bernasette.
That's what I mean. It's been positive, positive, positive all day from Steven Bernasek.
A 10-point lead here in this bracket final.
You know, if you're a player like Steven Bernasek, you know, do you think just mentally, inside your own head, you've got so much to prove against a player like Cody Henderson?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is your chance right here. This is your opportunity. Steven Bernasek has been talking about for the past year and a half, 2 years. He's seen the people on television, right? He's seen the people on ESPN, and he said to himself, I want to be that guy. And he's told me that story multiple times, and for him, he's now 8 points away from living that dream and getting on that ESPN2 broadcast Sunday at 11 a.m. Eastern.
How great a feeling must that be? See, for me, I would be losing my mind how nervous I'd be right now.
Well, actually, I jumped the gun a little bit. He still has to win his single elimination semifinal, so I apologize for jumping a little bit ahead. But making that four-player playoff, making that single elimination playoff and bringing him one step closer, I mean, that in itself is so difficult to do.
It's not the same thing. Uh-oh. Another chance for another big round, in for 4 at least, unless Cody can drag those bags.
Now, here's the problem, though. Bernasek said if he slides in here, if Cody Henderson wants to think about an airmail, he can't miss it. And I think that's why he decided to go with the slide. He could have thought about an airmail to drag that bag on the left. But if you miss long or left or right and it goes off, you give up a big spot there. And it actually wouldn't have been for a loss. It would have been just for 7. But still, that's a huge round to give up. And now 17-3.
This is reminiscent somewhat of, in Florida, you had a Cameron Belvin who was trying to become the first female to ever make the broadcast.
Yes.
Rolling through people, gets to the semifinal, and then.
Right. And then runs into a Damon Dennis, who, by the way, we'll see in just a few minutes.
Double D.
Damon Dennis.
The man that will not go away. I don't care what tournament it is, Damon Dennis finds a way.
Yes, he absolutely does. He is slow, he is methodical, and he wears you down. When you play someone like a Cody Henderson, it's going to be somewhat flashy, and that's another 2 points to make it 19, 2 points away for Bernasek. But it's going to be flashy, right?
Yeah.
Even like an Eric Davis, who we'll see in doubles later, it's big shot after big shot. You know, it's big chunks of points on rounds. Damon Dennis he doesn't care about that. Yeah. If you play him a game, you're going to have to play 50 rounds. He doesn't care. He'll take a point.
And to your point, you know, some people throw this beautiful bag, right? There's this gorgeous bag in the air. Damon doesn't do that.
No.
It looks like a knuckleball. It's waffling through. You look like, wow, how am I losing to this guy?
And honestly, the flight path of the bag looks similar to what Bernasek has. Bernasek has a little bit more spin on his, but it's still that downward angle. And a strong cleanup there by Cody Henderson. You wondered if that was going to be a detrimental block. But Cody Henderson goes through it.
Sorry, Bernasek doesn't have the same angle, but it's very MacGuffin-esque.
Yes, and that's another great comparison. It has that downward angle. Bernasek trying to go in for a 4-bagger. Pressure is on. This has got to be in. And it is for a double 4-bagger. Putting all the pressure on Cody Henderson is Steven Bernasek with these strong rounds.
You know what I like that he's doing? And this isn't something that people probably think about much at home, but you know, Cody's in such a hurry, the way he's walking. Sometimes I think Cody likes having you right next to him so he can kind of talk to you a little bit.
Yes.
Bernasek staying as far away from him as he possibly can right now.
No chance for the mind games.
Yeah.
Oh, first blemish in a few rounds we've seen from Bernasek.
He's actually been a little lucky coming this direction. He's had a couple that have kind of hung up on that back lip that have come back in the hole. That's the first one that finally got too far away from him.
Henderson set up for a +2 round, assuming both players will finish in the hole here.
Like
in for 2. And he cashes it in, going to be 19-5 now.
Did you see that, by the way? Bernasek, Steven put out his hand for a little fist bump. Cody just ignored him, just kept walking.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if he saw it, if he's probably a little bit too focused, but he was definitely left hanging.
And that is as true of a block as you can see, because Bernasette does not have an angle around either side. He doesn't have an angle here, and he doesn't have an angle here. And that's why I expected him to go in immediately airmail, and look at Cody Henderson. He's doing that on purpose. He knows how important this moment is. So here's the difference. A lot of players up and coming would think, okay, let me push this bag in immediately.
Yep.
But you don't want to do that, actually. You want to go around here and leave that bag there because it's already worked in your favor. And Henderson does exactly that. Now, the problem is it did rotate a little bit, and now Bernasette has a little bit more of a lane, which is why you didn't see an airmail on that shot. A great shot by Bernasette. Henderson still showing +3 on the round.
You know, every time I do one of these with you, I make the same statements over and over again. But at what point, up 19-5, does Steven Bernasette start to feel what you would call game pressure?
Yeah, I wouldn't say probably until 12 or 13. Once you hit 12 and 13, you're now creeping within 7 points. So I mean, I think he's completely comfortable right now, because you're still in a position where, even though it's 19-8, you still have a pretty commanding lead.
You've got bags to play with, so to speak. You can still make a mistake or two. But I doubt he's thinking that way. It's been all positive all weekend. I don't know why it would change now.
That's another one to the right side. Cody Henderson misses his to the left, though.
Bernasette kind of has to bully back here, right?
And he tried it, but instead of moving it out of the way, it really just...
Come on, baby.
Yeah.
Come on down. I know you're coming.
Trying to talk.
Get in there.
Trying to talk his way down. Talk that bag into the hole. Ooh, Bernasette tries to utilize that right side, but it just hangs up. Another 2 points. 19-10. Like I said, no big nerves yet. Because right now, Bernassette's just waiting.
Right.
He knows he's going to get an opportunity, and that's okay. Cody Henderson can be hot in the middle of this game. That's fine. Where you're just waiting for is that one bag.
Absolutely.
And maybe it's that one. I'm going to say probably not.
Yeah,
I think Henderson can grab it, but...
Right. Cody has to be perfect from here on out.
Right. You cannot miss.
Yeah.
And Bernasette has to recognize that, look, that's okay. I don't even have to be perfect. I just have to be situationally perfect.
Absolutely. That is a great way to put it.
Strong collective, all the bags in the hole there.
If you're a Steven Bernasette, do you try to throw a blocker just to see what Cody will do with it?
Absolutely not, because Cody Henderson's the block player.
Right.
You're the type of player I'm utilizing. I'm throwing psychos. I'm trying to put every bag in the hole. And now it's here. Here is your moment to make a Final Four playoff in singles. Steven Bernasette, slide shot for the win. And he cashes it in. Steven Bernasette, 2 wins against Cody Henderson, 1 in the winner's bracket final, and 1 here in the finals. Books his ticket to ESPN 3 right now, and then possibly ESPN 2 for that singles final. What a performance, Bernie.
And you can see right there, screaming into the camera, how happy and pumped Steven Bernasette is.
Bernasette gets the win. Guy and Harbaugh up next here on the ACL Digital Network.
We, the people of Johnsonville, being an American family-owned company since 1945, wish to challenge a national tradition. Burgers and hot dogs? We think it should be burgers and sausage. Where hot dogs kind of always taste the same, we make our sausage with 100% premium pork in dozens of full, juicy flavors. And isn't delicious variety the best part of freedom? So grill up some Johnsonville, America, because you can't even spell sausage without USA.
AllCornhole.com has the largest online selection of cornhole bags for players of all levels. Through years of research and development, AllCornhole.com is the perfect bags for even pro-level players. With over 4 unique series to choose from, including Game Changers, All Slides, Slide Rights, and Steadies, you'll be sure to find the right bags to dominate the competition. Whether you're looking for bags for family gatherings, competitive league night, or the pro circuit, go to AllCornhole.com to get the perfect boards and bags for you.
My name is James Baldwin.
Samantha Finley.
My name is Cody Henderson, and I'm an ACL pro.
On the way. What a shot! That's as good as it gets.
The American Cornhole League.
Anyone can play.
Anyone can win.
It's $1 million hoop season, and DraftKings is giving you a shot to turn big buckets into big bucks. That's right, new customers play free for millions with their first deposit. Just craft your winning lineup of players and turn baskets into bread with your team all season long. So download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app, sign up with the promo code, and take your free shot at millions in prizes. DraftKings, make it rain.
Dustin Poirier wanted a better life, built it. Wanted respect, earned it. Wanted a title, won it. Decided to change the world, doing it. You know how my man keeps accomplishing everything he sets out to do? He believes that he can. Guaranteed Rate is a mortgage lender who understands the power of belief. First home, dream home, whatever your goal, you can make it real. Because if you believe, you will.
The Johnsonville Cornhole Championships are brought to you by Johnsonville. Game day is more delicious with Johnsonville sausage. And by All Cornhole. Get the Game Changer bags, now available at allcornhole.com.
Welcome back to the Charles Koch Arena here on Wichita State University campus. More live coverage of the 2021 ACL Cornhole Mania, second ACL National of the season. If you just were with us, you just saw Stephen Bernasette book a ticket to the Pro Singles Final Four. He's waiting for 3 more players to join him. Next matchup will be another Pro Singles bracket final. And yet again, Bernie, it is another rematch. Brett Guy against Devin Harbaugh. Brett Guy, a commanding victory in that first matchup against Devin Harbaugh.
Yeah, I had that matchup earlier, and Devin was completely shook is the best word I can use, the way that Brett was throwing. And then Brett hit an airmail that was very reminiscent of the airmail back in 2018 in Vegas that went viral, that everyone can remember. It was a very similar shot.
Wasn't that an incredible shot back in 2018? I mean, just legendary.
One of the greatest shots of any sport ever. That's right. I said it.
You said it. Bernie, I'm not disagreeing with you. And that first bag off to the right side is not where you want him to start anytime you're playing a rematch against someone that beat you, and like you said, beat you pretty handily.
I mean, Brett's pretty much beaten everyone handily today. I mean, Brett is probably the hottest player in the building right now. Has anyone gotten more than 4 or 5 points off of him so far?
Yeah, he really hasn't played many close games at all. Talk about his games. He beat Devin Harbaugh 22-3 earlier. AJ Sims 22-6. Matthew Morton 23-4. Brett Guy, we relived this shot. know, he had a couple big shots, but that signature one was that big, huge airmail at the end. But this was him and Matt Guy. They win that 2018 ACL Cornhole Mania. Again, this same event just 3 years ago. And now he's back here looking to get that big signature win. As I was saying, he beat Nate Stevens 22-9, Bobby Hodges 25-4, and Taylor Mustian 22-0. So nobody has scored double digits on Brett Guy all day long.
So it's one of those situations, if you're a player, you kind of have to hang around, and see if he can handle any type of game pressure, because at this point, he's had 0 game pressure.
0 game pressure. His differential per round, Bernie, throughout this tournament, 1.96.
Wow.
That means every round, just count on 2 points. Just bank it. Just bank it 2 points. Unbelievable when you talk about Brett Guy and his performance today.
And, you know, speaking of Stephen Bernasette and, you know, being able to pull the double, if you will, Brett Guy having a chance to pull the double in a national, that has never been done, correct?
Oh, and Harbaugh gives a little bit of help to Guy, gets one in, so it looks like it's going to be a 10-point wash for both players.
You know, Devin has one of those bags, super high revolution rate. I actually love watching. He tries to throw a lot. He was trying, at least in the first game that I had, he was trying to throw a ton of cut shots, and it just wasn't working for him.
First bag is in by Brett Guy. Yeah, you said those cut shots, they can be so difficult on these type of slicker boards.
You know, when you've got a player, there's an opening. When you've got a player like Brett Guy who's just been throwing fire all day.
Oh, there you go with the branding.
What do you do if you're Devin Harbaugh? I mean, are you serious? Are you just doing whatever you can to stay in it and then see what kind of pressure you can put on him?
Yeah, I think he wants to feel out what he's going to get from Brett Guy at the beginning of this game, though, because there has been somewhat of a reset period. A strong collect to bring it closer, though, by Brett Guy essentially evens out this round. Strong block sitting in front. I don't think Brett Guy needs to do anything special here. He is stepping out. I don't think he needs to, though. Just make sure you throw it higher up the board if you're going to do this step out.
Just like that? Ooh.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was kind of worried about. Pin your bag on the side. Now, can Harbaugh sneak in the right side here, maybe, without touching those two to get 4 points?
These are the bags he was having trouble with in Heskett, just like that. Brett has to feel pretty good about that, I think.
Two points. Yeah, we wanted to check if they were standing up. So 2 more points. 2 points makes it 2-2. We're tied.
Yep. Do you think a higher revolution on your bag helps or hurts a player, or does it not matter at all?
Depends what your play style is. Completely, it's completely dependent. I mean, for Devin Harbaugh, if you want to play a push shot game and push a bunch of bags and be able to have those hard pushes, you need high revolution. There's no doubt about it. But someone like a Damon Dennis or even a Matt Guy, you don't need that.
Right.
Harbaugh stepping out. He's trying to bring this closer. I think this is a little risky here.
This is very risky.
Wow. He says
me?
You can take that.
Are you joking?
That is as good of a collect as you're going to see in Cornhole, and then pushes the last one left. In for a wash. Check this one again. See how far out he is and see how far left that bag is. Uses that fire bag on the left side as a little bit of a backboard. Man, that's good.
You're talking about six inches where he can land that bag and for that shot to happen.
Right.
If that, from that distance. But this happened a lot today over in Heskett. A guy makes an insane shot like that, and I guess relaxes for a split second because that was a very unprofessional shot that he followed up with.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the difference between you know, all the pros in this division can hit shots like that. It's where it lacks is the consistency, one, in hitting those shots, and then two, the consistency in hitting the easy shots, as you alluded to.
They're all hard to me, man.
Ooh, and this is an opportunity in for 4 points for Brett Guy. And he's in. 6-2, Brett Guy out to a lead.
What I don't like that I just saw, it's 6-2. That's not an insurmountable lead, but the way that Devin reacted to that is not the opposite of positive.
Right.
he seemed to almost act as if that was the lead he couldn't give up.
Yeah, winning the mental game is so important at this highest level. We did get a chance to see Devin Harbaugh compete in Superhole.
Superhole 2.
Superhole 2. They were calling him Pistol Pete was Mac Jones. He was paired up with Mac Jones. That was a ton of fun to see those two play against one another. Came up just a hair bit short in the finals to Matt Guy and Doug Flutie, but it was certainly a ton of fun to watch. Now I think you need to prevent a big push here. Make Harbaugh hit an airmail to drag for points. Important bag here early in the game for Devin Harbaugh. He's going to go up.
Going up.
And he cashes it in, drags them both for the 4-point round to even up the game.
So at this point, Devin's hit the 2 hardest shots.
Yes, absolutely, and that's not what he did in that early matchup against Brett Guy. Hits it here with the drag. Impressive.
This is the bag that bothered him over there. It's the next bag. How is this bag? Perfect.
Better. It's a better result than what we saw earlier.
So here we are again. We're into the match now. We're tied at 6. You know, oh no, that's it. You ready for one of my golf analogies, Trey?
Oh, I love your golf analogies, Bernie. Lay it on me.
If you watch professional golf, Ricky Fowler is a name that everyone knows, but everyone also knows that there's going to be 1 or 2 holes that he just blows up. He'll be in contention. All of a sudden, there's a triple. He's out.
Right.
That almost seems like what that shot was. Because he had one earlier, too. He makes this incredible shot, and then all of a sudden, I mean, those are 2 suspect bags.
Right there.
You know?
This is worth 4 points.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Now, Brett helped him out and brought it back to him. So he's looking at the monitor. You see, he's got a big jumbotron in the middle of Charles Koch. He's wondering how close this bag is to being able to be brought in with an airmail. Will he do it? No, he's going to stay with the slide, and he still pushes it left.
You just, at this level, you can't have a round like that. You just can't.
You see Brett Guy talking to himself, just get your 4, get your 4. You have your entire background, your backboard here. You can hit anywhere from here, really, to here, and it's going to go in. Hole's a little bit bigger than that 6 inches right now, but he just leaves it short, and that hurts.
Wow. Got 2, but it seemed like that could have been a much bigger round for Brett there.
That's a birdie putt that you leave short, and that hurts.
That one's going to sting. Let's see who reacts best in this round, because that was a subpar round by both players there.
Oh, that's a picture-perfect block here. Now, on tackier boards, I would have expected a roll shot by Harbaugh. He's one of the best in the game at it, but it's tough to throw on these slick conditions. Beautiful replacement bag by Guy, and now he's split again for a 4-point round. And again, a bumper here and a bumper somewhat here on this side, making the hole probably 10 inches wide instead of the normal 6.
And to your point, in the last match, he took a step back instead of being overexcited and jumping into that shot. Took a step back, collected himself, made sure that he took advantage of that opportunity. Oh, wow.
And now Brett Guy, understanding the severity of the moment, those 3 bags on the board away from it are valued at 6 points. And to your point, Bernie, Brett, I think, is purposely taking his time now and resetting because he's seeing the reaction from Harbaugh.
Absolutely.
And Harbaugh is being so negative to his own mindset. In just a limited to 6, and 6 is what it's going to be. Brett Guy now 14-6.
That was the round Devin Harbaugh did not want. I mean, you know what's driving him crazy because now you're playing the hottest player for the day, and now you're down 8.
What does Brett Guy do here? I think he's going to lay behind and force a decision from. Oh, he missed it left, though. It's a cleanup opportunity for Harbaugh, and he capitalizes.
I'll be honest. I mean, Brett's left the door open more in this match than the previous match they played earlier. That is for sure.
In for a 10-point round. In for 2 for Harbaugh, and count it. Gives up 6 the previous round, but gets 2 of them back right here to make it 14-8.
And I think Devin has to start thinking about things in terms of, look, Brett's not playing as well as he did earlier. He's just not. These doors were not open for him earlier. He's going to have to start walking through them.
Now, Guy, normally I'd say bully, but it's tough to bully a bag out of the way this way when you're coming from that angle. So I really think it's just going to be about maybe just causing a little bit of rotation. Not sure how much Harbaugh's going to be able to grab that bag. Yeah, it's going to be tough. That bag may be out of play.
It's funny, I continue to ask you these questions because I haven't played cornhole on this level against players of this caliber, but what do you do to stay in it? Brett is giving you a chance here. I mean, how hard is it to just make yourself refocus?
Well, this one's pretty straightforward. It starts right here. Get yourself another 2. You have a wide open lane. You got bumpers on both sides. This shot is a must-have. Oh, he went aggressive on the airmail.
Wow.
That is interesting to me.
It's a positive shot if you're thinking about it in those terms. He was aggressive. He didn't, but he could have, like you said, taken the points, and he did not. I mean, the points were there to take.
That's a little bit puzzling to me. This is a replay of the shot here. He goes for it, and it just flips on him.
If you look at that replay, what are we talking? An inch?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Right.
From being exactly what you want? I wonder if the folks at Wichita State have noticed Brett's choice of shoes.
Yeah,
black
there you
and
go.
gold.
This is the door opening now for Harbaugh. And they're bunching, but will they bunch permanently?
You know, I keep saying this, but, you know, Brett is leaving the door open for Devin in this matchup. He really is. I mean, it was nothing like this when they played earlier.
They all fall. Harbaugh sitting +6 on the round. Will he block behind? He should, and he does. Now this is a very important shot for Brett Guy if he's going to maintain this lead. He's going up for the drag and gets them all.
Goodness gracious.
He says, Harbaugh, I saw your 3-bag drag earlier. I got one for you here. When you needed it to maintain the lead, Brett Guy delivers, and that is a crucial airmail at this point in the game.
I'll tell you what, the kid can throw some iconic airmails, can he not?
It's like what he was suited for. And that is a short bag.
Obviously, 2 different matches, 2 different buildings, but it's almost as if the massive airmail there kind of shook him again.
Right.
It just messed with his head just a touch.
And Guy, this is your question mark. Will Brett Guy be able to get that bag in the hole? And more so, will Harbaugh be able to avoid it?
And he cannot.
And he kicks. He got kicked by the bag, and now this is a straightforward cleanup, bringing both bags in by Brett Guy. He has flipped it over. He is throwing slick side now.
Come on, boy!
And he knew it as soon as it left his hand burning.
You could hear him screaming literally the second it left his hand. He knew he made that.
You can go in here for 5 to get to 19 and 2 points away from a playoff berth.
Come on!
Ooh.
Left it just a touch short. That's surprising. It's a big round either way, but that is surprising that stayed short.
Yes, and there's a replay of the big collect there. And you hear him say, come on there. And I think the crowd responded to that because I think Brett Guy called it a little bit early. There's plenty of Devin Harbaugh fans in the building. 17 to 8.
You can hear the Harbaugh fans trying to get behind him, trying to egg him on, just trying to give him whatever he needs to make something happen at this point.
It's a little bit off to the left. No danger yet. If I'm Brett Guy here, I'm putting this here, right here, because it prevents any type of cleanup, and you can use your last airmail to drag this bag if you like.
They're going up anyway, though.
No, he says, I'm going to do it right now. Give me that bag now, says Brett Guy.
Save it, Ryder. I'm going now.
And it may work out for him because this bag off to the side by Harbaugh. Guy is going to try to hit this left side, make Harbaugh clean it up himself. And if he can, he's going to put all the pressure on Harbaugh just to stay in the game. He does. And now at least this bag, one of these 2 bags must go in the hole for Devin Harbaugh to stay alive. And he gets them both on the collect. 2 great shots in that round, one by each player. Here's the airmail first by Guy. And he gets that one. That's a crucial airmail there.
What a great collect from Devin, just to stay in the match.
Just to stay in.
Just to stay. That's crazy.
Very easily could have just
left
lost
it short.
it. Yeah, left it short. Exactly. And that's a dead center block, and Harbaugh, no hesitation, goes with the airmail. I was going to suggest the airmail because there was a bigger gap in between the hole and the bag. Replacement bag by Guy is impressive again. Harbaugh can no longer afford a miss, assuming all 4 of these bags by each player, they all go in. It's going to be sitting on 20 for Brett Guy, so Harbaugh cannot afford another miss. In for at least 3. It is in. This has got to be in for Harbaugh. And it is, catches that right side and falls in.
That was so close.
Brett Guy sitting on 20, 1 point away from joining Steven Bernasette. Look at this. It just catches that right rim.
The bad thing now for Devin is you have to be literally perfect from here on in. What a start.
Last round with a block this short, he immediately went airmail. I don't think he has a lane here, and he definitely doesn't have a lane on this side. I think if he's feeling as confident as he was last round, this has got to be an airmail attempt. He's going up again. This time he connects.
What a big shot. Still a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do still.
Harbaugh can split him in bunch. Misses a little bit left, though, and that's a problem now because Guy can collect his bag, but Harbaugh likely cannot collect his.
Just like that.
Clinical from Guy. Harbaugh staring it down. And normally I'd say wait for your last bag to try the airmail, but I think you have to try it now because I think you may have to give yourself at least 2 attempts to drag this corner. 2 airmails are going to be better than 1. Obviously, it's lower percentage, but I think that's what you have to do in this situation. He chooses to stick with the slide and make it rely on 1 shot. Now, the benefit for doing it there is that you do make Guy at least make this bag. Guy going in. And it leaves the door open, and now Harbaugh just needs a simple slide shot to remain in the game, to stay in it.
Oh, he missed
and
it.
It does not fall. Brett Guy joins Steven Bernasek in the Pro Singles Playoff here at the 2021 ACL Cornhole Mania. Devin Harbaugh will have to settle for a 5th place finish. You see Guy embracing his dad, Matt Guy there. Special moment for Brett as he makes his singles breakout performance. Big game, Bernie.
It's a huge game, and you wonder, is someone going to get to double digits on Brett Guy?
We're going to have to find out. We'll see it once he makes the broadcast next. Next up, Jay Rubin and Matt Stout.
AllCornhole.com has the largest online selection of cornhole bags for players of all levels. Through years of research and development, AllCornhole.com is the perfect bags for even pro-level players. With over 4 unique series to choose from, including Game Changers, All Slides, Slide Rights, and Steadies, you'll be sure to find the right bags to dominate the competition. Whether you're looking for bags for family gatherings, competitive league night, or the pro circuit, go to AllCornhole.com to get the perfect boards and bags for you.
Dustin Poirier wanted a better life, built it. Wanted respect, earned it. Wanted a title, won it. Decided to change the world, doing it. You know how my man keeps accomplishing everything he sets out to do? He believes that he can. Guaranteed Rate is a mortgage lender who understands the power of belief. First home, dream home, whatever your goal, you can make it real. Because if you believe, you will.
We, the people of Johnsonville, being an American family-owned company since 1945, wish to challenge a national tradition. Burgers and hot dogs? We think it should be burgers and sausage. Where hot dogs kind of always taste the same, we make our sausage with 100% premium pork in dozens of full, juicy flavors. And isn't delicious variety the best part of freedom? So grill up some Johnsonville, America, because you can't even spell sausage without USA.
In this house, we believe anyone can play and anyone can win. Where others have dropped the ball, the American Cornhole League has stepped up to the plate. Carefully crafted and trusted by players everywhere, we've set the standard for cornhole equipment worldwide. Branded with ACL Pro, ACL Competitive, and ACL Recreation stamps, look for our seal of approval to know you're making the right choice. Play like a pro with officially licensed American Cornhole League boards and bags from approved manufacturers. Visit our website to find your new game day gear.
It's $1 million hoop season, and DraftKings is giving you a shot to turn big buckets into big bucks. That's right, new customers play free for millions with their first deposit. Just craft your winning lineup of players and turn baskets into bread with your team all season long. So download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app, sign up with the promo code, and take your free shot at millions in prizes. DraftKings, make it rain.
The Johnsonville Cornhole Championships are brought to you by DraftKings, the official sports betting partner of the American Cornhole League. Pit Boss, bigger, hotter, heavier. Visit pitboss-grills.com. And by Guaranteed Rate, you can make your dream home happen. Get started at rate.com today.
Welcome back to the Charles Koch Arena here on Wichita State University campus. More live coverage of the 2021 ACL Cornhole Mania. Pro Singles Day, day 2 of this second ACL National of the year. We just got to see Brett Guy in a commanding performance take down Devin Harbaugh. He joined Stephen Bernasette in the Pro Singles playoff. Next matchup, another bracket final to bring you Matthew Stout against Jay Rubin. Jay Rubin undefeated through the bracket. Matthew Stout gonna have to come through and win twice if he wants to join Brett Guy and Stephen Bernasette in that playoff.
Pretty excited to see one of my college guys from the first NCCC event that we had, Matthew Stout.
Yes, as the collegiate coordinator, Bernie, I know you have a soft spot for any collegiate professional players that we have. Paul D. Camp Community College.
Yes, sir.
Matthew Stout takes down the first National College Cornhole Championship in singles back in 2018. And man, that was a landmark victory for him and obviously for the sport. And man, how cool would that be from a developmental perspective, Bernie?
Absolutely.
To have Matthew Stout win as a national champion and then come through and get a national win at the pro level.
It would go, another step into, truly showing how important that college level is. If you can have a guy that shows, that the players in the college level are getting closer and closer to this pro level with their talent.
Margin on statistics for these two, razor thin. Jay Rubin coming in at 9.76 on his points per round average. Matthew Stout at 9.60. So very even, very pretty close in DPR as well. So these two expect a pretty similar performance on both ends, but Jay Rubin can start the game with 4 points and just a little hot on that shot there.
I think he may have counted that one in his mind before it actually went in, because he pretty much thought he made that. I'm curious to see how Matt reacts. He's never really been on this stage since that event, correct? I mean, he hasn't had an opportunity to play under the bright lights, if you will.
Yeah, and really, especially as a singles player, he had one appearance last year alongside Alan Rockwell at the Wilmington Pro Invitational Qualifier, but that was a doubles match. You're right. This is the first time we've been able to see him on this type of stage in a singles match.
I mean, the talent's there. I think the talent's there for all of these players. It's just, who can handle the stage better.
Ooh, he's doing a great job of trying to collect that bag on the left side. Throwing those dark gray Pro Advantage Reynolds Pro Advantage bags. Oh, and it just hangs up on the back side of the hole there. Jay Rubin throwing those light blue all slides.
Jay Rubin, you and I have talked about quite a bit on the bracket reveal shows. Just that smooth motion. Just silky smooth motion he's got.
This would be a signature breakout performance for Jay Rubin in singles as well. We did see him have a strong run at a smaller field event at Galveston Pro Invitational Qualifier and the Phoenix Pro Invitational Qualifier. We saw him twice. Didn't get to win either one, but he is a top-level player and has the potential to do it. This would certainly be a signature win. Ooh,
unlucky.
Matt Stout goes for the airmail. It does knock them both in to at least even up the round. Rubin finishes with a 10, and Stout answers. Stout, I think, really wanted that three-back drag. We saw 2 of them in the last game between Harbaugh and Guy. But the lead remains 4 for Rubin.
To borrow one of your terms, Guy was just clinical.
Clinical. Absolutely. That's the truth. There was no other way to describe it.
Rubin, to me, is a very strange player, because if you just look at the way he plays, you would think, he would be one of our best 5 or 6 players.
Honestly, when I watch Jay Rubin play, I am perplexed as to why he's not the best in the world.
Yeah.
His motion is consistent.
Yeah.
It's smooth. It's got a good spin. It's not too hard. He's got an airmail.
All of
he
it.
can push it. Like,
what's the problem?
What is the problem? Right? Why isn't this a regular occurrence?
Yeah.
And which just comes down to getting over a mental hurdle. I mean,
Sure.
that's literally got to be it.
Matt trying to psych himself up, going down 6. He knows he needs to come up with the goods here pretty soon. He doesn't want to get a double-digit deficit going.
One interesting factoid for you here, Bernie. We have, across pro singles and pro doubles, we've had, so far, 6 bracket finals. The player or team coming through the winner's bracket has won all 6. We have yet to have a single double dip across pro singles or pro doubles.
So the antithesis of the Florida National is what you're telling me.
Exactly. You had many double dips at that event. Rubin not happy with that one, catches that bag, and Stout goes with the airmail. And the reason many of you are probably asking, why go for an airmail there? It's just tougher, right? Because when you have what we call a short block sitting on the front half of the board, you then have to completely change your slide shot to land further up the board. And for some players to make that adjustment, that is a shot that they throw less than they throw the airmail shot. So they almost feel more comfortable and confident in a straight airmail than trying to modify their slide shot into something further up the board. That's why you saw it.
That is a great point for people at home that, you know, maybe you're watching that aren't as in tune with how the game is played as these professionals are and as you are. Because if you're looking at that at home, you're like, wow, what a shot that is.
You'll like this, Bernie. Golf analogy for you,
yes,
right?
Yes.
It's if you hit your pitching wedge best at 120, 130 yards, okay? Hitting a ball to get 100 yards from the hole may actually not be better than being 120. You're further away, but if you hit that pitching wedge better, then aim for hitting it that distance.
Absolutely.
Look at that. I'm throwing your golf analogies right back at you, Bernie.
That one is amazing. I'm so jealous that you came up with that one.
9-0 lead for Jay Rubin.
Back to this matchup, it almost seems that Matt is a little too excited. If that's the proper way to say it, but he just seems a little too gassed up. Can't settle himself down emotionally.
And he was so good. I got to call the game that brought him onto the court here, where he took down Ryan Smith. Wasn't really close, Bernie.
Wow,
I mean,
really?
Smith was pretty good too, but Stout was just. It almost felt like, you know, sometimes when you see players like James Baldwin when they got the AirPods in and they're just like bopping. Like he's not listening to any music, but he was almost in his own little world, just bopping. It didn't matter. He was just such in his zone. He had this almost like a glazed look in his eyes, like
I'm good.
I'm just good.
I'm in the zone. In the zone. He needs to find that zone right now, or this match could get away from him. You just watch Jay throw. It's just, I mean, it's so effortless. It just seems like he repeats the same motion every time. Like, how do the bags not go in?
Ooh, that is a impressive block behind, going airmail, and Stout misses long. Rubin now at the position of scoring because he has a lane, but Stout does not. Now Stout again will go for an airmail for points. If he shoots a regular airmail, he'll score 1. If he drags, he'll end up scoring 3. Important bag here for Stout if he wants to get on the board and start this comeback here in this bracket final. He's going with the roll shot instead.
Wow.
That, to me, is questionable.
It seems like a player who's trying to figure it out. That seems like a player that's not very confident. You're trying to come up with a shot instead of throwing what you know that'll work.
I think he overthought that one, Bernie.
Exactly. That's a much better way to say it.
Man, that one's sticking with me.
Yeah.
not sure on that one.
When a player makes that kind of judgment, that seems like a player that feels the pressure, quite honestly. Another opening for Jay.
Oh, and a little bit deep. Gonna be a wash there. Still 11-0 for Jay Rubin.
Matthew's lucky on that one. That's a lucky wash.
Come on, man. Southampton's watching. Come on.
You can hear partner Alan Rockwell, Rocky, is Matt Stout's doubles partner, cheering him on in the background. Another bag to the right side here.
You can just feel how upset he is. Like it's almost like you can feel him not being able to find it.
And another one off to the side. This is showing +4 now for Rubin. Can guarantee it with a bag in here, and he does. Stout in just to limit it to 4. He does, but it is a 15-0 lead for Jay Rubin. Remember, Jay Rubin is the one who is undefeated here. Undefeated in this bracket, meaning that if he wins this first one, he joins Bernasette and Guy in that playoff. Stout has to find a way not only to come back and win this game, but then win a second game if he wants to get into the playoff.
A very large hole to climb out of at the moment for Matthew Stout. What do you do here if you're Matt Stout?
Now, sometimes I talk about, not being able to set blocks or not wanting to, but I think this is an opportunity where you should start thinking about it. You have the tackier bags. Your type of game is more suited to those type of blocks. Will he go airmail here to drag? No, he settles for the slide to give up 2 and sit on 17, but I think you have to force Jay Rubin into some lower percentage shots.
I mean, you have to at some point, right? I mean, you can't just continue to get beat 4-bag, 4-bag, 4-bag.
Frustration from Stout.
So much. You can just feel it coming off of him. This is one of those moments, if it was a team sport, you wish that you would have a coach just call a timeout, sit you down, to say whatever they can say.
Yep.
Even if it's just to have you sit by yourself for a second.
And here it is. Here's an opportunity. Jay Rubin, if he can actually drag this bag, he puts a lot of pressure on Matthew Stout to have to get a bag in just to stay in the game. I would expect an airmail here by Rubin. No, yes, he is. Oh, and it just a little bit deep.
But you've got points to play with if you're Jay Rubin, right? I mean, you've got points to play with.
All right, will Stout try to clean it all up? Will he lay on the board for 1 to get on the board? He's got slick side in his hand, which means he's thinking about a hard push to take them all for 3. Just don't miss right. And he gets them all.
What a great bag.
That is a clutch follow through by Matthew Stout to stay in this game and possibly, just possibly, Bernie, start that comeback train.
I mean, he had to have something sooner or later. Let's see if this can settle him down and get him back into a rhythm.
Anytime you hit a big shot like that, I always look for the first bag on the next round because you're a little bit amped up. You have to resettle and focus.
Look at that.
And he kicked it to the left.
Way to early call it, man. You are a soothsayer.
Jay Rubin set up for 2 more. But he hit that dead spot on the board. Now, will he try to go after it? Depends on if he bullies. Now, it looks like Rubin is stepping out. You see that step out to get the better angle on here to bring it in. You want to land right here. Bring it all in. He misses too far left, too hard of a cut. Now you see the step out by Stout.
This is a big bag, just to keep some momentum here from Matt. Maybe to pick up that bag that's kind of laying in the hole, in the backside.
He's thinking about an airmail right now.
Yeah.
You know what? And at this point, down 17-3, I think I'm okay with the airmail.
Do you, I mean, if you can throw it hard enough, can you not bring that bag with you?
Maybe. But he went with the airmail and too deep. Now Jay Rubin can go in here for 3 points. Oh, he still step out.
Yeah, he
He's
can push
saying,
for the win.
I understand now, Jay Rubin. If he brings that in and leaves this one here, he'll actually win the game. Tough shot for a win. And oh, he got as pretty much as close as you can get without hitting it.
Yeah.
Good shot there from Jay Rubin. Now sits at 20. Replay here.
Look how close this is.
Gets it close. Just if that bag that was sitting on the board was maybe a half an inch or an inch more to the center, would have been good enough.
You could see the resin inside the bag bunch up against that other bag, and it just kind of stayed there. A little bit of an opening.
Yeah, possibly an open door here for Stout to get some points. Definitely an opportunity for Stout to get some points. That bag falls, sitting +4.
I mean, those bags are done. In for 4.
And it is. A little bit of life there from Stout. Gets it up to 20-7.
You know, it's almost as if you have to take the mindset of, I just have to keep throwing.
Right.
Whether, you know, however I have to do it, I just have to keep throwing. In baseball analogy, Trey, you ready? In baseball, you're down 5 runs. It's the 9th inning. I don't want to be the last guy to make an out. You know, you're gonna try to do whatever you can, walk, however you can get on base. Just don't be the last out. And that's almost the mentality Matthew has to take now, being a former baseball player.
He is, yes. Now sitting in front. Rubin in very prime position at the moment. They both go. I expect Rubin just to try to follow through down the center here. If he collects them all, he's set up for a great opportunity to win the game. He's in great position now. Stout has to find a way to get in here. He doesn't have to go in without this blue bag, but if he takes the blue bag in with him, then Jay Rubin just has a simple slide shot with a left side bumper in order to win this game. A lot of pressure on this
you can
shot.
tell Matt's thinking about every shot that he has. Oh, he tried to sneak around.
And now Jay Rubin, pretty simple. Take them all, make the bag in your hand, book a ticket to the singles playoff for the win.
Let's go.
Oh my goodness! How is that even possible? You see Matt's running to get those bags. Wow. Wow.
I cannot believe that just happened, Bernie. I thought he hit it perfectly.
He did. That's just unlucky. And could that be the kind of shot? Because Matt knows he just escaped. There's no reason for this game to still continue.
No reason this game should still be going.
But yet it is. Is that what you need if you're a Matthew Stout? I mean, is that the thing that happens for you? Is that the catalyst that propels you back in this game?
I'll tell you what, Bernie, if it is, we'll be talking about it for a very long time.
Very long time. And if
we're going to learn a lot about Jay Rubin's composure right now.
Yeah, you could tell he was trying to take his time. He pulled off. He kind of pulled short twice there. He's trying to, kind of relax himself because he knows it should be over. For all rights, he threw the right bag, the right speed, did everything. Look at this.
Again.
I think it's the hardest thing in any sport that anyone plays when you do everything right and for whatever reason it goes against you. How to come back from that.
And now he has a slide shot. Don't have to worry about a bag getting pinned up here. This one's pretty straightforward. In for the win and a singles berth.
Wow.
Twice now, Bernie.
Once again, if you're Matthew Stout, you know this should be over. You should not be playing. So why not win it at this point?
Oh my gosh. Man, I said the bag wouldn't really hurt him on that shot, but it kind of felt like he needed a little bit more love coming back.
It almost seemed he was a touch too pumped up because it was there. It just went over the hole. Just gassed right over it. I think if you're Jay here, you take a deep breath and you're just like, you know what? I'm throwing well.
Right.
You know, I'm fine. You know, with the score being what it is, even if Matt gets hot, he knows that he's one small mistake away from winning.
Four-bagger by Stout. Will Ruben answer? He will.
Well, I think that lets everyone take a deep breath.
Yeah.
You know what? They're fine. We're all fine. Let's continue now.
Honestly, it's probably a little frustrating for Stout too. It's like you're supposed to mentally collapse if you're Ruben. Like you're supposed, if you have two shots like that hang up on the hole. Like, come on, give me something.
Yeah.
Let me score.
Yeah. I know I could be wrong here, but I get a weird feeling from the crowd. Like almost as if they're trying to, they sense something's happening. I mean, I could be way off.
Another four-bagger by Stout.
Hey, 29 more up. Let's go.
And another four-bagger by Ruben.
I thought that was short.
I did too.
I thought that was short, but it wasn't. Another four-bagger. 8 straight from each player.
Yes, it is. Jay Ruben maybe got a little bit of help there back. He had some bags bunch up on him on that side.
Yeah.
Got a little help from the bag falling in, sitting on the front lip.
This is interesting, I think. Just going bag for bag, hole for hole here. See who blinks first. Because Matt doesn't have the ability, to make this one mistake like that. Oh, wow. Caught a break.
In for 3 straight four-baggers, and Matt Stout feeling it now.
Yes, he is. 12 straight. Give him 2 more. 20-9.
On one end, I feel good. There's a little bit of a momentum shift.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Matt Stout just had to throw 12 bags in a row to get 2 points.
Yeah. and get 2 of the great breaks ever.
Yeah. Had to throw 12 in a row just to get 2 points.
I mean, all he can do now is just keep doing it, right? He knows how to make a shot.
Let's go now.
Unbelievable.
Keep counting. Let's go.
16 straight for Matthew Stout. And like you said, in that run, he's gotten all of 2 points.
Throw 16 in a row, get 2 points.
Nice job. I do like, though, considering how it started, that he is making Jay earn this. Look out, another opening. Oh, there's that dead spot. That thud.
Oh, in for 20 in a row and 4 points. Oh, and it just kicks on him. 19 out of 20 bags, not too shabby by Matthew Stout. But he'll get another well-earned 2 points.
So you have a 19 out of 20, you grabbed 4 points, and you're still down 9. Yeah. I mean, you literally have to be, not perfect, but you have to be as close to perfect as you possibly can to be here another 30 minutes. You can say that Matthew has found the range, though. The bags look a lot better than they did earlier.
Oh, can he get it out of the way? He does sit in front. Wow. Smart bag there by Stout. I think best shot for Ruben here is actually to go right at his bag, ride his bag, push them both, and then hopefully catch this right side lipping in.
Yeah.
Oh, he came very close to getting it, but he does bring in Stout's bag.
More points.
Another 2.
20 to 13.
I think you're starting to feel it now.
Yeah,
if you're Ruben.
you got to be. Considering you had just a catastrophic break that you should have won. You probably should have won the next round. And now all of a sudden you're only up 7.
Meanwhile, it is 23 out of 24 bags for Matthew Stout.
You can actually see the confidence in Matthew's face now compared to before where he seemed so down and was just trying to find it. You can tell he's in it now.
Strong replacement.
Do you shoot it?
Not sure if you pull the trigger now or if you wait. Ruben's got the slick side. Slick side indicates a hard push for me. They all bunch.
Yeah.
Pushes them all in. Will he go for an airmail? I don't think they'll all drag, but he's gonna lay it up.
Give up 2 more.
No.
Oh no, that's
give up 4 more.
Wow. 20 to 17. I think the sphincter muscle just got very tight for Jay Ruben.
I can't believe this.
I can't either. But I said it.
You did. You absolutely
when he got the
said
2
it.
breaks, I was like, why not go and win it now? You shouldn't be here. Why not go and win it? Oh, I will jinx someone in an absolute second, man. I will do it.
Let the record show that Matthew Stout has a bone to pick with Bernie Neighbors as soon as this game ends. But you still got to finish the round.
Yep.
And now this last bag.
Smart. Take a breath.
Yeah, Matthew Stout's going to make him think about it.
Yep. Call the timeout before the field goal. Still got to make this bag, though.
Yeah, you got to make it. You can't drag that bag. Don't even think about it.
It's dead. I think he just realized it when he looked at the monitor. All right, here it is.
In for the win, a slide shot for Jay Ruben for a singles playoff berth. In for the win. And it is!
Wow, what a match, though.
Jay Ruben holds off the epic comeback by Matthew Stout to join Stephen Bernasette and Brett Guy in the singles playoff here at the Cornhole Mania. What a performance by Jay Ruben amid an incredible performance by Matthew Stout. We'll be back, last bracket final for you. Birchfield, Dennis, coming up next.
We, the people of Johnsonville, being an American family-owned company since 1945, wish to challenge a national tradition. Burgers and hot dogs? We think it should be burgers and sausage. Where hot dogs kind of always taste the same, we make our sausage with 100% premium pork in dozens of full, juicy flavors. And isn't delicious variety the best part of freedom? So grill up some Johnsonville, America, because you can't even spell sausage without USA.
AllCornhole.com has the largest online selection of cornhole bags for players of all levels. Through years of research and development, AllCornhole.com is the perfect bags for even pro-level players. With over 4 unique series to choose from, including Game Changers, All Slides, Slide Rights, and Steadies, you'll be sure to find the right bags to dominate the competition. Whether you're looking for bags for family gatherings, competitive league night, or the pro circuit, go to AllCornhole.com to get the perfect boards and bags for you.
My name is James Baldwin.
Samantha Finley.
My name is Cody Henderson, and I'm an ACL pro.
On the way. What a shot. That's as good as it gets.
The American Cornhole League.
Anyone can play.
Anyone can win.
It's $1 million hoop season, and DraftKings is giving you a shot to turn big buckets into big bucks. That's right, new customers play free for millions with their first deposit. Just craft your winning lineup of players and turn baskets into bread with your team all season long. So download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app, sign up with the promo code, and take your free shot at millions in prizes. DraftKings, make it rain.
Dustin Poirier wanted a better life, built it. Wanted respect, earned it. Wanted a title, won it. Decided to change the world, doing it. You know how my man keeps accomplishing everything he sets out to do? He believes that he can. Guaranteed Rate is a mortgage lender who understands the power of belief. First home, dream home, whatever your goal, you can make it real. Because if you believe, you will.
The Johnsonville Cornhole Championships are brought to you by Johnsonville. Game day is more delicious with Johnsonville sausage. And by Bush's Beans, that beautiful bean company.
Welcome back to the Charles Koch Arena here in Wichita, Kansas for the 2021 ACL Cornhole Mania. Pro singles action here today. We've had 3 great bracket finals, getting ready for our 4th bracket final. First, let's jump into our King of the Court presented by DraftKings, and it's got to go to Trey Birchfield so far. This is what you're up against if you're Damon Dennis in this next matchup. 6 games. Bernie, this statistic is disgusting. 62% of the time, 62% of the rounds that Trey Birchfield is throwing in singles right now are 4-baggers.
Yeah.
I have never seen anything that has come close to a number like that, averaging almost 11 points per round.
Well, I'll tell you what, Trey, when you're throwing like that, you can afford to buy a couple chains. Trey Birchfield, now with the bling on, showing some chains out there.
Trey Birchfield coming in as the hottest player today, but he's going to have to go against the #1 ranked player in the country, Damon Dennis, after winning the 2021 ACL kickoff battle in February, sits atop the ACL rankings, but we'll have to take on the robot, Trey Birchfield, in this one.
And to show you how well he's throwing, he lands it pretty close to the hole. a lot of times for when he's just kind of sliding in. So if you're off just a touch, that flag's flying off the bat for people at home. For someone like me, I'm probably throwing that. It's probably barely touching the board and flying off. And he just pounds it in the center every time.
And I guess it's higher than 62.5%. What is it now?
62.75% of the time.
I mean,
yeah. The kid,
can somebody check his pulse real quick? Is he alive at the moment? What is going on?
Has he turned 18 yet?
Yes.
He
has turned 18.
All right. So he is actually technically an adult now. What? You know, I've noticed, maybe I just haven't noticed it before, but it seems like something he's added to his game, that after he completes his throw, he looks straight down.
Straight down, yes. And I think he does it on purpose. He doesn't care what the opponent does. He wants to refocus.
Yep.
Ooh. All right, bring that four-bagger percentage back down,
Man,
Bernie.
You jinx. Look at you. Ruining the robots percentage with the jinx. Oh, that's short. Oh, he got there. Wow. Did that not look short in the air? That looked so short to me. But doesn't matter what it looked like to me. It was in the hole. All tied at 2. I would think that Damon Dennis, if someone's going to beat Trey Birchfield today, he would be the kind of player to do it because he has such an innate ability to take other people out of their rhythm. I don't know if it really matters with a player the quality of Trey Birchfield, but Damon has an ability to get people off of their game with the way he plays.
I think for a young player, Trey Birchfield actually has a very unique ability to reset.
Yeah,
and I think Damon Dennis, the players that he normally gets, rustled and gets out of their game are people that are very rhythmic in nature, and
Absolutely.
Birchfield has kind of come away from that.
Yeah, he's just so good. But at the beginning of the year, we had our first bracket reveal show. I mean, you talked about you think Trey Birchfield's the best player in the country, period. And so I think he's kind of on his way to proving you right once again. What do you think it is? I mean, he's got an amazing toss. It's very rhythmic. He doesn't seem to throw as many shots as everyone else. Like, I've never seen him throw a roll. I'm sure he can.
I think it's comes with the robot nickname. I think he just takes emotion completely out of it. He doesn't get fired up. He doesn't get, maybe internally inside his head he does, but I mean, look at him. He's not even looking at the board. He doesn't care what Damon does.
Yeah,
he does not care.
He's a human valium. But I don't remember him looking down in that way before. Has he always done that? I don't.
You know what? Now you got me thinking about it. I'm not sure.
Like Cody Henderson, for example, has that new almost Zen-like refocus move. It's almost as if Trey's kind of has his own now. He looks straight down, doesn't focus on the other player. Like even then, without a bag in his hand, he was looking straight down when Damon threw.
Another double four-bagger, and now 15 out of 16 bags for Trey Birchfield.
Guy's a chump. Can't find the hole. And what do you do? I always ask you this question just because I'm not sure. From player to player, it is a little different. But when someone's in the groove like Trey Birchfield, what do you do, or what can you do, if there is anything? I mean, how do you survive that as a player?
And what's funny is when you talk about surviving, we usually talk about that people against Damon Dennis, and now we're talking about Trey Birchfield.
Right.
I'm kicking myself a little bit because going into the first national, I kept telling everybody Trey Birchfield's the best player in the world, best player in the world, best player in the world.
Yep.
And I was so high on Birchfield. And then in Florida, he did well, but he obviously didn't make the four singles playoff. And then I kind of, maybe I was wrong, or so, maybe it's not exactly his time. And now I wish I just made that prediction a little bit earlier. Is that another four-bagger, Ernie?
I do believe they call that a four-bagger. The kid, I mean, he really is. He's in a special zone right now as a player.
19 out of 20 bags.
And not even trying. I mean, the way that he plays, it's like he's not even trying.
And for someone in this type of rhythm, you actually want to play against someone like a Damon Dennis, because Damon Dennis is not going to force you into low percentage shots. He is a bag-for-bag type player.
Right. Ooh. But if you're Damon Dennis, do you have to come out at... Oh. What is that? Is that even possible?
I think the robot needs an oil change maybe or something, but that's not supposed to happen. That's not in the program.
Yeah. I'm trying to see. I can't tell. I've got a good look down here to see if his eyes are even open when he looks down, that he's that focused, that he's that honed in. I'm not sure if they are.
Damon Dennis can go in here for a single point. And that's what he's going to get back on the board, 7-3.
I'm not going to say that I saw a burst of emotion out of Birchfield right there, but he shook his head twice.
That is about as a burst of emotion as you're going to get out of Birchfield.
Yeah. Can you tell on your end if his eyes are even open on the other person?
He does look like his eyes are open, but he's just staring at the ground.
One contrast here that I like, that I actually focus on because I like a more athletic move sometimes, and Damon being a step thrower, I find that to be more of an athletic type move, even though Birchfield's toss is obviously much easier to repeat, less moving parts. Are there any players, there aren't a lot left with the one step, are there? I mean, there's Matt Guy, there's Damon. Are there a lot of one-step throwers anymore?
You know, I still think there's a good amount of people out there with it. I mean, you know, if we look at who's made the finals so far, I mean, you at least have one in Bernasette. Bernasette is a stepper, but when he steps, he's kind of like Dennis again.
Yeah.
It's a step with a really high bag, and so that's the key when the game is evolving into a very fast game with fast bags.
That step hurts,
if you're gonna step, in order to keep all the bags on the board and not have any fly off, you really have to have control of it, and so you have to have that high arcing motion.
Yeah, for sure.
Look at him.
Eyes are closed. I knew it. It's as if someone calls him on his pods and wakes him up when it's his turn to throw. Oh. Another chance for points here. Damon, if nothing else, is definitely hanging around. A chance to get two in this round.
And he's in for the four-bagger, getting at least two. And don't expect much more than two.
You know, we're saying all this about Trey, and the Damon Dennis fans at home are probably like, you know, save it. It's 7-5.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
It's right there.
Damon Dennis can get in a rhythm himself.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, the robot's a little off. I'm telling you, this broadcast court is different for players. Even a player like Trey Birchfield, who's been here a million times, it seems like. It's still different. It's still different to take that level of excellence from the floor and another building and bring it all the way over here and maintain that level.
You know, it's funny, we talk about Trey Birchfield being like, you know, he started the game really hot. Maybe he's a little bit off right now, but the worst round he's thrown is a 9. threw 1-9. Everything else has been a 10 or a 12.
He's got to get it figured out, man.
Yeah,
the kid's broken.
yeah, he's really just got to.
He's just so off. Uh-oh, there's a chance to get the 2 right back.
Oh, and as soon as I say that, he throws a 7. Give a single point to Damon Dennis, 7-6.
I think your oil comment might be correct. I think there needs to be a
oil change.
He needs to be in the shop for a second.
Recalibrated.
Someone plug him back in.
Does not compute.
He needs to be commended. At 18 years of age, I would have broken everything in here after missing that shot. But you know, and we can see with the score being what it is, if there's a player that's not going to be affected by Trey, it's Damon Dennis.
Yes.
He doesn't care. If anything, Damon probably likes the challenge more than most people.
Trey Birchfield again is in the winner's bracket, coming through the winner's bracket, which means Damon Dennis would have to win twice.
And you never know. Right? You never know. Just like when we were in Florida, he had to do it. Came through, won twice when he beat Cameron Belvin and went on to win it all.
In just to limit it to 2, and that's what it's going to be.
Lead change. Make it 8-7, Dennis.
Trey Birchfield starts this game in an unbelievable rhythm, but Dennis just weathers the storm and now emerges with the lead.
You know, and like you said about, you know, Trey's, you know, you're only going to get 2 from him. You're only going to get 2 from him. Well, he's gotten 4 2s.
Yep. That's been enough.
Yeah. What you don't want, if you're Damon Dennis, is for Trey to come out of this quasi-funk and then just start throwing. Like, you don't want to give him this opening right here.
Right.
You want him to stay, I wouldn't say having a lack of confidence is the right phrase, but you want him second-guessing himself, because once he gets in a groove, you're in trouble.
Oh, and I was going to say 2 is okay. You know, you're going to give up 2 points throughout the game. What you just need to do is limit the big rounds.
Yep. It's on slick side. Do you think that one on the left comes back?
That's a long way to go.
It's too far away. Yeah.
In for 4. And he capitalizes. Trey Birchfield takes the lead back and gets into double digits.
He did not like losing the lead. And right there, I don't know if you could hear it at home, but Damon kind of talking to Trey a little bit, almost as if he was saying everything polite and nice, but it's almost as if he's trying to get Trey to react.
Right, and you know, Damon Dennis, he's such a nice guy, and he never does anything malintentioned, but at the same time, sometimes I've seen him, like in the middle of a round, if a player makes a good shot, he'll give him a fist bump, and sometimes
just that
it's good intention.
Sure.
I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form it's intentional.
For sure.
But even if it's unintentional, it sometimes takes the player out of that focus to like do the handshake, to give the fist pump, it gets them out of that state.
And to your point, on this end, I have not heard him say a word yet until that round. And it was almost as if, you know what can I do? I don't want him to get hot and run off 4 or 5, 2, 3-point rounds.
Birchfield finishes with a 10, and now Damon Dennis will attempt to go in just to limit it to a wash.
All right, Trey, I'm going to borrow one of your phrases. 10s do not score.
10s don't score here in the pro division. Need 4-baggers to score, especially when you're playing Double D and the Robot.
Double D and the Robot.
Sounds like a band name or something.
Yeah, that was a kids band from the 1950s. That's right.
Kind of like that. Somebody put that on a poster. Double D in the robot.
Double D in the robot. That cartoon came on right after Scooby-Doo, for those that don't remember.
How methodical is Damon Dennis?
It would drive me insane, because I am a rhythmic type person. I would, if someone was doing that to me, I'd literally explode.
Yeah. Dennis in for another 10-point wash. Tens don't score.
You know, at this point, we're here. You know, you and I will be done on this broadcast soon. Then you have the broadcast later. But I will not be able to get Double D and the robot out of my head for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, because that is a block just on Damon Dennis's side. Does he have an angle here? Oof, it's going to be tough. He does.
Wow. Pretty good shot right there. Huh. See if he got an angle for this. Does he shoot it now or go in behind?
No, I think he goes in behind here on that slick side. He does.
You mean
Cleans
just like
it up.
that? It's interesting that the robot's been the first one to blink and adjust his game, if you will. Playing the block game, trying to get Damon out of his rhythm.
In for two on the four-bagger, and off the back.
Wow. That is an unforced error.
That is honestly shocking. Shocking.
That's why I said unforced error. I mean, I would have bet $1 million that that's it.
Wow, 12-8. You know, and I know it's just a single point, Bernie. I know.
But psychologically, yeah.
But man, does that hurt.
Yeah. You can't really feel it at home, but it was almost like a giant just exhale in this building when he missed that. Like everyone, like kind of took the breath out of everyone.
Oh.
Yeah.
And again, I was going to say, does that kind of turn in and start really shifting momentum in Birchfield's favor?
Both players kind of taking a stroll right there, kind of resetting themselves.
He's going airmail, no hesitation. Wow. Talk about trying to gain momentum right back in a big way. Damon Dennis. And it ends up possibly paying off. Does he go with a layup here for the wash, or does he go for another airmail to get himself 2 points? He's going to take one of his 2 timeouts, walk down the other end and see.
You made the other airman. Why not shoot it?
I'm kind of apt to agree with you, Bernie.
You know, I mean,
it's not as if that bag really moved much. I mean, Birchfield, when he went for the push, he did move it just a little bit. You just want to see how much of this bag is hanging in the front side of the hole.
Yeah.
But I expect Damon Dennis to absolutely shoot this shot to get 2 points. Dennis for 2.
Going up.
And it's deep. Going to be another single point for Trey Birchfield, 13-8.
You know, it's interesting. We're watching this, and this was a matchup that I think a lot of us were really kind of wanting to see. Neither one of them played exceptionally well so far.
Right. Birchfield at the beginning of the game felt like he was going to. He felt like he was just going to mow down Dennis like he has everybody else today. But you're absolutely right that each player's kind of just left a little bit.
I just think it's different in here. mean, these guys have been under lights, like I said, a million times. It's not that they're nervous because they're on television. It's just, it's different. It's a different feel, I think.
1 foot.
He asked the question. I'm not. Ooh. Wow.
Yeah.
That's unexpected.
And that was an MVP round there by Josh Kett. He gave a ruling and got the bag all in the same round.
I mean, that's why they call him JK-47, Trey.
Meanwhile, Birchfield set up for a big round here. I say big because 3 points just feels big when you talk about these two.
Absolutely.
Dennis going for the airmail. You can't be serious,
Come
Damon
on.
Dennis. And Birchfield cleans it all up, says, I can do that too, Damon. Damon's got to go in just to limit it to 3 after the impressive airmail, and he does. But both players showing off their strengths there. This is the first one here by Damon Dennis. Airmail wasn't even close to on my mind, but Birchfield doesn't matter. Cleans it all up with a hard push.
I think Damon should throw that more, personally.
He absolutely should, although, Bernie, I'm a little bit disappointed in you. That was a perfect opportunity for that is professional cornhole.
I couldn't do it because the one bag that was short of the board, I couldn't do it with one off the board.
Fair enough, Bernie. I'll let you off the hook this time.
I was literally getting ready to do it, and I was like, I can't do it with one off the board. You know, I guess we couldn't have said a lot more about how good Trey Birchfield is, and he hasn't played well, but he's up 16-8.
Right. It felt like that Guy Harbaugh game, right?
Yep.
Where it was, Brett was like, well, he was unbelievable earlier, but he was good on this broadcast court. And then you're like, hang on, wait a second.
It's almost the word I would use for this level is serviceable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all right. Nothing special. Another bag off the board from these players. It's unusual. And what's so strange about some of these mistakes is, and that one, those are unforced errors.
Right. It's different if someone puts a bag in front and you step out and you're trying to get around and you miss too far left, it goes off the back of the board, because then you wouldn't be trying that shot if your opponent didn't set you up to try something different than a normal slide.
Exactly. And these are those last two mistakes from this level of player. It's just unforced. There's no reason for it.
We need to start tracking unforced errors.
We do. Someone, David's in the truck. David, start marking those down.
16-9, Birchfield with the lead.
God, that bag looked so short when it left his hands.
And Birchfield, no hesitation, does his best Damon Dennis impression, not thinking about the airmail before throwing it, but throws it deep.
But like we said, that's a forced error.
Right,
That's a forced error.
Collect by Dennis, important.
Three points would be huge for Damon right here.
5 could be even more important. And it's gonna be 5.
16-14. I mean, this is. If you're Damon Dennis, you're playing Trey Birchfield the way he's playing all day. You would pay money to be at 16-14 right now.
Yes, you would. You would not pay money to be with that shot, though.
No. And you mentioned it earlier. You have a big round like that. You get a crooked number against Trey. It's that next bag that's so important. And sure enough, pushes it off right.
But your point is correct. With Damon Dennis knowing how Trey Birchfield's been playing all day, if I told him he could be 16-14, would he take it?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And if I offered the same thing to Trey, would you like to be up 16-14? He'd probably say no.
Yeah. He would think to himself, that means I'm not playing well.
Right. Now.
Uh-oh.
You got one more.
Now, here is what I think is going to be interesting. Damon Dennis, I don't think is going to go for an airmail here. Maybe he does. I don't know. Let's say, for the sake of conversation, he doesn't.
Yeah.
Does Trey Birchfield think about hitting the back lip here, causing this back to move a little bit, and actually push this off for an and one to win it for 5 points?
And 1-1.
And 1-1.
Oh,
does he do
there.
it?
It's there if he wants it.
Does he go for an and one to win? Oh!
Wow.
He's still going to get 2 points, but that's absolutely what he was going for.
He absolutely was.
I tell you what, Bernie, if he had hit that shot, this place would have erupted. Would have erupted if he hit that airmail.
Is that a new thing? And 1-1 right there?
Trey Birchfield 3 points away. The winner of this game, we do already have the seeding for those at home wanting to know how the semifinals will play out. The winner of this game, regardless of who it is, would be the top seed in the playoff. They would take the bottom seed in the playoff, which would be Brett Guy at the 49 seed.
I tell you what, that's not a player you want to play right now.
No. So Brett Guy at the 49 seed will play either the number 1 seed Damon Dennis or the number 21 seed Trey Birchfield.
That, my friend, is a burst of emotion from
Yes.
Trey Birchfield. That's as much as you're going to see.
Then the number 25 seed Steven Bernasette will take on the number 33 seed Jay Rubin.
Look at this. In for 2, by the way, for Damon Dennis.
And count it. 18-16.
Just a second ago, the game was on Trey Birchfield's bag. Now it's 18-16. Birchfield still with the lead, but it's anybody's match at this point. This is a hugely important bag, I think.
No.
Huh.
And now the words you always want to hear. My favorite phrase in cornhole, and probably Trey Birchfield's favorite phrase now. A four-bagger wins it.
I just felt that first bag was so important. It felt weird looking at Damon the way he was approaching that shot.
Statistics tell us coming into this game, a four-bagger was 62% good for Trey Birchfield on any given round. And now he doesn't even need it. A 10 will do it. Dennis going up in desperation, but that is going to be it. Trey Birchfield takes down number 1 ranked player in the country, Damon Dennis. He joins Steven Bernasette, Jay Rubin, and Brett Guy in the 4-player playoff in singles. What a performance by Trey Birchfield.
Great match. A little disappointed, to be honest, but still a great match.
Still a great match. Barn burner, and Trey Birchfield advances. We'll be back after this. Coming back here at the Cornhole Mania Pro Singles action. We'll be back here in a minute.
AllCornhole.com has the largest online selection of cornhole bags for players of all levels. Through years of research and development, AllCornhole.com is the perfect bags for even pro-level players. With over 4 unique series to choose from, including Game Changers, All Slides, Slide Rights, and Steadies, you'll be sure to find the right bags to dominate the competition. Whether you're looking for bags for family gatherings, competitive league night, or the pro circuit, go to allcornhole.com to get the perfect boards and bags for you.
Dustin Poirier wanted a better life, built it. Wanted respect, earned it. Wanted a title, won it. Decided to change the world, doing it. You know how how my man keeps accomplishing everything he sets out to do? He believes that he can. Guaranteed Rate is a mortgage lender who understands the power of belief. First home, dream home, whatever your goal, you can make it real. Because if you believe, you will.
We, the people of Johnsonville, being an American family-owned company since 1945, wish to challenge a national tradition. Burgers and hot dogs? We think it should be burgers and sausage. Where hot dogs kind of always taste the same, we make our sausage with 100% premium pork in dozens of full, juicy flavors. And isn't delicious variety the best part of freedom? So grill up some Johnsonville, America, because you can't even spell sausage without USA.
In this house, we believe anyone can play and anyone can win. Where others have dropped the ball, the American Cornhole League has stepped up to the plate. Carefully crafted and trusted by players everywhere, we've set the standard for cornhole equipment worldwide. Branded with ACL Pro, ACL Competitive, and ACL Recreation stamps, look for our seal of approval to know you're making the right choice. Play like a pro with officially licensed American Cornhole League boards and bags from approved manufacturers. Visit our website to find your new game day gear.
It's $1 million hoop season, and DraftKings is giving you a shot to turn big buckets into big bucks. That's right, new customers play free for millions with their first deposit. Just craft your winning lineup of players and turn baskets into bread with your team all season long. So download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app, sign up with the promo code, and take your free shot at millions in prizes. DraftKings, make it rain.
Welcome back to the 2021 ACL Cornhole Mania here in Charles Koch Arena, Wichita, Kansas, home of the Wichita State Shockers. We have a playoff to bring you. 4 of the best cornhole players in the world in the pro singles playoff. Trey Birchfield, Brett Guy going to be semifinal number 1. Stephen Bernasette and Jay Rubin, semifinal number 2. The winners of each of the brackets were reseeded by their pro singles standings. Birchfield emerging as the top seed, Guy the bottom seed, and then Bernasette and Rubin the 2 and 3 seed respectively. So the winners of each of these semifinals going to meet on the finals broadcast tonight, 8 p.m. Central Time. That's 9 p.m. Eastern on ESPN3, which will, of course, re-air Sunday, 11 a.m. Eastern on ESPN2.
Really interested to see how these are the 2 best players all day. I don't think there's any question when you really look at how they played. But how they've played so far on this court, neither at their best, but I, oddly enough, am going to say, give me Brett Guy in this matchup.
Yeah, and I'm giving a little bit of a nod to Birchfield here. So I think it's going to be interesting as we go back and forth through this game. Who's thinking is going to be the hottest? Birchfield will go up with an airmail early and connects.
It sounds as though the robot nickname is stuck. It's been, ooh, that's so close.
Trey Birchfield.
Wow, early timeout.
Early timeout. You get 2 in a game. He uses one of them there.
Do you need the timeout there? Is he really thinking airmail again in that back quarter of the hole?
Oh man, I don't think there's enough room. And one thing that you can't really see from home too well from this angle is these bags are elevated.
Yeah.
They're kind of bunched upwards, so it makes that angle that much harder.
And he's going up. Oh, that was, I don't know exactly what he was trying to do. Was he trying to get enough forward momentum in those bags to push that one of his on the right in? You think that's what he was trying?
Maybe, but I don't think Brett's going to. Yeah, Brett's going to leave this alone. He'll concede the 2 points in an early 2-0 lead for Trey Birchfield.
Interesting. That's probably going to hurt their PPR.
It will shatter the PPR. Absolutely, Bernie. People are going to look at that stat and go, this round was a 6-4? What is that?
These guys are good players. What's happening out there? Huh.
Birchfield cleans it up.
You know, after the way that each one of these players played in their first quarterfinal match, do you think they have something to prove? Because I don't think either one played anywhere near their best in those matches.
Well, the difference, I think, for both of them is going to be partly the pace, especially for Birchfield, right?
Yeah.
Because he played Damon Dennis, who is going to slow you down literally as much as physically possible.
Sure.
Okay, Brett Guy, on the other hand,
Gonna play fast. Yep.
He's going to play a little bit faster, right? I don't think necessarily his game against Harbaugh was that slow, but it's at least going to be a difference in pace for Birchfield.
Certainly.
Smart, a little bit of a bully bag. This causes Brett Guy to step out this way and go here. And he perfectly executes that shot. And Birchfield answers with a cleanup.
You know it's coming if they make these two bags, right?
In for a four-bagger by Birchfield. He connects, and now in to make it a double four-bagger for Guy. Count it.
That is professional cornhole.
That is professional cornhole, says Bernie Neighbors.
That's first one of the day.
First one of the day. Both players showing off their respective skills on that round.
I've got a feeling this match might take a while. Of course, I've been jinxing people all day, so by saying that,
yeah, here we go. 7-8-5, game over.
Oh my. Is it really going to happen now that I jinxed it?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we're going to see. We may see a one crooked number, maybe two in this game, but I don't think it's going to be a spree of crooked numbers. In for a four-bagger for Birchfield. 2 at a minimum, and 2 is what it's going to be. Yeah, Brett Guy had to reel that one back a little bit.
4-0.
What number, if you're Brett, do you not want to get behind? I mean, you know, 4, no one likes to be behind ever. But 4-0 doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal.
4 is not overwhelming. I really think anything under 10, I'm not panicked. I'm really not. I mean, and I'll say it this way. It's different if he gets 10 points up because he's just unbeatable, because you know he's eventually going to come down off this really hot streak. So it's okay if he gets this big lead if it's because he's unconscious. What I'd be worried about if I was Brett Guy is if I start missing left and right and he's pointing me there and his 10s are scoring on my 8s, because then if he catches fire, then I'm in an even worse position.
Right.
Tough collect for Guy here, but he makes it look so effortless.
Really, that's the proper word. I mean, it seemed like he wasn't even trying. And just perfect.
And Guy in for a 10-10 wash.
Telling you, he was throwing. Both of these guys were the 2 best players all day, but they have not been on that level on this court.
Right. Something different about it. You know what's funny though? Steven Bernstein may be the best player on the stage here in a minute.
He's been throwing the best, right, up here on this stage.
Now, you could argue Jay Rubin, you know, it kind of got overshadowed because how unconscious in the second half of that game that Matthew Stout was.
Right.
But also the fact that he was able to withstand that goes to show you had to be throwing really good as well.
And to have those 2 just remarkably bad breaks happen and still find a way to withstand a run.
Brett Guy goes for the airmail for the drag, but it does not drag.
Two more, make it 6-0 Trey Birchfield. You don't want to let the robot get too far ahead, though. Like you said, if he starts getting hot, you're in big trouble. You know, not to pick on anyone's fashion choice, but seriously, has Trey Birchfield ever worn 2 gold necklaces? Has he been winning that much money?
Birchfield going, oh, I thought he would think about an airmail there. I could have sworn he would do it, but Brett Guy can go in to get on the board with 2 points. Count
there
it.
It is.
2 points for Brett. 6-2.
Obviously, of the 2 players, Brett much more of the emotional player, which in some respects is a good thing against someone like Trey, because if you do get hot, you do get that emotional boost. You could, you know, maybe coast it and use that for, say, 6 points. You know, just get so high on emotion that you just kind of ride it for a while.
Again, Brett has been so good on these collect shots. And he does it again. I mean, are you kidding me,
Wow,
Bernie? That is so... I can't explain how difficult that is. He makes it look so easy.
Nope. Oh, no. I don't know how many times we've seen it today. Over in Haskett Center and now here, someone hits an insanely difficult shot and comes back, unforced error, throws it off the board, or like Trey did there, leaves it off right.
In for 1.
Oh, my goodness.
Both players just in disbelief right now.
That was not professional corner.
No, that was not.
All right, I'm waiting for one of these players to kind of get into that groove that they had all day. It's going to happen sooner or later.
Well, there was an opportunity for Birchfield. He does knock Guy in.
I mean, Guy staring at 3 to tie the game right now. Look out.
Could go in for 5, Brett Guy. He does get it. Will Birchfield go after this with an airmail to limit it to 3? He will not. He settles for the slide, but does not go in. Make that a 7 for Brett Guy.
You know, that's hard to believe, the way Trey's been playing. And that was... I think he's rattled. You're not going to see it. You're not going to see it from his face, but he seems a touch rattled. He just hasn't thrown all that well in the 2 matches he's been up here.
Brett Guy now with a lead and 11 points away from a berth in the finals.
You don't want to overreact to one round as an announcer or as a fan at home or out. But when you see a player of this quality throw those kind of shots and give up a 7, I mean, it's just rare.
It is.
But as I say that,
Birchfield does find a way in, and now Guy again, he's been clinical on these collect shots. And yet
Just
again,
like
he does it.
In for 3.
Oh, and just leaves a single point.
We really should be counting these unforced errors, but that is an unforced error.
I do find it interesting that both of these players are the only players to make both the Final Four playoff in singles and in doubles.
Yes.
Now, we had that same thing happen at the kickoff battle. Cody Henderson and Noah Wooten both made it in singles and doubles, and again, they played each other in the semifinals. Now, Cody Henderson got the best of Noah Wooten and then went on to come up a little bit short to Damon Dennis. So do we ever history repeat itself here? That's better. This is better than in, because now this normal collect shot by guy that he's been so good at makes it that much more difficult. He had to throw it that much harder, and it was set up perfectly by Trey Birchfield to be able to do that. He replaces in front. I know he's very upset with himself here that he didn't follow it all the way through, but it's still some level of obstruction for Brett Guy to get around.
Yep. Wow, going over it.
And he went straight over. He wasn't playing around with trying to get it that time, but still going to be a single point for Trey Birchfield, 10-8.
But this is, we were talking about it before. You're like, those are points that Trey normally would pick up. It's a point here, it's a point there. Those should have been twos. It seems that he's leaving points on the board, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
There's one of your unforced errors, Bernie, on that left side.
It seems like the last two matches have been riddled with unforced errors.
Oh, I don't like this one, Bernie.
Oh.
I'm a big fan of what Brett Guy has been doing on the collect shots, but I don't like this one.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't.
And Trey just. Can he get those three? Can he take all three here?
I mean, if he does, he's going to make me look dumb. He may make me look dumb here, Bernie.
He's going to have a trail layup behind, and now
if Brett Guy does this,
come on,
might be the best round I've seen all day.
Yeah, and he has a penchant for big shots.
Big shot from Brett Guy, and he misses far left and concedes a 5.
Wow. It's you live by it, die by it kind of thing. A more, if you're more conservative there, are you really giving up that 5?
Right. I've been watching the dynamic. I've kind of pinpointed where Matt Guy is sitting in the crowd. And after big rounds and big shots, I've just been seeing the interaction between Brett and Matt.
Yeah, he's definitely looking up there quite a bit.
Come on.
And that bag's getting closer and closer. Birchfield going to try to collect it in. Guy helps him out.
Now that just looked. You can see how angry Trey is with himself. I mean, it's almost like he's pulling the string on certain shots.
I can't believe that bag, that lucky bag surefire was sitting right there, did not fall. (13-10). Birchfield.
It's hard to believe with players of this quality, but it's almost like they're trying to find it. They're just that one smidge off. Or maybe I'm just being way overly critical.
Well, I will say our standards for these players are unbelievably high.
Yeah. And when they prove that they're human, it seems to bother us sometimes.
Four-bagger by Birchfield. Is it answered by Guy? It is.
Indeed.
Double four-bagger. Still locked at 13-10.
I suspect we see a couple of double four-baggers in a row. Both players get kind of more into a rhythm, and then we see them start to force things from each other. To kind of see if they can find the range and then start to play the block game with each other. But I could be wrong.
That almost looked like an intentional block.
Yeah,
that was higher.
It did.
Ooh, that is such a good replacement bag.
Oh, that's the result he was wanting.
And that is strong on the follow through. Set up for 2.
In for 2.
Cash it in at a minimum.
Yep.
Guy has to go in just to limit it to 2 here. And he does, but Trey Birchfield gets to 15 to 10.
Oh, there's the "I ain't done yet" from Brett Guy. That seems to be the popular phrase of the day.
And normally I'd say, man, that bag looks out of play, but at this point I'm not.
Yeah.
Anything on the left or right side of the hole, I'm just assuming Brett Guy is going to get. And I'm not even worried about it right now.
Yeah.
You really got to bully this way out of the way if you're going to get it outside Brett Guy's range.
And how do you even practice? I mean, obviously you can practice that by putting it there, but in game situations, how you can practice and get yourself to the point that you can make those collections.
Oh, I know what's coming here, Bernie.
Yep.
Brett Guy with another big shot
Going
opportunity.
Up. Oh my! Wow!
And it just hits the front lip and back lip.
You know,
they call him the hitman for his big time shots, and he hit some earlier. He's been hitting them all day. But just that one right there.
Forcing too many, man. Forcing too many.
You know, yes, it hits the front of the lip, but somehow rolls off the back. But what is that? Literally half an inch from being perfect. Literally half an inch from that distance.
18 to 10 is Birchfield.
Maybe this speaks to the level that Trey Birchfield's playing right now, but you don't feel you've seen his best, and he's up 18 to 10. You know.
Ooh, doors open for Guy, in for 3 to get some momentum back. Count it.
Another unforced error. You know, before when we were watching with Trey playing Damon, he was looking down, staying very in his set of play, if you will, like make his throw, look straight down. He seems to be looking up a lot more in this match.
Yeah. A little bit more interested in what's being played in front of him.
Yep.
Again, Guy stepping out for a better angle on this collect.
Wow.
Just so good at it. Double 4-bagger by Guy in Birchfield.
I mean, for those at home, I mean, that one was a little bit easier than some of the collects that he's had. But there's just not a lot of room on that side to make those collects.
It's almost like he's doing it on purpose at this point.
It seems like.
Like those bags, I'm just like, oh man, that's a miss. And then I'm like, wait a second, no, he's done this about 87 times today. Make it 88.
Well, that has to get demoralizing if you're Trey Birchfield. You throw a great bully bag, you push him out, and he's like, no, I got it.
Yeah, I got it. Don't worry. He doesn't look very demoralized, though.
Oh, he was chasing it. He didn't like it. he was chasing it. I think he thought he missed that one when it left his hand, but he did.
I mean,
again,
is he
right?
doing?
Is it a psychological ploy at this point?
Side block miss. Birchfield in. Guy collect. Rinse, repeat. Rinse, repeat.
That is so true. You know, before in this matchup, I would say 4 or 5 rounds ago, we weren't seeing the best from each player. I think we're really starting to see them step their
Yeah, they're
games up.
stroking now. They're stroking. Yeah, that's another double 4 back
And it's almost as if they felt they were getting through this match, and it was just trying to get to this point where you could make no more mistakes.
Or they just heard you and they're tired of you talking about them.
Tired of the bald guy over there saying bad stuff.
Man, that was a bag in front of the hole.
Huh. Uh-oh.
Okay, he cannot collect that one. I can say with certainty that bag will stay there. About the only bag that's been out of play for Brett Guy on the front or on the board at all, really.
In danger of going down 20-13.
Cannot miss this bag. He doesn't. Birchfield in for 2 to sit on 20. He says no.
Goodness gracious.
As soon as he let it go.
Yeah. You got to feel like you dodged a bullet there if you're Brett Guy. You have to.
Yes.
Once again, Trey, will we call that an unforced error?
Yes, absolutely an unforced error. I mean, Bernie, I want to say so bad that bag is out of play. There's no way. There's no way.
Oh, brought it closer. I mean, if he does the same thing with this bag, he's making it on the last bag. Oh, no.
Now, what does he do? I think you just have to concede the 2.
You have to be. That would be the smart play.
Oh,
no.
Now Birchfield can go in for the win. And he cashes it in. Books the ticket to the finals here at the Cornhole Mania in Pro Singles. The Robot, Pro Doubles World Champion in 2020, gets to a national final here in singles. Man, it was back and forth at the beginning, but the class really showed there at the end by Birchfield. Bag after bag in the hold, a bunch of 4-baggers, and just too much to handle for Brett Guy.
Yeah, you know, Brett just won too many times leaving the bag out on the left side. It finally came back to bite him.
All right, sounds good. And we have Bush's bag of the day right here. We're going to check this real quick. This is Devin Harbaugh on the airmail, drags it in, gets all 3, the fist pump.
By the way, doesn't it look a lot closer than it actually is with that overhead shot?
Yes, absolutely. Unbelievable. All right. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our coverage. We're going to have one more on the digital network. You can tune in. But until then, we'll see you at 8 p.m. Central for Pro Doubles, Pro Singles, and Crew Cup. For Bernie Neighbors, this is Trey Ryder. We'll see you guys later.
What's up, DK Sim fam? It's your boy, Matt Lamarca, a.k.a. Big Saxy, a.k.a. Mr. Wiggles, a.k.a. Rich Homie Quan. Back for another Madden Sim. We've got the Seattle Seahawks and the Arizona Cardinals. And I am super excited for this one. Going to be working for the first time with Mr. Tommy Freeze Pops. You know, sometimes you can just feel a connection with someone before you even really know them. And I think me and you have that connection, Tommy.
We're clicking already, dude. It's there. I feel like I've known you my whole life. What is going on? I've been calling for this publicly on the Dream Stream for weeks, since our staff-wide Zoom call where you were called out for doing the call from your bed in the darkness. I said, I need to work with this guy. And here we are on a Saturday in March. Got the late slate. What's better than this? We got an NFC West battle. I mean, come on. Remember this game, Thursday Night Football? This past season, it was
explosive. Explosive game. Hopefully the Sim rematch can live up to the expectations. We're basically right at lock time. So real quick, how are you approaching this game? What's your, sort of default strategy here?
Yeah, so I went with both quarterbacks in my lineup because they're both beasts. They're both averaging over 20 points a sim, so I feel like I had to have them. But I wanted to have enough flexibility to not have a bunch of punt plays, so I didn't have either in the captain spot. So I went with Kenyon Drake there, 16.4 a sim, 14,100 in the captain spot. Then I got Seattle DST in my lineup because they seem to always put some numbers up as far as these Madden sims go. They're one of the better defenses. And then I got me Carlos Hyde as my punt play for $3,000. And I got Christian Kirk in there for 4,800. So, we'll see what happens. Like anything on these Madden sims, it's sort of you either hit or you don't. I'm feeling like this is a hit here, but, if I don't, I don't. It is what it is.
I always forget about Carlos Hyde.
He'll sneak up on you.
He is so good in these things.
Yeah. He's a vulture. Big time.
Like that call. We had very similar lines of thinking. I also wanted both quarterbacks. I also wanted Drake. But I ended up captaining Kyler just because he's Kyler, and I feel like mobile quarterbacks in these Madden sims, they just take off all the time, and I wanted those points up top. So that didn't leave me a ton of money with the rest of my team. I went with Philip Dorsett, Christian Kirk, and Insane in the membrane, Zane Gonzalez.
Zane Gonzalez, for my money, the worst kicker in real life in the NFL right now. Seriously. And that's why Arizona just brought Matt Prater in. They're like, we're good on Zane, bro. He cost them 2 games this year. Legit, Arizona might have been in the playoffs if it weren't for Zane Gonzalez. Mark it down. Cardinals mob, stand up. You got to agree with me on this. Zane Gonzalez, garbage.
Garbage. Yeah, garbage. I mean, very, very interesting team for next season. We can talk about Arizona a little bit as we get into this thing. Want to give a shout out to the DK Sim fam. I'm seeing you guys giving the Lamarca Freeze Pops combo some love. So if it's not too much trouble, why not make your way down to the like button? Give it a gentle caress.
I'm going to do that myself.
Smash the like button. That's a little too much for me. Just a gentle caress.
I just tapped it. Just gave it a little tap-a-roo.
We're going to start out with the Seahawks on offense. DK Metcalf going to get us started here. So are you a believer in this Cardinals squad?
I believe that they are perfectly average, if that makes sense. Like, they are going to be a team that's on the cusp of playoff contention every year, but not a shoo-in as presently constructed. I just haven't seen enough from the Cliff Kingsbury product here to believe that they're going to be a playoff team year after year. I mean, heck, we haven't seen Kyler in the playoffs yet, so we don't even know what that looks like. I mean, it doesn't hurt having J.J. Watt in your building, but at the same time, how much gas does he actually have left in the tank? Is he really going to swing being a playoff or Super Bowl contender for you? I don't think so at this point in his career. I think Kyler continues to take steps forward. I have a small amount of Kyler stock that I have not sold. I've held on to it even when times were hard late last year, and I'm ready to see that stock increase and help out my portfolio here mid-season. But I'm not fully sold on Arizona being a Super Bowl caliber team just yet.
Yeah, Kyler was dealing with a lot of injuries last year, so we can kind of give him a pass for some of the poor play he had down the stretch. The move that made no sense to me was bringing in AJ Green.
Yeah, weird move.
Guy looked done with a capital D last season, got benched for T. Higgins. Not that, T. Higgins looked really good, so I'm not holding that against him, but statistically just a really bad year for AJ Green, and he got paid. They're paying him, I think it was $8.5 million, right?
Yeah, I was really surprised that he came in at that number, but at the same time, he is a big name guy, right? So I guess there is a market for dudes like that. They look at the body of work. I'm personally of the mind of what have you done for me lately? And last season, him and Joe Burrow, when Burrow was healthy, could not get on the same page. Green looked like he lost a step. And I'm happy that the Patriots decided to say thanks but no thanks on AJ Green, because he was a name that was floated around in Patriot land.
To be fair, every name is floated around in Patriot
Great call. Great call by you. But, in New England, it's always like, the receivers stink. Bill can't draft a receiver. So... AJ Green's name gets tossed around all the time. He's sort of almost at the level of how many times I've heard Larry Fitzgerald. Oh, I just saw him at Logan Airport. No, you didn't. That's not Larry Fitzgerald. Stop tweeting that picture of a man trying to rent a car. He's just an innocent bystander. That is not Larry Fitzgerald. That man is 5'8" and he's 45 years old. That is not Larry Fitzgerald. Stop tweeting that picture out. But I'm glad. I'm honestly, as a Patriot fan, glad we're not dealing with that, because I see him taking a dip, continuing to dip AJ Green out on him, and he really hasn't been that all-pro guy in a few years now in Cincinnati.
Right, and I think we kind of underrate those injuries. I mean, if I'm recalling correctly, there was a rumor at one point that he might have to get his foot amputated.
Yeah.
So it's not, I don't think it's crazy to say that injuries might have taken a toll on this guy.
Totally. And it's, him and Julio came in at the same time, and it was always those two guys getting compared to each other. And obviously Julio dealt with his fair share of injuries, but I think, when they both call it a career, Julio sort of won that battle.
So we had a 3-and-out from the Seahawks on their first possession, and now Arizona moving the ball. Kyler with a scramble on third down, and now a little first down completion to Hopkins. So that sets up a 1st and 10 run here for Kenyon Drake to move the ball to the other side of midfield.
Lamarca, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
So Chris Carson re-signed by Seattle. If you're Russell Wilson, do you call them immediately and go, guys, remember, I said I want to leave. What are you doing bringing in the guy that's taking the ball out of my hands constantly? What are we doing here, guys? No, you weren't supposed to re-sign Chris Carson. You're supposed to get guys I want that are going to keep the ball in my hands. You're not helping the situation right here. We all know you love Chris Carson, Pete Carroll. We get it. It's PDA at this point. It's too much. Go get a room.
Yeah, the Russell situation is very interesting. I mean, it seems like Seattle has pretty firmly committed to the fact that he's not going anywhere at this point. Chicago reportedly made a pretty aggressive push to get him before they acquired on the in the same ballpark option of Andy Dalton.
Right. Same caliber guy for sure.
So I think that, Seattle is rocking with Russ. It just means that Pete Carroll is going to continue to do Pete Carroll things. For years, we always thought it was Schottenheimer, sort of ruining the fantasy value of Russell Wilson. Turns out it was Pete Carroll all
all
along.
along. That menace. Yeah, it's interesting because Russell Wilson clearly is upset, but he's the best player in the history of that franchise by a lot, in my opinion. And, you can talk about Walter Jones or Steve Largent or whatever, but look, it's the quarterback position, and we're talking about a guy that can do it all. And he's single-handedly won games for this team, won a Super Bowl in his, I believe, second season in the league. So, you got to do what you can do to make the face of your franchise happy and want to continue to win ball games for you. And it just doesn't seem like that's been a commitment to them for them this offseason. I mean, they're Chris Carson for 2 years. No, go get Russell Wilson some more offensive line help. Go get him a slot receiver. Go beef up that defense, that historically bad defense. When Jamal Adams is leading your team in sacks, that means you have a bad defense.
So we're getting some pushback on the AJ Green stuff. Jordan Lindenbaum and brother Phil.
Oh, shocking! Those
two
guys
of the
are,
two just legends and veterans of the Sim fam are saying he can still give something. And guys, I don't want to go into it too deeply, but he's just shot. He saw so many targets and so many air yards for the Bengals last season, and he just has no separation left. He's done. I'm sorry.
Maybe he's a corner fade in the red zone threat, right? Because he's got size still. He's got good hands. It's hard to lose that ability. But as far as, quick strike offense, being a playmaker, I don't see that anymore for AJ Green. And I watched way more Bengal games than I care to admit this past season because I got the red zone package or whatever it's called, Sunday Ticket. That's what it is. Sorry, brain fart there. And they were always in close games. It's like, oh wow, Bengals, they might pull this one out. Switch over, they lose late. AJ Green does nothing. Especially when Joe Burrow was out of the picture, they were garbage. But when he was there, man, they were sneaky. Like, how people like to say, oh, they're a league pass team for the NBA.
Yep.
Sort of a not a playoff caliber team, but a lot of like fun young players. Like the Kings have always been a nice league pass team if you're sitting up late at night. That's how the Bengals were for me. They're a Sunday Ticket team when Burrow was healthy.
Yeah, and we've got some guys in the chat talking about some of the other free agent signings, and it has been a super weird offseason for wide receivers. Like AJ Green, I think, is getting, or at least he has the potential to earn more money than Juju Smith-Schuster. Just a lot of weird signings. And
Juju did something strange though. In defense of this offseason, just turning down a number one option in both Baltimore and Philly to stay in Pittsburgh and be the .333 receiver option and take less money. Like, what a weird move, what a weird guy.
So run through the stats real quick, very quick first quarter. Basically, Arizona just killed the whole thing with their offense. Kyler was 7 for 7, 47 yards, I believe. Kenyon Drake, 5 attempts, 19 yards on the ground. Kyler added a 13-yard scamper. And the Freeze Pops favorite, Chris Carson, with negative production. Old man Larry Fitz, old reliable, 2 for 7. Max Williams, 2 for 10. DeAndre Hopkins, 2 for 21. DK Metcalf, 1 for 5. Kenyon Drake and Greg Olsen with catches as well. And then Russ, passing wise, just 2 for 2, 11 yards.
The quarterback's 9 for 9 so far.
Yeah, there's not a lot of inconvenience in Simland, Freeze Pops.
If you throw the ball, it's generally going to be caught. Unless you're Jared Goff, who is maybe the most inaccurate quarterback I've ever seen.
When quarterbacks miss in Simland, it's like way, way, way.
It's so high. Everything's so high. It's hilarious. Yeah, the Juju Smith-Schuster thing was so weird He's sort of a weird guy. I feel like he'd fit in with this crew. Like if Juju Smith-Schuster just decided one day to become a DraftKings broadcaster, would you be shocked if like he was up on these Sims with us, just talking Madden? I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, why not, right?
Here's your boy.
Zane.
The Zane train.
Pipes it. We got a 3-0 game. So Varder says, hey, Lamarca, who's your big play tonight in NBA? Who did you play in your lineup? It was a night where you could pretty much do whatever you wanted. Lots of value. So my big play should come as no surprise. It was Giannis. You know, basically anytime you can fit Giannis in your lineup, you should fit Giannis in your lineup. That's my hot take.
Very hot take right there. I didn't get a lineup in for tonight, but the guy that for me is Jokic. Jokic is a must start. I build around Jokic. He almost screwed me the other night against Koff, but I luckily was able to pull it out with my value plays. And Jokic has been the guy. Him, Sabonis, Beal, those have been my dudes.
So you're playing Kaufman in head-to-head as well?
Yeah, I got roped into that. Been doing that since probably mid-December, maybe early January, whatever it is. He was killing me for a long time, but I mean, since probably a week before the All-Star game, I think I'm up like 6 of our last 8.
There you
something
go.
like that. Yeah, I've been killing it.
I
don't want to jinx it though. I'm gonna knock on this fake marble here.
He never challenged me, but I got sick and tired of his high and mighty, act.
He's cocky for sure.
Very cocky about how he beats.
He wins a lot though in his defense.
Brendan Glasheen and Emerson. So I decided I was going to take up their mantle. And he beat me the first 2 nights, but I have won the last 2. So we are back to even. And I'm looking for blood now.
Yeah, look, I mean, if you play someone enough, it'll eventually even out to just around 500, right? And then there's going to be one guy that's a little bit above you and one guy that's below. Right now, I'm starting to build towards that 500 mark with Koff. Although I will say, the first 20 times we played, he probably beat me 16 times. It was a bloodbath. Because honestly, before I started working with DraftKings, I didn't really do daily fantasy all that much. So I was sort of, trial by fire, learning it on the fly here. And it's definitely made me a better DFS player because of it. There's no question. The way to get good at this is by making lots of lineups.
For sure. I mean, that's the way to get good at anything is practice, right?
Yes, 10,000 hours.
We've got Bruce saying, I sold the saxophone for Top Shots. What is the matter with me? I keep telling you guys,
really?
I didn't sell the saxophone for Top Shots.
I was going to say.
I sold the saxophone.
Oh.
And I might buy Top Shots, but it wasn't intentionally done for that reason.
Did you sell the saxophone because they told you you're not allowed to play on the Sims anymore? Or did you sell because you just didn't want a saxophone laying around your house?
I haven't played in 5+ years at this point. Basically, since I graduated college, I wasn't a musician anymore.
Were you in the college band, marching band?
I was in marching band. I was in jazz bands.
Nice. What school?
Yeah, I played in some wedding bands and stuff like that. It was a lot of fun. Wow. I've had some great times playing music in my life. It's just at this point in time, I'm not playing, and it didn't make sense to have a saxophone, a professional grade saxophone just sitting in the closet.
Yeah. Okay. So when you say the words professional grade, that leads me to believe that you got some nice coin out of that thing when you pawned it off.
Yeah, pretty much. Nice. I mean, not as much as I paid for it because that's
you're never going to get that.
That's just the nature of the game, but I'm happy with the return.
Nice. Yeah, it's interesting to think about these horn instruments or woodwinds being sold after being used, because obviously you put your mouth all over this thing. I mean, you've just been slobbered all over this sax for years. It's got to be weird to buy a used instrument, right? Because
The mouthpieces.
It's been in someone else's mouth.
Don't come with the instrument. You got to buy your own mouthpiece.
Yeah, but still. Just something to think about if you're on the secondary instrument market.
Top Shot Queenie says Kaufman gets his lineups from the Awesemo gang. And I don't find anything wrong with that, guys.
Why not use resources?
Yeah, there's nothing.
I use DraftKings to get my information.
There's nothing illegal about using other resources that are available to you.
I read Lamarca.
So if you're not consuming any content before you're making your lineups,
it's
then,
on you.
Yeah. Now, Alex Baker, who runs Awesemo, one of the best, if not the best in the world. So, yeah, that's a good guy to lean on for advice. But I don't blame Kaufman, one, and two, I'm not scared. I'm not scared.
I'm not scared either.
If I was playing Alex Baker, I would be scared.
I am not scared anymore. So it's been mentioned on these sims multiple times as we have a 3rd and 5 here for Seattle. Let's see what the Seahawks do. Do they get in? There's a ton for Greg Olsen.
Who somebody on the Twitch fam, Heavy Kevy, said, I'm captaining Olsen tonight. Well, that's off to a good start.
There you go, Heavy. Scoring one for Kevy.
You are well respected in the Freeze Pops Lamarca club. Okay.
Hell yeah, baby.
This is a club for units.
Thick gang. Respect. So I was going to say, I've heard from multiple broadcasters now that you are sort of this go-to guy when it comes to Top Shot information. I myself have gotten back into the sports cards situation since
deeply in that market as well.
Yeah, okay. So I've gotten into the Brady rookie card market.
Okay.
I've got about 10 to my name now.
Good market.
At some point, at some point I'm planning to get them all graded. And I have it's Brady rookie cards and then just Brady in general, because when I was a kid, early 2000s, I had a few Bradys too, and those go for decent money now too if you can get them graded. So I plan on getting all of my Brady stuff graded at some point. Have you gone through the grading process at all? And if you have, what advice do you have for me? Because I haven't taken that plunge yet. I'm still in the acquisition process, but once I get the amount that I want, then I'm going to say, okay, it's time to get to take step 2 here.
Yeah, it's I've done just very minimal grading. I have a card that I'm trying to get sent out in the near future. I got lucky enough to pull a 1-of-1 Bam Adebayo rookie card the other day. So that's something that I'm definitely looking to get sent out soon.
Yeah,
it is a hassle, and they're really backed up at the moment, which is what's making it even more annoying. Like, it can take 8-9 months for you to get your cards back.
I'm just worried. I'm not even mad about that 8-9 month span. What worries me when I hear that is that it's going to get lost, right? Like, they got millions of cards. It's going to be sitting around in a warehouse for months. That just scares me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that it's happened before, right? I'm sure that they've lost stuff.
Yeah.
I think what might be like an option to look into is a lot of times if you have like a local card shop, they'll do some of the grading stuff. Like they can take care of, getting it packaged and presented to be sent out, and you don't have to worry about going through the process yourself. But I'm not sure if that's the best value per se.
Yeah, so when I first decided to dive back in on the card thing, it was right around Christmas, and I think it was either a Giannis or a Steph Curry card had just been sold for like $1 million.
Yeah.
And, there had been chatter for weeks about, this market's been going up. You got to look back, dive back into the closet. Perfect time, pandemic. And I said, you know what? I was home for the holidays. I said, I'm going to break out the binders. And I had a lot of cool stuff from when I was a kid, probably 6th, 7th grade. Had a lot of cool rookie cards from around, those Christmases when I was that age. My grandpa would buy me cool rookie cards. But it was sort of all rookie cards from the junk card era, like late 80s, early 90s. So I've got these Ken Griffey Jr. rookie cards, and unless they're 10s, they're worth $15, you know. Same thing with I got a Jeter rookie card. I've got all these great players, Randy Johnson. The Ricky Henderson card actually is worth some good coin because they didn't make a lot of those. Don Mattingly, same thing. But, you know, all sorts of rookie cards from the 80s and 90s for baseball. And it's, again, if I never get them graded, they're not worth anything. So I need to do it at some point if I'm going to be serious. But the Brady cards is my priority because those for sure have value, and I'm just going to sit on them.
100%. Yeah, Daniel, the guy on the ones and twos. I don't know what we call Daniel. They always just say he's the guys on the ones and twos. So
yeah.
that's what I'm going to say. We've got Daniel here on the ones and twos. He says that he's worried that the bubble is going to collapse on the market within the next 8 or 9 months.
Yes.
And I do think that
he's not wrong.
It's going to cool down.
Yeah.
And it honestly, I hope it does to an extent because it's just so expensive right now. Like,
right.
You want to buy a box of Prism for the NBA, you're talking like thousands of dollars. It's ridiculous.
Right. It's nuts.
But stuff like a Tom Brady or a LeBron James, like that's always going to have value.
Yeah. There's always going to be a premium around those guys because they're just that's how the market is. It's the same way, you know, let's say Mickey Mantle cards are always going to have value. It's the same thing. Even Griffey, like if you get Griffey cards graded, it's worth cash. It's just one of those dudes. But like you mentioned, this Bam Adebayo 1 of 1, that's worth a lot of money right now because of this bubble. 5 years from now, if this thing bursts and Bam Adebayo doesn't become LeBron James, that's going to be a very average card. And you know that.
Yep.
I'm not trying to poo-poo your card here.
For sure.
You know, we both just understand the situation.
Yeah, the young guys are always going to be pumped. You know, like it's always good to sell the youth. Like I believe a lot in Zion Williamson. I have a bunch of Zion stuff. But if I can exchange that Zion stuff and acquire LeBron stuff, I'm going to make that trade every time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Every single time. And if anyone's dumb enough to do that, take advantage of them and try and trade them some other stuff. Like, hey, I got some sick Kobe Whites. Want to give me some LeBron rookie cards? Yeah, sure. Oh, Kobe White's sick.
I do have a lot of Kobe Whites actually.
One of my buddies tweet, I think his Instagram story, a picture of he has like a signed Kobe White like jersey, one of those jersey cards. And he was like, "Oh, I'm so amped for this." And in my head, I'm like, "It's Kobe White. He's a nice player. We're not talking about Dwayne Wade here, you know."
The mayor of Flavortown says, "When will Ja Morant's price go down?" To me, that is the most confusing thing in the market right now. He's getting treated like as we get a bomb attempt from Zane.
Wow, did he hit that? No.
Nah, it's off.
Yep. Of course.
That would have been nice
Gonzalez.
if that went in.
That was an aggressive field goal attempt.
But yeah, Ja is getting treated like this future, no doubt, all-time type point guard.
And he's good, but
I don't see it.
I'm not there yet. Yeah. Ja tracks for me like a white chocolate, you know? He feels like Jason Williams to me. Like we're going to be watching Ja Morant highlights 12 years from now being like, "Oh, remember Ja Morant? He was sick." But we're not talking about a future MVP from my view.
Top Shot Queenie, who has this LeBron James card that I may acquire from him. I'm just waiting till after tax season. Got to keep my finances in order. He says his dad traded a Michael Jordan rookie for a base about 10 years ago. Not a great trade.
Dumb.
A bass boat. I misinterpreted that.
Wait a second. That's actually sick. See, that's the type of stuff that's going to hold value because they did that a few years ago.
Yeah, I'm very long on bass boats.
That was way before there was this crazy market. Jay Duncan saying that they won a 79 Topps Gretzky rookie card on a $5 bet in high school 30 years ago. I hope you kept up very good care of that card and you're sitting on something pretty nice.
All right, that's the first half, guys. Quick half, not a ton of action.
I'm not mad about it. We're flying right now.
Russ, 7 for 7. We haven't seen an incomplete pass in this game yet, guys.
We're
Russ
18 for 18 as quarterbacks.
Kyler is 11 for 11. Russ has got the touchdown. He threw that to Greg Olsen. Both guys right around 60 or 65 passing yards. Kenyon Drake leading things on the ground with 27 yards. Kyler's got 26. Russ has got 23. Chris Carson averaging an efficient 0.5 yards per carry. Pass catching, Larry Fitzgerald, man, efficiency not very high today. 5 catches, 19 yards. D-Hop has 2 for 21. Olsen 2 for 15 in the touchdown. Disley 2 for 27. He's the high man in terms of yards. Max Williams has 2 catches. Kenyon Drake has 2 catches. Tyler Lockett has 1. DK Metcalf has 1. Carlos Hyde has 1. So lots of guys getting involved, but nobody really giving us that explosive play yet. And we've got 3 sacks from the Seahawks offense.
So obviously there's only 55 people in this free roll that we put together because I made it like 10 minutes before we were supposed to come on. So congratulations to those that were able to get in on time. I'm in 11th, but I only have 34 points. That's what we're talking about when you're in a 55-man free roll. Christian Kirk with a goose egg for me, but Seattle's D at 10 points. So they've been kind of carrying the load here for me early on.
Stephen Boss says, does having the cards get graded fetch more money when you sell them? 100%, assuming that the grade is favorable. You know, if you're talking an ungraded card versus getting like a PSA 10 or a BGS 10, the graded card could go for 2-3 times more value.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Even more. I mean, like I'm looking at these Brady rookies that are, you know, between 150 and $200, and that's how they are ungraded. But you get them graded, we're talking, I'm seeing them go online for thousands if you're hitting 9s and 10s. I'd say I'm probably at least 7s with all of them.
Bruce taking some shots at me. He says, we're talking about using your tax money to buy cards. First off, Bruce, I am a monthly donator to Feeding America. So watch yourself. And second of all, I'm not talking about my tax money to buy cards. I'm talking about my tax money to pay taxes. The government's coming. I know they're there. Winter is coming. They're like the White Walkers. I need to keep that dragon glass in the reserve.
I feel you on that, dude. I got my taxes done early. Because I owed. So I was like, you know what? Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. Let's pay the piper. So sent out my checks. Everything has been cashed. The U.S. government has cashed my checks. So I'm squared away. We're good.
This was my first year working as like a contractor. So
yeah.
I didn't know.
You did the whole 1099 deal.
I didn't know like that I was supposed to be doing it like quarterly. So I now owe penalties because it's a mess. It's a mess. Rossi's Fat Cat, one of my favorites out there, says, between the two of you, who can eat more freeze pops?
Ooh, I get brain freezes very easily, to be honest. So
and
probably
I'm just not a sweets guy in general.
Same, dude. Not a big sweets guy. Never have been.
You know, if we were gonna have a chicken wing off, I would be much more confident in my ability. Like anytime the Nathan's hot dog eating contest comes around,
yeah,
I'm always like, I could put down within the 12-minute time frame. I think I could do like 10 plus.
What? Okay, so 10 like fully dressed, or are we just talking hot dog and bun?
Just like they do it in the contest. I would, if I was taking it seriously and dunking the buns and
practiced
and doing all that stuff, I think I could get 10. If I was, eating them for enjoyment, I would never be able to get to 10. But if I was just, just housing them, I think I could do 10 to 15, somewhere in that range.
Lamarca, I'm not trying to say like, hey, I know for sure I'm going to beat you in a wing contest, but I need to share this with you because you will appreciate this. When I was in college, I wrote a blog for a blogging class that I was in called Boston Under My Wing, and I wrote it under the pseudonym The Sauce Boss, spelled B-A-U-C-E.
Okay.
And I would travel around Boston trying to discover the best wings in Boston. And it got some good traction, but didn't really end up turning into a full-fledged blog that carried for years because I didn't have enough money to do that. I was in college. So I basically ran out of money. That's when the blog stopped. But my teacher, or professor, I should say, because it was college, wrote a blogging textbook for journalism students. And he liked my blog. So he had me fill out this set of questions, and he ended up making a chapter of his textbook on blogging about my blog, about buffalo wings. So whenever people bring up wings or wing eating, I always like to mention that I am quoted in an academic text about my expertise on wings.
That's really awesome. That's a cool little anecdote. And isn't it great when a teacher shows interest like that? You know?
Yeah. Oh, he was the man. His name is Mark Lachese, Emerson journalism professor. Just a great dude. Love that guy. Definitely my favorite professor. Reached out 2 years after the blog existed, remembered and was like, hey, can you fill out these questions for me? He was the best. I should pull that thing out and read it on the sim. I got it around here somewhere. He sent me a signed copy.
TK says the IRS is taking Ducey's race car bed.
People love to talk about Ducey's bed. Bunk bed, race car bed, footy pajamas.
Yeah. Kenny Ducey, polarizing figure.
Do you work with him often? I've only done probably 5, maybe less sims with him.
Yeah, I don't really have the privilege of getting to work with Kenny on Madden very often. I work with him on DK Live doing the news blurbs quite a bit. I was actually working with him earlier today.
Yeah. So you don't get hot take Ducey all that much. You're in there doing news blurbs.
Correct.
Yeah. It's a trip. We went down a Joe Flacco rabbit hole at one point. Then it turned into a bashing of Joe Namath thing. It's just he'll do anything to make sure that he is correct, you know?
He's not somebody
it's incredible.
That you can have a debate with and get him to change his
There's
mind.
no middle ground.
Not that there are a lot of people who you can be having a debate with and they'll go, oh, you know what? Those are really valid points. I'm gonna take that under advisement. But yeah. Ducey is particularly stubborn.
Yeah, he's dug in for sure. Kind of love it.
So Daniel asks, what's the most wings I've ever put down in a sitting? I don't know. I've never I have a guess as to what I could do, but I've never tried. So
yeah. What's your number? Because I don't know mine either. My guess would be 25.
Yeah, I was gonna say 24. I think is what I could do pretty easily. And then it's how
I'd be full though for sure. I think I could do 25.
Madison says she's eaten 36 wings.
Wow. Okay. Those had to be wimpy wings, though.
Yeah.
Come on.
Boneless don't count. Are we talking boneless?
Yeah. Boneless or just fancy chicken nuggets. I've had this conversation with Emerson. Bone in 36. She says she's done it.
What a beast.
Madison.
But you know what? Madison's got that mindset, that competitive
True. She's not a quitter.
That work hard.
She wanted to beat her friend Bruce. There we go. Was it in Boston, Madison? Were you at Red Hat for 10-cent wings? That's a good spot if you're going to try and do a wing eating contest. Red Hat over by Government Center. Oh, it was down in Orlando. All right. Well, either way, Red Hat.
AKA
hit it
the
up.
chicken wing capital of the world, Orlando, Florida.
Well, they have the Wing Bowl is in Philadelphia every year, which I think is interesting given that Buffalo is the mecca of buffalo wings. I've actually been to Anchor Bar, which is the originator of the buffalo wing in Buffalo. And I can say with great certainty that they are the best buffalo wings I've ever had. Completely lived up to the hype.
Getting some people in the chat saying 40 wings, 36 wings. So, I don't know. We're getting called out, Tommy.
Well, here's the thing. I'm trying to be realistic for the answer, right? Like, I don't think I've ever sat down and eaten 40 wings. Like, I just don't think I've ever done that. I feel like I've maybe done 25 before. Not often, but I mean, how often are you going to have an unlimited, amount of wings that you can just house down, Like, I don't know what my number is because I've never really sat down and thought about it.
It's true. Right. Yeah, there was a spot by me that had 10-cent wings, and there would be times when my friends and I would go for games and stuff like that. But again, you're not trying to push your limits.
Right. You're just enjoying yourself.
You're just trying to not be hungry anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I've done that at Red Hat, and then there was another place in Boston called The Mission back in the day over on Mission Hill that would do 10-cent wings. And it's not like they even let you order. I can't, even though they're 10 cents, they're not going to let you order like 100 at once. They only let you do them in incremental amounts because then people they'd be throwing away tons of wings. Because people are like, oh yeah, I could eat 75 wings, might as well bring them all out. But you're only going to end up eating 15 of them and they're going to have to toss these things. So they only let you order 10 at a time. So maybe I've done 30. Maybe in the course of a game, I've sat at an establishment drinking some Diet Cokes and crushed about 30 wings over the course of 6 hours.
That is too easy right there from Russell. Finding, I believe that's Carlos Hyde.
I believe that's my man.
The Vulture, Carlos Hyde. All right, yeah, so now we got to talk sauces. And I'm pretty plain. I like a nice medium. I'm not a guy who wants to get my face singed off by wings when I'm eating them.
Yep.
Those people are weird to me.
Yes.
They're like, oh, I like it when it burns.
Yeah.
Like, okay, tough
like
guy.
You're sadistic, dude.
Yeah, right? Like, you're not, if you're trying to impress me, it's not working.
I like good flavor. Flavor is the most important thing to me. The heat level is next. I need some kick, but if it's going to destroy the ability to enjoy the meal, I'm out. Like, give me as spicy as I can go without it ruining the meal. That's how it is for me, because spice is a part of the flavor to me.
Yeah,
like I definitely
agree.
need
I don't
kick.
want it to be mild. I want it to have just enough kick.
Like if Morgan and I, Morgan's my fiance. I'm telling Lamarca that because we've never worked together. People always call me out for saying my fiance. Morgan, my fiance, and I, when we get wings, she'll ask we get mild because she doesn't love the spicy. And I'm not out there getting nuclear wings, but I like usually, if they have a hot, I usually go to hot or medium, So I'll ask for a side of that sauce, and then I'll take my section and I'll cover it in the hot. And then I'm a blue cheese and ranch guy. I like to have both at my disposal. But blue cheese is my preference if I have to pick.
That's interesting. Same wing, both sauces.
Same wing, both. But, well, no. So let's say if I have 10, I'll eat 5 of them with blue cheese and 5 of them with ranch. But if I have to pick one, I'm going full on blue cheese. Yeah. I used to be a ranch guy, but then I grew up.
Ranch? I don't think ranch dressing belongs on anything for the most part.
Ranch is training wheels.
Dressing just fell off the face of the earth.
See, that is a hot take by you, only because ranch is I feel like ranch has a cult following. There's actually a place, so I live in St. Louis. The neighborhood I live in is called Soulard, and there's a restaurant here called Twisted Ranch, which is a ranch-themed restaurant. Everything on the menu has ranch in it, from the martinis all the way down to the sandwiches. There's some element of ranch in every single item on the menu. It's fascinating. And
yeah, that's disgusting.
And there's their cool thing, like their gimmick thing, is they have a French fry flight that they put it on a Lazy Susan, and it spins around, and there's 12 different types of ranch that you can pick. They have like over 50 ranch flavors, and you fill out a form and you check like which ranches you want, and they bring it out as an appetizer for the table. It's actually like a great place. If people are visiting, it's a fun place to go, because where else in the world is there going to be a ranch themed restaurant where I can get a ranch flight, you know?
Yeah, conversation piece.
Yeah, like people go to breweries and they get the beer flight. I'm bringing you to a ranch place. We're getting a ranch flight.
So we finally had some incomplete passes in that quarter.
Wow.
Russ is now 16 for 17.
We had 3
Kyler,
total.
13 for 15. Russ did throw his second touchdown pass. On the ground, the quarterbacks are starting to get going. Kyler's up to 37 yards. He had 2 runs there to end the third quarter. Russ has got 29. Drake has 27. And Chris Carson now -3 yards on 6 carries.
Awful. Absolutely awful. Doggone SS on YouTube saying that he's dipping some pizza and ranch right now. More power to you, brother. Happy Saturday. Enjoy that slice. Hope it's a pepperoni.
See,
let's get it.
In New York, that's a jailable offense.
Jimmy B, hot sauce on pizza. I love that.
7 catches for 39 yards. Hyde, 4 for 31 with a touchdown. Just very, very sneaky. He's a sneaky
Lamarca,
guy.
I'll actually let you in on a secret. I had a buffalo chicken pizza for dinner tonight.
All right. I mean, I can respect a buffalo chicken slice, but to me, that's a blue cheese slice. Blue cheese is fine. Greg Olsen has the other touchdown catch for Seattle.
Outside of the TUD, though, only 2 catches for Greggy.
So, yeah, like my thing with ranch is the I don't know, like if you get like a bottle of like ranch dressing from like a grocery store or something,
Yeah.
like I just find it like, I don't know. I think it's skeezy. Maybe if it was like a high quality ranch dressing, I might be able to change my opinions on
You're
it.
talking like a Ken's or a Hidden Valley ranch.
Right.
Yeah.
If you gave me something real nice, perhaps I could work on it a little bit better. But like to me, anything that I would use ranch for, I can just use blue cheese and it's better.
Blue cheese is infinitely better than ranch. I'm with you. Here's my weird thing about like ranch in the fridge at home. And maybe I'm a weirdo for this, but hear me out. So if I get wings and I get takeout and I bring them home, I want to use the ranch that they have at the restaurant.
Sure.
Because when you buy a ranch bottle from the grocery store, like whatever, you throw it in the fridge, it gets cold, you use it, fine. But I feel like it shouldn't be like ketchup that can last in your fridge forever. Like anytime ranch is in my fridge for more than a week, I'm kind of out on it. You know, like I'm not going to use the home ranch on anything I'm doing takeout. I much prefer even if I have ranch in the fridge, I'm asking for ranch when I'm ordering food because I want a fresh, nice, cold cup of ranch. You know, the used ranch bottle, I'm out. Like Morgan is fine with ranch in the fridge and she'll use it, but you don't really catch me using ranch from home. Not my thing. Sort of gross. I'm with you there. It's sort of skeevy.
Ryan Anderson says, I've been listening. No idea there's a game going on, but I do want some ranch.
Twisted Ranch in St. Louis. Come on down. If you're a ranch enthusiast, it's a great spot. Shouting distance from my place.
So we do have a football game on. I should probably return to that a little bit.
Sure.
14-3. Not exactly what we were expecting. I think the total on this game probably would have been like in the 30s, if not the 40s. So a little bit of a disappointing start here. But Arizona is threatening. They've got 1st and goal. Kyler's going to take off, and he is going to break the plane for a rushing touchdown.
Love it. Love to see that. Love when Kyler scrambles, dude. That guy's got amazing wheels. It's incredible.
Big time wheels.
Dude is fast with a capital F.
Produce department ranch dressing is way better. I mean, to me, it's all the same, Brian. I'm with Ricky Robbie. He said it the best. Ranch is for kids.
Exactly. Like I said, when you grow up, you start liking blue cheese. It's fine.
David Georgie says, tonight the last sim? I've been away working this week. What am I missing? David Georgie, these sims are never leaving. When the apocalypse finally happens, the only thing that's going to remain are these sims.
That's the beauty of virtual reality. It's virtual, man.
When aliens make contact, the first thing that they are going to consume is these sims.
Bill Hamilton saying, Tommy, fun fact, the takeout places have their ranch in a fridge as well. It's a great point, but I prefer to have the illusion that everything I am ordering is fresh and delicious and up to health code standards. Whether that's true or not for any given restaurant, that's fine. If I'm ordering from there, I'm doing it with the assumption that all things are fresh and we're free to party, do our thing.
Yeah, we do have one more game coming up tonight after this. I believe it's the Dolphins and the Patriots, but
it is.
I could be wrong.
No, you're right. You are right.
Yeah, David, if there's no contest in the lobby yet, they will show up eventually.
There is a contest for the late slate. It's called the Free Roll. Check it out. Get in. Madden After Dark. Where I will do
can put a drive together and sort of put this one away. Russ is going to take off on first down.
Make sure you guys tune in for Madden After Dark, where I will do a seductive reading of my textbook chapter on my career as a Buffalo Wing blogger.
Also, guys, just keep in mind, after this sim, we're airing an American Cornhole League preview show. So
hell yeah.
Yeah. Who doesn't love cornhole? I mean,
love cornhole.
It's a game that has become just widely accepted. I think that's America's new pastime. You want to talk about the most American sport that there is right now? It's just guys throwing bean bags onto platforms.
Absolutely. In the backyard, maybe you're crushing an ice cold Diet Coke, having some dogs with the boys.
Going.
Yeah. Sun shining down. Maybe you got the kiddie pool out there, your dog's taking a dip. Crushing some burgers, maybe some brats. That's good stuff right there. That's Americana.
It's like, have you ever seen the movie Thank You for Smoking?
Yes, back in the day. Yeah, that's a deep cut.
Underrated film.
It is.
But
totally is. That's like circa 06?
Yeah, somewhere in that range. One of the guys works for, like when they're at the little diner, he orders apple pie with a slice of American cheese on top.
Yes.
That's cornhole right there.
Yeah. Amen. Dave Grave, sorry, I'm messing this name up. Dave Grendzinski. He says, hey, Tom, it was pretty sweet when your mom liked my tweet the other day. She's a very smart lady. I was honored. Yeah, you know, she's out there on the social medias doing her thing.
Hold up. Now we have Mrs. Carroll in the game?
Is she on YouTube?
No, I have no idea.
No, she's
we had a thing where Kenny Ducey's mom got into a conversation with Emerson on Twitter.
Wow. So my mom, I don't think she's out here interacting with any of the other DK announcers, but she's pretty active on social media to follow like the things that I post for work.
That's wonderful.
So if you're ever getting a favorite of a tweet that has anything if I favorited something, there's a chance that my mom will then an hour later also favorite it because it was on her feed and she thinks that's what she's supposed to do. And I'm not mad about it. And Madison bringing up a good point. My grandma, she tunes into every sim. Yeah, she's here. She's team always here. I send her the link before every sim. Pops it up on the phone. What's up, Grammy?
That is just so wholesome. That is the content that we need right now more than ever.
I'll read you a text she sent me last night. She said, so it was after the 10 p.m. sim. Morgan had brought home some dinner, so she was like, you should heat it up on the sim, because obviously I got my iconic microwave behind me. She's like, give everyone a show. So the last minute or so of the sim last night, I heated up a meatball sub, and my grandma texted me. My grandma texted me after the sim saying that you made me hungry for a meatball sub. So that goes to show you she was there all the way till the end last night, 11 p.m. Eastern.
What a legend.
Amazing. I love
Absolute legend.
Number one fan.
Another absolute legend, Carlos Hyde in Simland, scores his second touchdown of the game.
I might
That's
win.
That's going to put Seattle back on top, 20-9, extra point pending.
Let's see where I am in this contest. Oh, no, I'm in 28th. But that might change here because I have Carlos Hyde.
Yeah, I'm down near the bottom. I'm in 45th.
Daniel bringing up the fact that Morton Anderson was in the YouTube chat last night. That is
Get
correct.
out of here.
Yep. Morton was just sitting around on a Friday night. So I had a triple header on Friday. I did the 6, 8, and 10. And we were recording an interview earlier in the day. And we were just talking about what he got on tap for the weekend. And I told him that. And he's like, wait, what are you doing? He didn't even really knew that I did this on the side. And
so Mort came for you.
Yeah. So he was like, send me the link. I got nothing going on. And he popped in and out throughout the night. And then finally he got the hang of it enough where he was dropping in YouTube comments. So then he Koff sort of turned it into an interview type thing where Koff was asking Mort questions and Mort was responding in the YouTube chat. And he did it for almost the entire last game.
Wow.
It was awesome.
I gotta, how do you know Morton Anderson?
So I do a podcast with Morton Anderson with my day job.
Okay.
For Vegas Insider. It's called Great Dane Nation. You got to check it out. It's good time. We talk football. He talks to guests that are top notch. We talk with handicappers from VegasInsider.com. Get a little info. It's a great little hour of audio content for football fans each week.
That's
Great Dane Nation.
Cool.
Check it out on Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
5-star reviews only, please.
Of course. So Morton was like, you know what? Let's check this out. I mean, I'd mentioned in passing to him here and there that I do these Madden sims, but I think it was always, in passing, and he didn't really put much thought into it. But we were actually sitting around waiting for a guest on Friday. He was just late, so we had enough time to sort of talk about what these actually were. And he was like, wait, what do you do? What is that? And the whole time throughout the night, he's texting me. He's like, what the hell am I watching right now? I'm like, dude, you just need to watch it to understand it.
I think we've all kind of been there. But yeah, that's awesome. We got Hall of Famers tuning in.
That's right.
To the Madden stream. And you people think that this is going somewhere? We got Morton Anderson on board.
That's right. And I texted him afterwards. I told him, thanks for tuning in. That was awesome. Thanks for interacting, blah, blah, blah. And I said, one of these days we got to get you on the virtual booth, dust off the old NFL Europe play-by-play skills. And he said, hell yeah, I'm in. So we're going to get him on here for a sim one of these days. We'll get me and Morton in the booth.
That would be fantastic. That would be a good combo. I would say, just keep Glash away from it. Maybe keep Koff away too. Top
no, exactly.
Said he scared him
Mort's my guy. I'm not there. Sorry, you're not bogarting this situation. Get out of here with that. He was, but it's funny. I mentioned the NFL Europe thing for him because I never knew this until I worked with him. Whenever he had a little bit of a hiatus towards the end of his career, it was 20 months where he just wasn't on a team. He wasn't retired, but no one was signing him. So he went over to NFL Europe to try and call some games. He maybe did 2 or 3 games, hated it. He said he was awful. He got pink eye at one point. So he's calling games with pink eye. He didn't know what he was doing. He didn't know any of the players' names. He said his play-by-play guy was British, and he had a thick British accent. He could barely understand the guy. He was like, awful experience. So he's got to dust those off.
Daniel, did Koff really ask that, or are you joking?
Yeah, well, he asked it as a joke, and then Morton's response was more than yours.
That is awesome.
Yeah, no, Koff did ask, but it was more in the context of the conversation. It was clearly a joke, but
okay,
you know, Mort was letting it fly last night, man.
D-Hop picking up some yardage in garbage time. I know that's going to make some people happy. Let's see if the Cardinals can put one in the end zone. And Kyler's going to throw that one about 17 rows deep.
And I think it was because, now that I'm remembering, someone was saying, because Koff was asking a bunch of questions, someone was like, Koff, stop prying. And he's like, I'm not prying. This would be prying. And then he said the net worth question.
Okay. Mort must not know that Koff is taking home the bag on every sim. And there's Hopkins. He will find the end zone. Gonna make the final score line here a little bit more respectable. And I guess we do have chance for an onside kick, but
yeah, I've never seen it happen, but I think within the last 2 months or so it happened, right? Where there was an onside kick recovery.
We have.
I seem to remember that chatter happening. There's one other point I was gonna share with you on the Morton thing. It just escaped me. But it was a fun time for sure. It's Koff related. It was funny too. You're gonna laugh. It'll come to me. It'll come to me.
All right, extra point is good. 21-16. Let's see if Zane can work a little bit of magic here.
Oh, you know what it was? I was gonna say is if there was any other DK broadcaster I'd want on that broadcast with me and Mort, it would be Rossi because of his love and affection for kickers.
That's true. Stack them kickers.
He is a kicker enthusiast. We did a sim the other day, and I'm not exaggerating. We spoke for an entire quarter about Zane Gonzalez. That's why I had so much Zane Gonzalez content for you. Rossi is adamant that Zane Gonzalez is the reason the Cardinals were left out of the playoffs last year. This is like the height of free agency, all these moves happening the other day, and we spent a quarter talking about Matt Prater and Zane Gonzalez.
The Seahawks recover. They should be able to just take 3 knees and get out of here. I say should because you never know what kind of shenanigans are going to happen in Simland, but they'll take a knee on first down.
Speedy
we didn't
game.
really get to Kenny Galladay's contract, so we can talk about that a little bit in the second sim.
Yeah. I think that's relevant in the next sim, given New England's need at wide receiver and, you know, not being in that sweepstakes seemingly.
There's the second knee. So, yeah, and then I'm going to dig deeper into the background of a Tommy Freeze, Pops. I can tell there's a lot of layers here. We're going to peel them back one at a time, like an onion or a parfait if you prefer. Everybody loves parfaits.
Well, what about an onion parfait? Did I just blow your mind?
And that will do it for this game. Oh, yeah, and Madison says the LeBron injury. We got to talk about that, too.
That was a lot of weird media stuff around that. Like, MVP candidate LeBron James hurting ankle. It was like, was this tweeted by Clutch Sports? Like, what are we doing here? And then I saw ESPN's headline was that he's out indefinitely with ankle injury, which reads to me LeBron has excuse to sit out any game he wants the rest of the season without media giving him crap for it and being ready for the postseason. That's what that reads to me. Oh, I turned my ankle. Sorry. Not gonna play tonight. But LeBron, that was 3 weeks ago. Sorry. Still resting up.
Yeah, I mean, I'll save my takes for the next sim. We'll dive into it a little bit. Looks like Case. I was gonna say Casey K33, but it's Kasky K33 holding the top spot in our free roll for the moment. Carlos Hyde in the captain spot with Russ, Kyler, D-Hop, Tyler Lockett, and Greg Olson. Pretty nice little team there.
Nice.
The Hyde captain play. Just
the move.
So sneaky.
I went 34th in the free roll, so not great. Carlos Hyde, though, I think he's going to win the Krusty Koff Wooden Nickel Player of the Game. That entitles him to a free ice cream cone here at Lion's Choice Roast Beef in St. Louis. Congratulations, Carlos Hyde. You win the Wooden Nickel. I mean, lots of value there. 2 tuds for the RB2.
That's a legit prize, Carlos Hyde. Contact us and hook us up with your information. We'll get that out to your people.
Telling you, if any of these guys are ever in St. Louis, I got so many wooden nickels to give out.
What about your Krusty Koff? No, not the crust. What do we call it? The
Babysitter Billy, not my kid, not my problem. I kind of want to give it to one of these quarterbacks, to be honest. Like, none of them really popped off. Can I give a shared Babysitter Billy award to Russell Wilson and Kyler Murray? I mean,
I will not allow Kyler to be included.
All right, let's do it, Russell Wilson. I mean, he didn't pop off the way he normally does.
Yeah, I mean, 18.6 for Russ, 23 and change for Kyler. Russ was the most expensive player. He was the highest owned player. So
I'm not blown
behind
away.
that.
Yeah, get out of here.
All right, remember, coming up after this, we have the American Cornhole League preview show. Grab your apple pie, grab your American cheese, sit back and enjoy. Then at 10 o'clock, me and Freeze Pops taking it home. Dolphins at Patriots from Madden After Dark. No Brendan Glasheen from Madden After Dark today. I said, I want the ship. I'm driving the ship home. And Madison says, yeah, whatever. Just leave me alone. So
just put your X on. Just put your X on the grid. I don't need, I don't need commentary on this.
We'll be back in roughly 48 minutes. But again, hang out, watch the Cornhole show, and we'll see you then.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to the DraftKings pregame show for the 2021 Cornhole Mania ACL Nationals #2, Trey. We have some great action going here. We're live in Wichita, Kansas at Wichita State University, and the action's been out of control so far, Trey.
Out of control. Amazing weekend so far.
And I'll tell you what, right now, going into these doubles finals, I'm really excited. I would love for you to go ahead and jump into some of this action, and what are we looking at today?
Yeah, so when we talk about our pro doubles division, we have pro doubles and pro singles, both of which you'll see tonight on ESPN3 at 8 p.m. Central Time. And they're split into 4 different brackets, the entire field of players. And so last night, we whittled down the entire field of our pro doubles division down to the winners of each of those 4 brackets. And so now they're meeting in a single elimination playoff, winner take all. So we'll have 2 semifinal matches followed by a finals match. And then, of course, pro singles, very same exact format, will also bring you tonight at 8 p.m. Central, the finals of that pro singles matchup. So we got 4 great teams in pro doubles. That's what we're going to talk about today and dive in real deep. And it's just, man, it's also been a great weekend too. Yesterday you had a chance to even call some of the women's doubles action. That was a ton of fun to watch.
Yeah, sure did. We had a 3-hour block there. I got to go call all of the women's doubles action and the seniors. And the seniors division, which is all unbelievable action was going on yesterday. And today with our pro doubles here, we have a lot of people in here that we've seen normally, and then we have some people here that we don't really see.
Yeah, a lot of a variation in players. We've seen some of the big heavy hitters, the titans of the game, as I like to call them. And then we're also got some new players like Doug Zapton and Bill Hadley. We're going to talk a lot more about them. But Bill Hadley, winning that senior singles division in that last round in 11.00 PPR points per round, which is just absolutely ridiculous. It just goes to show you that, just because you're the 81st ranked team in this pro division, you can ascend all the way to the top. But I think like you said, we got 4 great teams. Excited to dive in to talk about them. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and let's dive into these teams and see what we have going on tonight on tonight's broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we'll start really with all the different teams. We got 4 teams. So Eric Davis and Brett Guy are team number 1. Trey Birchfield and Derek King, team number 2. Jamie Graham, Matt Guy, team number 3, and then Doug Zaft and Bill Hadley. Who do you want to start with, Sean? Who do you want to dive in?
Well, you know what? Let's start with the youngsters. Okay, obviously Eric Davis, Brett Guy. Matt Guy's son. What's going on in this house? What's in the water there? They might end up playing each other in the finals on television.
Yeah, Eric Davis, Brett Guy, 2 players that, we talked about at the beginning of the season. The big question mark on them was bag selection, because Eric Davis is such a roll bag player. He needs that sticky type of bag, that sticky set, because bags are two-sided in the ACL. I needed a material that would apt him to be able to roll bags and flop bags over in order to be at the highest level of his game. Well, the good news is Fire Cornhole, which he throws, they came out just recently with a Fire Cornhole assault bag that is that slower carpet style material. And really, the proof is in the stats, really. He went from an 8.21 points per round to a 9.55 at this event. So 8.21 at the first national, increased over a full point. So for those knowing or asking what is PPR, it's simply the amount of points you're scoring per round. So if you put 3 bags in the hole, 1 bag on the board, that's going to be a value of 10 points in that singular round. So I think that increase alone, Sean, goes to show you that he's already making that jump with these new bags.
And just so you understand, when you're talking about the 2 different sides, you got the sticky and the slide. That's where you're gonna get the roll. You need that. When you get the sticky side, you're gonna get that so it catches it more in order to flip.
Exactly. The grip in front of the bag as it hits in front, because it needs a little bit of friction to cause that toppling action to come over the top of another bag. So I think that's certainly the key.
And it just shows again where this game is going, and then the science behind it, and what these younger players are really starting to come up with. And the bag companies are falling right in there and catering to what's happening. And now we're seeing these flip and these roll bags, which is just an unbelievable situation, and makes the game so much more fun to watch. Watching someone flip the bag over three other bags and go into the hole, it just looks wonderful.
Yeah, it really does. And his partner on the other end, Brett Guy, is not traditionally a roll bag player like Davis is, but obviously we've seen a big improvement from Brett Guy's statistics as well, especially on the PPR and the DPR front differential per round. So PPR is a good gauge of how many points you're scoring as an individual, whereas DPR, or differential per round, is giving you a better gauge of how you're actually playing relative to your opponent. So am I scoring every single time? Who cares if I'm throwing a 10-point round, but if I'm not scoring, it's not worth anything. So for Brett Guy, he went in that first event to the second event, 8.21 on the PPR to all the way up to a 9.77, more than 1.5 points. That's a huge increase relative to an event comparison. And then he was able to get his DPR from a 0.86 up to a 1.05. So he's above that 1.0 threshold. So essentially, when Eric Davis gives the bags down to Brett Guy on his end, you're expecting he's getting a point every single round here in doubles, no matter what, which is really, really crucial when you're talking about playing against the best in the world.
Yeah, I mean, scoring a point, these guys are unbelievable. And for every single time this guy throws, he's winning by a point, no matter what, or more. And then just constantly increasing how much of a differential he's winning by. And he's a young dude, obviously, and his dad and him working on their game at home, and it's showing for that level of increase from one tournament to the next. That just shows a lot of hard work that they're putting in on these boards.
Yeah, I really think they're going to be a tough team to beat. They are 6-0. Every team playing in this single elimination playoff is undefeated right now, which is something that is relatively unique. It doesn't always happen when you have these double elimination brackets, but they are all undefeated. Davis and Guy, 3 top 50 wins. Top 50 meaning, if a team they played this weekend was ranked in the top 50 in pro double standings, and then 1 top 10 win. So their top 10 win against came against former world champions, advanced doubles world champions, AJ Sims and Josh Groves. So they took them down 23-7. So a waxing of a team that's in the top 10 that had a really good start in Florida. Also wins against Michael Lucas Jr. and Michael Dingus, who's not necessarily, they're ranked 25th right now, but in reality they're usually better than 25th. They just kind of had a slow start in Florida. And then obviously the 2 wins, if you were tuning into the action on Friday, against Ashton Spiess and Jacob Beamer, taking them down twice. And those guys were really slinging it as well.
Yeah, we had a chance yesterday to call the Eric Davis and Brett Guy, one of their wins on the digital network on the secondary courts.
Yeah.
And they're just playing aggressively, and I really feel like they're going to be a hard team to take down. Yeah. I mean, even with these set of teams, the way those guys were throwing bags yesterday on that broadcast, I was really impressed. And again, I really feeling the vibe that these younger dudes are bringing to the game.
Yeah, and one thing I love about Brett Guy, he is a big shot player. Some people are just, I'm going to try to wear you down methodically, like a Damon Dennis. He's going to bag and bag and bag and bag after in the hole. And it's like he almost just kind of wears you down, and that's why he's the #1 ranked player in the world right now. But someone like a Brett Guy, he's a big shot player, right? He's going to set it up. He's going to get all the bags where he needs to, and that 4th bag, he's going to come down with the hammer, and that's what really makes him a special player when you get on this big stage. So excited to see them and how they'll play, but unfortunately, they got a tough draw.
Yeah, they do. That's a real big game they have here. This is not going to be anything near easy. Let's talk about who they're playing here. We got their team against teamed up versus Trey Birchfield and Derek King. I mean, this is another team right now that's really looking strong.
Yeah, a reigning pro doubles world champion. They won the 2020 ACL World Championships back in 2020 in August, and so they are as confident as ever. And they always have a target on their back, but at this point they're used to it.
Yeah,
right?
I don't even think they see who they're playing. They're just playing, and Trey Birchfield right now out of from the last tournament, he's at a 9.83 PPR. With a 1.11 DPR. So again, right there, he's scoring nonstop points, and he's hitting 4 bagging 49% of the time almost.
49% coming into this event. That's outrageous, that high level of 4 bag percentage. And then in pro doubles specifically. And then he comes to the Cornhole Mania. He comes to this event this weekend, and he bumps that average up to a 10.45 on the PPR front and a 1.97 differential. He is literally scoring 2 points per round every single time against the best talent in the world. I mean, there's not a word for that except absurd. He leads the entire pro doubles division at this Cornhole Mania in both PPR and DPR. So when you talk about a statistical king of the court, if you will, it's got to be Trey Birchfield.
And when you think you're right at the top of your game, and then you show up to the next tournament and you tell everybody, yeah, I know I played better than most of you last tournament, but now I've also increased my statistical range by another 40% higher than everybody. It's unbelievable. 10.45, hitting 4 bagging 50% of the time, and then your partner is Derek King. I mean, you've got to have a humongous level of confidence coming into these finals tonight.
Yeah, both Derek King and Trey Birchfield, just for being such power players and having the ability to push bags from anywhere on the board, they also have a really high level of finesse. And so Birchfield especially has a fantastic ability to get around bags, sneak around bags, utilize the slick side of the bag. We talked about Davis earlier being able to really utilize that tacky side and roll bags, whereas Birchfield, he can finesse his way around bags if he needs to, or if he wants to flip it over and just push everything in, he can absolutely do that as well. Now, Derek King specifically has always been well known for his push shot ability. He's one of the best push players in the world. He's got that hard line drive bag. I really look for him to try to dirty up each and every game. He's going to want to block the hole. He's going to want to push bags in. And I think when we talk about the matchups in a little bit, that's one of the things I want to talk about is the fact that I think both teams in this matchup are going to be apt to make the game very dirty, which is going to make for some exciting shots.
Yeah, and I mean, and also with Trey Birchfield and Derek King, you're looking at a real good cop, bad cop kind of thing here. Trey Birchfield, he's going at the hole. Derek King, he's slopping it up a little bit, making these other players earn their points, and it seems to be working. They're plowing through the field here. They're getting better every tournament, and it's going to be a real tough matchup. This matchup is going to be wonderful with the youngsters. versus these more seasoned gentlemen. And I mean, everybody at the top of their game. Really is going to come down to who's going to make the first mistake. You know, and with Derek King, I don't know if you know how hard it is, but when you start adding in all the extra force to throw, you know, that's just giving yourself more room for error. You know, the more speed you're picking up, the more room for error, and the looser the bags are going to go flying. So I like this game a lot. I really like what we got coming off tonight, and I'm interested to see if they can really stick to the stats on this and hold true to what they've been doing this entire tournament.
Yeah, Birchfield and King throwing the lucky bag surefires. They've been comfortable with that bag since the season. It's not what they threw last year, but I think they've developed a comfortability with it. 4 top 50 wins at this Pro Doubles event here at the Cornhole Mania, but no top 10 wins. So for me, that kind of poses a little bit of a question mark, right? Since they haven't played a top 10 team on paper, that doesn't mean the top level talent wasn't equivalent, but they haven't had that experience at this event yet. But they're going to here coming up, right? So wins against Emery Parker and Tucker Stills, 21-3. That's a good one. And then Eddie Grindersleeve and Caleb Batson. I think that's the signature win because Batson and Grindersleeve coming into the year were really valued as a very high-level team. Ranked 33rd, that's probably a little bit low by their standards, but 21-13 and 21-12. So not a blowout, but at least a little bit of room of comfortability there when it comes to that win, and certainly impressive for Birchfield and King to get those 2 wins.
It just shows how strong these guys are coming in tonight, and this matchup is going to be one for the ages. Now let's get to team number 3, and that's going to be guys you're always used to seeing. They're always in the clips. They're always at the top of the tournaments. They're always on the broadcast. You know, Jamie Graham and Matt Guy.
Yeah, you could almost just leave it at that, right? Jamie Graham and Matt Guy. You have the winningest ACL pro of all time, and that's Matt Guy, paired up with the 2020 singles world champion, man of the year, player of the year. I mean, Jamie Graham's resume from the 2020 season is truly unbelievable. It's unheard of to an extent. Now, the story really yesterday, though, off of the broadcast court was Matt Guy and how dominant that he was. Coming into the broadcast court, his 4-bagger percentage was 50%, 5-0. That means of all the rounds that he threw, half of them were 4-baggers, putting every single bag in the hole. I mean, that's outrageous. Now, what we saw on the broadcast court last night in that game against Stephen Bernadette and Tom Gustafson, that wasn't the Matt Guy that was playing all day yesterday. So for me, it's like, what Matt Guy are we going to get? Because I'll put it this way, they are not going to lose if we get the Matt Guy that was on the Pro Double, that was in the bracket play of Pro Doubles earlier in the day. But if we get the Matt Guy that was on the broadcast court yesterday, he's got a little bit more holes in the armor.
And you know, he's so locked in. Like I'm getting in these tournaments. I'm here hanging out. I'm mingling and meeting all the players, but nobody seems to be just so dialed in and focused. Like nothing else matters to this man, and it explains why he's on top. I mean, you don't even. He's so focused. I don't even want to roll up to him. It's like because this guy is just locked in, and when you're shooting 50% all times at 4-bag and every round, you can see that it's working. His level of concentration. But then again, like you said, there are opportunities where he could take, he can be off just a little bit. But again, in this sport, a little bit goes a long way.
Yeah, a little bit goes a long way, and that can be the difference. Matt Guy was essentially about even going from the kickoff battle to the Cornhole Mania as far as overall stats go in Pro Doubles, a 9.89 PPR at the kickoff battle, a 10.09 PPR, so not that big of a difference from the 2 events. Jamie Graham actually decreased a little bit, went down in PPR from a 10.08, but that's a really high PPR. Went down to a 9.39 and almost identical DPR. So they were so dominant. And the story at the kickoff battle for Jamie Graham and Matt Guy, how they got to the number 3 world ranking at the kickoff battle was nobody scored double digits against them in bracket play. But then they got on the main stage and they had to play against Jordan Camba and James Baldwin, who eventually go on to win that event, and they get dominated. I mean, I think it was 21-3 or something like that. I mean, it was a waxing. And so for me, when I combine that with the fact that Matt Guy didn't play that great on the broadcast court yesterday, for me, it's like is there something about this court? You know, and normally I would say no because they both have experience on this court, but somehow when you put them together, is there something with that chemistry that's not quite there yet? But obviously we'll learn tonight and we'll find out real quickly.
Yeah, we are going to find out real quickly. And I guess of both of these semifinal matches, you'd have to say that Graham and Guy have the easier battle because they're playing a couple of guys that we didn't expect to be. We had no idea these guys would end up being in the doubles finals tonight.
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, Doug Zapp and Bill Hadley, we'll get to in a second. I mean, they're nobody pegged them. They're the 81st ranked team in the country. I mean, anytime you're ranked 81 in a field of about 120 teams, nobody's necessarily pegging you to finish at the top. But that goes to show you, I mean, literally anyone can play and anyone can win. I mean, that's the slogan. Jamie Graham and Matt Guy, they do come in with 3 top 50 wins here at the Cornhole Mania and 2 top 10 wins. Both of those top 10 wins were against Bernadette and Gustafson. Now, Bernadette and Gustafson are now 0 for 4 against Graham and Guy on the year. And so that's
they got their number.
They got their numbers.
And not to mention, we're talking about Matt Guy's 4-bag percentage here. Jamie Graham's right there. I mean, these guys, if they can just bring it to this big stage tonight, it's going to be really hard for them to lose. The only thing they lose is if they beat themselves by not performing up to the standards that got them here.
Yes, I completely agree. They'll also be throwing the Fire Cornhole starters. They've kind of gotten used to those bags by now, so those won't be the issue. But certainly going to be a tough team to beat. They're 5-0. Like I said, 2 top 10 wins against Bernadette and Gustafson. So
yeah, that's really tough. You have to beat that team twice to get here, and they just didn't beat them. I mean, in the 2 games that they played, they beat them 21-16 and 21-0. So let's talk about our final team here. What do we got here? This is the sleeper squad here. Doug Zapp and Bill Hadley. Bill Hadley already having a great weekend. Last night, obviously on the ESPN rebroadcast, he won the 55 and over seniors division, and he made it look pretty easy against a gentleman that was throwing great bags.
Yeah, the 11.0 PPR, just 11, just stupid. That's just stupid.
Yeah, and and I had a wonderful conversation with him after. I got to really, his journey here is wonderful, and he's just such an upbeat, positive guy. You can see that he's just playing the game. You're over 55. You've lived a life of hard work, blue collar dude, and now here he is. Just he's playing the game, and he's playing at a really high level. I mean, let's go over his stats here.
Yeah, 987 for Bill Hadley as far as the PPR goes, and then Zapp on the other hand, on the other side, 955, and then 0.45 and 0.63 for their respective PPR. So pretty even, and I think that's reflective of what we saw. In some cases, you could argue that each one of these 3 teams that we've already talked about, one player at times had to do a little bit of the carrying of the team. Maybe not through the whole tournament, but at times, I really don't think that was the case for Hadley and Zapp. I think they were both pretty even throughout the entire day. But Bill Hadley, obviously, we saw the incredible performance he put on in senior singles, and I think the dominating performance, the strong performances that they had against Cody Henderson and Adam Hissner on that main stage that we got to call yesterday, ended up, really showing us that they're ready to compete now. They're not up and coming. They're here now and ready to play.
And they beat them dominantly. Hissner and Henderson, that's no walk in the park. To take them down 21-13 as the number 81 seed in this whole thing, that's something you don't want to look over when you're going into tonight's broadcast.
Yeah, and the thing I love about Zapp and Hadley, and this was true, it turned out to be true at the kickoff battle. We talked about, is it better to come in and dominate a field of lesser players, or is it better to win a lot of close games against really tough opponents? Well, it turned out to be true, the latter, when it came to James Baldwin and Jordan Campbell. They went through like the onslaught, the gauntlet of tough competition, and that turned out to be useful for them in the Final Four playoff because they were used to playing against that really tough competition. Doug Zapp and Bill Hadley by far have had the hardest road when it comes to the pro doubles here. 6 top 50 wins. They're 6-0. That means every team that they played this weekend was ranked in the top 50. 2 top 10 wins, okay? And that's against those 2 wins against Adam Hissner and Cody Henderson, who are ranked in the top 5, sitting at number 3. They also have wins against John Kitchen and Jamie Hudson, a top 20 team. Ty Lopez and Pedro Zazueta, that's an up-and-coming team in the top 30. And then Derek Patiger and Leslie McKeever, who we know have always been there at the end at a lot of these different big tournaments. So their resume is the most impressive. For being the underdog team, they're showing that they can be dominant. Now the question is, usually when you talk about like a Cinderella story or a team that can go through a bunch of games in a row, you wonder if there's a layover from day to day, right? Because they had so many, they won all 6 of those games yesterday.
Yeah, your momentum is rolling.
Right, can they wake up this morning, warm up the same way, get in the same rhythm, and establish the same type of momentum that they had yesterday?
The teams they had to get past, to get here, I think I'm pulling for them. But again, it doesn't matter who you're pulling for. This is going to be some serious, it's just going to come down to 1 or 2 bags off the boards that just miss by a little bit, and that's going to be the window here, I feel like.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. So I think it's time to talk matchups and predictions.
Okay, this is where we're going to find out how well does Trey know. Now listen, here's the good thing. All 4 of these teams should be very excited that I had a hurt back this week. Trey and I had a drop out of the tournament. I have a little sciatic nerve problem. I've been putting on some belly weight, okay? It's COVID. But here we are. Who do you got, Trey, our first matchup?
Yeah, so Eric Davis and Brett Guy, Trey Birchfield and Derek King. Like I said, I really think this is going to be what we call a dirty game. Both teams are more apt to block the hole and shoot airmails, shoot push shots, or execute those roll bags that we talked about, especially with Eric Davis. So for me, I expect the PPRs of everybody on the board to be lower than what we're used to. And what it's going to come down to is who hits the big time shots, okay? I think that is how the game is going to play out. And because of that, I'm actually going to lean towards Eric Davis and Brett Guy. I know Trey Birchfield and Derek King are our Pro Doubles World Champions. I know Trey Birchfield may be the best player on the court. And that may absolutely be true for me. My question mark is Derek King. Even on the big court, the broadcast court that we saw last night, first round gives up an 8-point round. Okay, you can't do that against a team like Eric Davis and Brett Guy, who have been just as hot as you have been. So really, the question mark for me is going to rest on Derek King. What about you?
Yeah, I have to agree with you on there. You know, you can't give up an 8-point round to anybody in this sport. So to do that in the big court, you know, you have to ask yourself: is there a little less confidence sometimes when it comes to the big shots, and it goes long, or you know, he's missing any kind of airmail, you know, drags, things like that he's shooting for and missing. So if he could step it up, you know, but again, I think I have to agree with you here. Again, you got Birchfield and King. I'm going to have to definitely go. I'm going with the young guns on this one. Yeah. You know, after watching them, after calling a few of their games yesterday, they just look dialed in. And I think that they got a little bit more to prove. You know, this is their second tournament playing together. They're excited, coming off a great tournament in Florida. So I think they squeeze this out. I think we go Davis and Guy on that first matchup.
All right, you're taking Davis and Guy as well. So we both got Davis and Guy. And then second matchup, Jamie Graham and Matt Guy taking on Doug Zaft and Bill Hadley. Why don't you go first this time?
All right. Now, again, this is another easy one to say that you know who's going to win. You're gonna go with the top seeds. Obviously, this is gonna be heavy on this one, okay? But I am 100% going with Zaft and Hadley on this one. I want to see the Cinderella story because I know that the Guy family are gonna have 100 tournaments to go heads up on TV together because they're gonna keep making it. That's a guarantee. Hadley and Zaft, I am 100% behind them on this one, and I think they do it. Hadley's vibe yesterday, he's just living it, and then watching Zaft play yesterday, I think these guys are in the zone. You don't go this far, you don't beat that many teams, and then just come in here and flop on the broadcast.
Yeah, and I think that certainly can be the case when it comes to a team that's very bag for bag. I expect this game to be bag for bag. Very different, a contrast from what we're going to see in that first game, at least from my opinion. Graham and Guy, I think, are just going to try to put as many bags in the hole as they can. They'll hit the timely airmails if possible, but Zaft and Hadley throwing those Ultra Vipers, super slick bags. They're not going to be doing a whole lot of blocking, and so I don't anticipate Guy or Graham trying to do that as well. I'm going to go opposite of you on this one. I'm going to go Graham and Guy. I think they finally figure it out on this broadcast court, right? I think they're just too good of players. I think they did enough to win yesterday and just to get by. They were just okay. But I think now that they got another day under their belt, I think they're come back here. They're gonna capitalize, and I think they take down Zapton Hadley. But I think it's close. I think Zapton Hadley. I think it's 13-13, something like that as we go. And then Graham and Guy, as it gets close and everybody tenses up a little bit, they just have a little bit more experience and they pull away there at the end.
Yeah, you're right. Composure could be a big deal here, especially if you are looking at a tight matchup, 13-13. And it really comes down to a couple of bags in a few of the later rounds. That could be where they are. That poise comes into play. But again, I'm going with the sleeper here, and I'm looking for Hadley to win only the seniors, but also the doubles overall. I want him to win them both. I just love the story.
And for the finals, I'm going to go with actually Brett Guy and Eric Davis. I think they're going to take down Jamie Graham and Matt Guy. The son is going to get the dad in the finals, Brett Guy. I'm really hoping that they're paired up one against one another, Brett Guy and Matt Guy. I think Brett can do enough to hold down his dad and can really be consistent in that finals match, hit some big shots when needed. And I think this is going to be a breakout party for Eric Davis against Jamie Graham. I think he has enough tools to get the job done, enough shots in the arsenal, if you will, in order to get the victory, and they get their first national win as a team and just their second tournament together.
And they do. They have more of a less to lose. I mean, you're the son. If I got nothing to lose, hey, Dad, you should beat me. I mean, you've had a 20-some year run on you to practice. So again, it's a great story. I'm going with the sleepers. You got the Guy family going heads up. So we're just gonna have to tune in tonight, see how it all plays out.
Yep, 8 p.m. Central Time on ESPN3. You want to tune in and watch that, and then you can rewatch the television airing Sunday, March 21st. That's tomorrow, Sunday, at 11 a.m. Central Time. That's 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 10 a.m. Central on ESPN2 to see how it all plays out. Exciting time, Sean. I'm pumped.
I'm excited as well. Now let's go ahead and get out of here because I got to put some icy hot on my back, Trey.
See you guys. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
So let's talk about Andy Dalton. Now, if you already follow Russ Tucker NFL, you might know why I'm going to this. Ross was very upset this morning. Ross was not digging the shade being thrown at Andy Dalton's way, who signed a one-year deal with the Bears for $10 million. Now, the first plan, it seemed like, was that they were going to try to acquire Russell Wilson. Did you hear the package that they offered reportedly for Russell Wilson?
Yeah. 3 ones and a 3?
3 ones, a 3, and 2 unnamed starters. We don't know who those mystery men were, but 2 starters. So all of that for Russell Wilson, and the Seahawks did not bite on that one. So they go to the next best option in their mind, which was Andy Dalton. Now, is it the best landing spot for Andy Dalton? Not really, at least in my mind. I mean, he goes from one poor offensive line to Dallas to another one in Chicago. You look at the numbers when Dalton was the starter. He was under pressure on 29% of his dropbacks last year. So obviously there was some pressure there. But when he was working with a clean pocket, 76.1 adjusted completion percentage, just under 7 yards per pass attempt. But here's what I do like about this, Ross, is that if you look at the schedule for the Bears next season, and this is just going off the numbers from last year, they don't face a lot of teams that excelled in the pass rush. You're going to get some of the, the notable ones with the Steelers, the 49ers, and the Buccaneers. But after that, at least from how things have shaken out so far in free agency, there's not a lot of teams that's going to put a lot of pressure on Andy Dalton. So at least that gives me some thought that maybe Dalton can actually succeed here with somebody like Allen Robinson, because he was loaded with weapons with Dallas. There's no doubt that the Cowboys are loaded on offense, but obviously things just went to shambles quickly for them.
Here. Yeah, Steve, there's a couple things here that I think need to be noted, right? Number one is that the reason why the Seahawks didn't do the trade is because there was not a path to a quarterback.
Sure.
3 first-round picks for the Bears. What does that really do for them? I mean, this year's pick is in the 20s, and then when they get Russell Wilson, they're not going to be top 10 picks. They're going to be in the 20s.
Right.
And the Bears don't have a quarterback to trade. So there's not really a path if you're the Seahawks to get a quarterback. They need a path to getting a quarterback. I'm actually surprised more people haven't gone ahead and said, what about the Raiders trading Derek Carr and picks and players to the Seahawks? Because I think John Schneider and Pete Carroll in their head could think, you know what? We could win with Derek Carr. You can't just take picks from the Bears and have no quarterback. But Derek Carr was a top 15 quarterback in the NFL last year. So if the Raiders were willing to go in big with draft picks and players and Derek Carr so that the Seahawks can get a quarterback, I think that's something Seattle might look a little bit harder at. My point about Dalton, and I thank the DraftKings team for putting my tweet up there at Ross Tucker NFL. I'm so sick, Steve, of the everybody sucks culture. I'm so tired of it. Like, we've gotten to the point now where in the NFL as a quarterback, if you're not Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, or Tom Brady, you suck, dude. You suck. He sucks. He sucks. Like, Kirk Cousins is one of the top 15 quarterbacks in the NFL. Yet, I bet we could get half of Twitter right now to say, he sucks, dude. He sucks, bro. He sucks. Like, it's just so unrealistic. We've gotten to the point where you either win the whole thing or you're terrible. You're either the best or you suck. Like, why not just say, huge disappointment that the Bears got Andy Dalton as their starter. He's a low-end starter, high-end backup. They're not going anywhere with him significant. They're not a contender. And I'm fine with all of that. I'm fine with the disappointment. I'm fine with the anger if you're a Bears fan. I'm fine with saying they're not going anywhere. I'm fine with saying Andy Dalton is below average. I just think, like, when people say it just bothers me. I'm tired of it. It's not healthy for anything in life to just be like, if you're not Mahomes or Rodgers, you suck.
I mean, I was doing a Madden simulation here on the Dream Stream last night. People said I suck. I'm just doing play-by-play for a Madden simulation, and people say I suck. So the I suck culture kind of follows everybody everywhere. But I want to touch upon something that you brought up about Derek Carr. If the Las Vegas Raiders did trade Derek Carr, would that indicate a rebuild? Because if you look at the rest of the team, aside from Derek Carr, what do they really have to build off of there? Like, if they trade Derek Carr, and they're not exactly, strapped with cap space either, that would mean that they have to be in a rebuild mode, correct?
Yeah, it's a good point. I don't really know what's going on, to be honest with you, with the Raiders right now. Like, this Rodney Hudson trade,
yeah,
I don't get it. I mean, I don't understand it. They're taking a big dead cap hit. I guess they get a third-round pick back. They trade Trent Brown. They get rid of Gabe Jackson. I'm not sure I understand what the Raiders are doing. Now, they did bring Incognito back. The defense is where they need to add people, but they really haven't done anything on that side of the ball yet.
Nope.
I don't know. It's crazy, man.
Speaking of things that really don't make sense, so hopefully you can help me piece this together. Let's talk about Aaron Jones going back to the Packers. Now, the move itself is fine. I have no qualms against Aaron Jones going back to the Packers. He was one of the best running backs in the league last year. But when you use your second-round pick to draft a running back in A.J. Dillon, who I thought looked great in the brief time that we did see him, carried the ball 55 times last season, 286 yards, shakes out to 5.2 yards per attempt, 3.44 yards after contact per attempt. So he's going to be your RB2. Jamal Williams no longer in the mix. He is now with the Lions, so he doesn't have to worry about that. So Dillon does move into that backup role. But it feels like the Packers had a plan last year in the offseason, have crumpled it up and gone a different direction, because when they said they weren't going to franchise tag Aaron Jones, okay, makes sense. We expected A.J. Dillon to have a prominent role in this offense. Here it is. A couple days later, Jones is back in the mix. 4 years, $48 million. Do you like the move for the Packers? And do you think that they're they just kind of went with last year, crumpled it up, and now are starting fresh?
So a couple things. Number one, after Aaron Rodgers gave that speech after they lost to the Bucs, they couldn't go back and not bring Aaron Jones back. I mean, they already are lacking weapons a little bit at receiver. I think they realized how bad of a look that would be. Right. I think the trade-off in their mind, if you look at the Jones contract, it's 2 years, $20 million. $20 million in the first 2 years, okay? Yep. Which is a little bit more than the franchise tag. Then the team has the option for those next 2 years. Pretty decent chance he never gets those. Pretty decent chance he doesn't get those third and fourth years. But now they have him for 2 years while A.J. Dillon is on his rookie contract for 2 more years. And they still are going to use A.J. Dillon a lot more. You know, he slides right into the number 2 role. He was more or less number 3 last year, but with Jamal Williams in Detroit, which, by the way, is not a great fantasy fit for him with DeAndre Swift there, you know, A.J. Dillon's going to get a lot more run. It's interesting. I was talking on the Fantasy Feast podcast about this today, about Aaron Jones. And the thing is, A.J. Dillon can't really do anything out of the backfield, but Jamal Williams could. Jamal Williams took some of those reps from Aaron Jones. A.J. Dillon won't.
Let's get into the weekend. A little bit of NASCAR talk with our own Pierce Dietrich. I am Adam Kaufman. Of course, the Instacart 500 Pierce is behind us. Martin Truex Jr. coming away with the victory. And now this weekend in Atlanta, we have the Folds of Honor Quick Trip 500. What is it about this track in particular in Atlanta that's unique?
Atlanta is the most abrasive track surface on the circuit. So the veteran drivers that are experienced at Atlanta, they know how to manage the tire wear and sustain speed on the long run. So you typically see big names have good finishes in this race. Also, we're going to have a little bit cooler temperatures this weekend. So you could see some names that typically run well. The high grip, cooler tracks have pretty good performances this weekend.
Kevin Harvick is incredibly high priced, you know, top of the board, 11K. He's been incredibly successful in Atlanta in 7 races, getting better than 100 points per. So how do you feel about him after what wasn't a great outing last week?
You got to jam him in, shake off last week. He's just been too good at Atlanta. If you look at last season, he struggled at the beginning of the Atlanta race because the temperatures on the track were around 130 degrees. Stage 3, it dropped 30 degrees, and wouldn't you know it, the old Harvick came out. He's famous for hooking the bottom groove at Atlanta, and he absolutely annihilated the field. It's important because the temperature dropped. Well, it's going to be cool at Atlanta this weekend, just like typical Atlanta races in the past that have been in February. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him once again score over 100 fantasy points.
10K range below Harvick, obviously. You got Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson. Which Kyle do you like?
It's a tough choice. Kyle Larson would be the favorite based on recency bias. He's running really well this season, and Kyle Busch has burned some people. But the problem with Kyle Busch is that he doesn't get practice, and he just never gets the car dialed in. But the few times that we saw him get the car dialed in without practice last year were 500-lap races. This isn't 500 laps, but it's 500 miles. It's a long race. There's going to be plenty of opportunities for him to get it dialed in, just like he did at Atlanta last year. He's going to get some place differential points, and by the time he gets it dialed in late in the race, he'll also score some fast lap points. So I'm going to go with Kyle Busch here.
In the 9K range, below those guys, obviously, you got a handful of guys starting in the top 10. Who do you like here?
This is a really good tier, and this is where the money is going to be made. I'm going to lean on Ryan Blaney. As I mentioned before, cooler track temperatures matter. If you look at where he's raced before, Fontana last year, a cooler day, and he had one of his best days of his career. Last year at Atlanta, he came alive in stage 3 when the temperatures dropped. He's a guy that runs well at high wear tracks that have cooler temperatures, and he almost won this race in 2019.
We're just sitting here talking high-priced guy after high-priced guy. What about the DFS value in Atlanta?
The value that I would look at is Ryan Newman. He looks like he shook off the 2020 season. That was just a lot of problems for him. And he's back to being a top 20 race car driver, which isn't great, but a top 20 will work where he is starting with his price tag.
Who are you going to fade then?
The guy that I would consider fading is going to be Austin Cindric. I mean, he's really safe. He's starting it dead last. He's going to be very popular. He's in a Penske car. But if you roster him at $8,600, then we have to stay away from that $9,000 tier that we just talked about. And that $9,000 tier, we've got drivers that can get top fives, if not win, and also score fast laps. So
the winner at the Folds of Honor Quick Trip. All right, for Pierce Dietrich, I'm Adam Kaufman. Enjoy the races.
So let's talk about Andy Dalton.
Welcome back, Sim Fam. We're here again for Madden After Dark. Matt LaMarca, Tom Carroll, a.k.a. Tom Ace, a.k.a. Tommy Freeze Pops. We got Madison behind the scenes. We got Daniel. We got Tate. It's a late night Saturday party. Where else would you rather be? Tommy, what's going on?
What's up, dude? Madden After Dark on a Saturday. Probably my favorite sim of the week, to be honest.
Absolute banger of a sim.
Legendary. We're here. We're partying. Doing our thing. Getting the people loose. Maybe you're about to go out and have a few Diet Cokes with the pals. We're out here getting you ready.
So in this one, we've got the Dolphins. We've got the Patriots. What is your plan of attack here? Give me some just general thoughts on your lineup construction.
So these are two teams that are super inconsistent for me in Simland, and I know the Patriots have been winning a lot since the Simper Bowl, but that doesn't mean that I enjoy building lineups around them, because win-loss is not what we're focused on here, guys. We're talking about point totals for these players. And consistently just, I feel like I have to throw my dudes up against the wall here and see what sticks. And I know I'm having Cam Newton in my lineup for the Patriots. He's their big point getter. He's mobile, as we mentioned in the previous broadcast. Mobile quarterbacks, you want them on your team. So I'll definitely have him in there. But even though I'm the most confident with him of either team, I don't think I'm going to have him in my captain spot, because I want to have value throughout. So not sure I'm going to have Cam in the captain spot for this one, but certainly going to be on my team.
Yeah, we've hit 10 now, so I can divulge that I did have Cam Newton in my captain spot. It just felt like a slate where I didn't need the savings. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There aren't a lot of high-priced options that you really need in your lineups here.
Mm-hmm.
So I ended up going Cam at captain, James White, who is always underpriced in these things.
Yes.
Al Wilson. Some call him Albert. I like Al. Devin Asiasi, the same god at tight end.
Awful tight end in real life. Might be the worst player in the NFL.
Well, yeah, I mean, the fact that the Pats signed 2 tight ends this offseason, not the highest praise that you could have paid.
Lamarca, it took him till his final game of the regular season to get his first catch. That's awful.
And then I round out my lineup here with Tua Tagovailoa and Julian Edelman.
Okay, I went with Matt Breida in the top spot there for the Dolphins. 14,400, 15.3 per sim. Got him in my captain spot. Then I got my man Mike Gesicki, the tight end.
Love him.
For Miami. Cam Newton, as I mentioned, got him in there. Devontae Parker, wide receiver 1 for Miami. James White, incredible value there. And I went with Patriots DST. And it was for no other reason than I had Seattle DST in the last sim, and they were pretty good. So I said, why don't I throw another sim DST in there? That's it.
Rossi's Fat Cat says hello. One of the best.
Hi, Rossi's Fat Cat.
Right there.
Meow.
Rossi's Fat Cat.
It's one of the good names.
Pop. James White is criminally underpriced in this one.
What's up, bad boys of pop? That's my dude. We just became Facebook friends the other day.
You remember that song? Oh, well, actually, everybody's going to know that song now just from that Tom Brady and Gronk video. You know what Gronk's kind of just like...
Bow, 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 bad boys for life. Yeah, I didn't know any of the other words, but I know the beat.
Rossi's Fat Cat says Captain Bird. He's delicious and tops my menu.
Get it? Because he's a cat.
I do. I do get it.
Saturday Night Live here on the Dream Stream. Telling jokes.
Pats are going to get the ball first to start here. Cam Newton. So I don't want to talk too much about the Patriots.
Neither do I.
We get a
hate
lot
talking
of
about the
Patriots talk on this sim.
Hate it. Not a Patriots fan. Just kidding. I love the Patriots. Get called out for it all the time. But here's the thing. People prompt me on Patriots stuff, you know? Like, I don't go into these sims with a full holster of Patriot takes that I got to fire off. But if people mention them in the chat, I'm going to respond. And then the conversation goes where it goes. And we have the Patriots in front of our face. So,
yeah,
you know, a lot of factors here that could lead us down a New England hole that I'm willing to avoid if you keep me on track here, Lamarca. I don't need to talk.
I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
I like the whole league. Let's talk about Kenny Golladay. What do you think about that signing?
It felt like a lot of money. I like Kenny Golladay a lot. I think he's one of the better young receivers in football. I think it would have made sense for certain teams to take a look at him. You know, like if the Dolphins, for example, did not get Will Fuller, I would have preferred them to take a look at Kenny Golladay than Will Fuller, just given some of the health concerns and such. But I don't understand why the Giants felt the need to spend that much money on a wide receiver.
That's not a team that needs to be spending money at wide receiver right now. I feel like these mediocre to mid-level franchises always fall victim to this. They're not focused on the correct position group at the right time. They need to build around the line of scrimmage. They need to get Daniel Jones as good of an offensive line as they possibly can. That's also going to help you with Saquon Barkley as well. Fix the line of scrimmage, and you will be a better ball club. Look what the Niners did. They didn't even really rebuild per se. It was more of a retooling. They bring in the new front office, new head coach. They draft a bunch of guys on the D-line and offensive line. They make it to a Super Bowl. And, you know, they were banged up this past year, but still really competitive. And a team that coming back next year, I'm not counting them out. No way. That's where you need to build. You can't when you're at the point where the Giants are, it's dumb money when you're bringing a guy like Kenny Golladay in. It really is. Wait till you have your guy before you're buying weapons.
I don't think the 49ers are like a sleeper at this point. They're still being treated like, you know, pretty legitimate contenders in the NFC. Monster says, sorry, I'm not ignoring you guys, but yes, I am ignoring you guys. Drafting baseball. Congrats, Monster. I am super excited for baseball. I will probably be doing some fantasy baseball drafts in the upcoming days/weeks.
Love baseball. I turned down a fantasy league the other day, sort of regretting it. It's just such a commitment, baseball, on the fantasy side. That's why I like daily fantasy is perfect for baseball.
Yes.
Perfect.
Agreed. My classic move is to join leagues, draft the teams, and then kind of forget about them.
Yeah, that's what I do all the time. Every time I do baseball, I do that. I mean, every year I tell myself I'm going to be good with fantasy basketball, and by mid-season, my team is awful because there's so many, you know, DNPs and guys take a night off here and there. It's like impossible to make sure you have the right guys playing all at once. Baseball's even worse because no one's Cal Ripken in baseball. So it's, you know, it's a crapshoot day to day. And a lot of the leagues that I get signed up for, it's where you have to set your lineup for the week. I hate that.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. But it's still fun to do the drafts, and that's
the drafts are really fun. That's a good point. It's almost worth it for the $10 to $20 to draft the team. You know,
perhaps DraftKings has expanded into the baseball best ball format. I'm not sure. Let me take a peek. You know what? It doesn't look like it, but I do love me some best ball. So that's a good way to scratch that draft itch, but not have to deal with all the stuff. You know,
Daniel went undefeated in fantasy basketball last year. What? Did you? How many people were in your league? As we get a field goal here for the Folk era, Nick Folk. 12. Wow, that's really impressive, dude.
Daniel, such a stud.
Justin Cravens, what's up, dude? Got your bat. from Louisville Slugger in the mail. It's legit. It is one of the coolest things I own, and I'll post a picture of it on my Instagram and Twitter tomorrow. That thing is absolutely legit. I might show it on the quarter break.
Wait, what? You bought a bat or he sent you a bat?
Justin Cravens, one of our great members of the DK Sim fam, works at Louisville Slugger, hit me up, said, hey, I made a custom bat for you. Can I send it your way? And he made me a sick bat. I'm going to go get it. I'm going to show it to you right now off camera because I'm so excited about it.
All right. I'll hold it down. That is amazing, Justin Cravens. That is going above and beyond the call of the Sim fam right there. And it just goes to show how many great people are in this community. If any of you guys out there work for cool companies and you want to send me free stuff, I'm not opposed. just saying, just throwing that out there. So
look at it.
Oh, he's got the bat. Black bat.
I'll show it again. No, so it's a red. See that red? So then it goes from the red to the dark maroon. Louisville Slugger, DK Sim fam. He's got genuine Thomas Carroll with the Tommy Freeze pops. Right there.
That is amazing.
Gave his signature on the back. It's a 1 of 3. There's 2 other DK Sim fan members that he made bats for. That's why it's a series of 3. Pretty sick.
That is really freaking cool. I can't wait to scoop that up on eBay in 20 years. A 1 of 3 DK Sim fam Louisville Slugger. Yeah, guys,
Legit.
we'll show it off at halftime or post game. That bat is too cool to not be displayed. So
I'm pretty souped about it, not gonna lie. It's legit. The other 2 members of our family here that received bats, I'm just gonna spoil this, Justin. I don't know if it's a surprise or anything, but Koff and Glash also being sent custom bats by Louisville Slugger. Luckily, I got the 1 spot. They're 2 and 3.
Wow.
Remember that.
That makes yours the most valuable in the secondary market.
Look at that. This thing has weight to it, dude. Like, I feel like I could hit a bomb with this thing.
Did you play baseball?
No, I never played baseball.
Slow pitch softball, perhaps?
I wish I did. My brother does. If and when I move back to New England at some point, definitely going to join his softball team. Like, that's first thing I'm going to do. But no, I played college volleyball after, actually.
Get out of here.
Yeah, I was a setter. You can ask Madison. That Madison used to help set up the broadcasts for my volleyball games.
So you've got the sweet hands now.
I got soft hands, dude. The softest.
Yeah, I've played a ton of volleyball in my life. Never as high as the collegiate level.
Yeah, D3.
I've kind of played a little bit of everything though. I've been a setter. I've been not an outside and not a middle. What's the other one? Like an opposite?
Opposite,
hitter?
yeah.
Yeah, I've played opposite. And I've done some libero in my day as well.
Oh, hell yeah. There you go. So my first 2 years, I was the backup setter. And I thought my junior year, I was going to come out and be the starter. Turns out we brought in a freshman from California, and the dude just had all the tools. He was 6'3", amazing hands. He could play any position, basically. He's my boy, Brendan. What's up, Brendan? He's not watching. So I wasn't, like, offended at all that he came in and was immediately the starter. Yep, McGonigal. See, Madison knows. She was all in on that.
Professor
ECVB.
McGonigal?
Brendan McGonigal. He was a beast, and he came in, started
Could he
immediately.
transform himself into a cat?
He would transform into a cat on the volleyball court and just scratch away kills and assists. He was just a monster. So I was a 4-year bench guy. Unfortunately, they just brought in talent my junior year when it was my time to shine, because my first 2 years, Steve Selnick held it down at the setter spot for Emerson. He was very good as well.
Madison says Tom's selling himself short. He was the heart of the team. I could see that.
Look,
listen,
I'm not gonna sit here
every
and say
team
I wasn't.
needs guys that are going to keep the GPA up, Tom.
Have to. Dude, two-time all-conference academic right here.
There you, I just knew it. I just knew it.
GNAC all-academic team right here.
That's what I always say. Like, if I could You know, these guys who are at like UNC, just holding down the bench, the back of the bench, waving towels and rocking a 3.9 GPA. Those guys are great.
Crucial. You got to keep guys in line too, you know.
Madison says bench rider for her varsity basketball team, but she was the loudest on the bench.
You have to be, and you can even ask Madison. I was a chirper. I was chirping from the sidelines. But
that's the other best part about volleyball is, you know, you got to have all the choreographed dances and.
Oh yeah, and honestly, you're the eyes for the back row guys. You know, for a ball going long, you know, you tell them when to go for a ball and all that type of stuff. And my senior year, I actually did work myself into the rotation. I was a server for one of our middles. So I would get some burn, you know. I'd have some nice runs serving the ball, but never got the chance to shine at my my true trade, which was setting.
Tater Hater says Freeze Pops is the heart of any team. He's definitely the heart of his DK Sim Fam team, I'll tell you that.
That's why I have this bat, so I can beat the energy out of my teammates.
Brendan Glasheen is the mouth. Emerson Latzia is the face. Adam Kaufman is the palate. Tom Carroll is the heart.
I love
Emerson
is
the quads, Madison says. All right, I like that better.
Can we get Cough off the palate? That's I want to be able to. I want we need someone that has
like a non-child
respect.
palate.
Yeah, we need someone that has respect. We need like DeAndrea on there as the palate. Like that guy does it. That guy has quite the taste. Let me tell you.
I think he'd be in contention for the brain of the team.
I was actually just gonna say, get that guy. Just put him as the head in general. Control the palate, the brain.
Koff could be the voice, Madison says. He does have a nice radio voice.
He does. So then where does Glash go? Is Glash just the energy?
Yeah, Glash is the he's the mitochondria. He's the powerhouse of the sim.
Oh, nice. All right, so we're on camera here, so I can show this bat.
Yeah, show this bad boy off.
Check this out, guys. So you got the burgundy red handle here, which goes into this nice dark maroon color. And Justin, you can correct me if I'm getting the colors right here on the YouTube chat. See, you got Louisville Slugger, DK Sim Fam, and then Thomas Carroll, Tommy Freeze Pops, with the Louisville Slugger genuine imprint. And then our man Justin's signature on the back. 1 of 3. There you go. This thing is sick. I feel like cool. Jalen Rose, you know how he used to carry a bat on his videos on ESPN?
Yes. He still does.
Does he do it still?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Got the bat going, dude.
Tate chiming in and saying, whoa, the ops team is the brain. And he's got a fair point, I suppose.
Very fair.
I have some other organs in mind for the ops team.
Glash is the belly
Those were the
button,
stats,
says
guys.
Jordan.
Hope you saw them because I'm not going through them. Nothing happened. It's 3-0.
Nope. We have a bat to talk about, and we're talking about which DK Sim broadcaster is which body part. That's much more important.
I would say I'm like the guns of the Sim.
There you go.
Fan, you know, like...
Need some firepower.
All right, quarter 2. Hopefully we get some more action. It's 2nd and 6. Dolphins have the ball nearing midfield. We're going to get a run play here. And Breida is going to pick up a chunk.
They're
going to give him the first down.
I will say this about the bat, though. I don't really have a great place to display it currently in my apartment. Morgan is thinking that I should keep it in this box that it came in, and then whenever we get to our next spot, set up a nice little man cave situation. This would be a beautiful man cave piece.
I have a lot of plans for stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm redoing my entire office within the next couple of months. So
yeah, or if I get an office at our next spot, definitely a great office piece. I want to have like a sick, you know how everyone has those sick like home setups, you know, whenever they do stuff like this for Zooms or I want to get one of those. You know, I need to start brainstorming on how to make that happen. Although I love them, I have to include a microwave no matter where I go next.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Maybe just a mini microwave.
I have a nice setup. Don't get me wrong. It's just one, I'm not the neatest person in the world. I'm sure you can probably tell that just from looking at me. But like, I just have like sports cards and just crap all over the desk. So I need a bigger desk. And I'm also, right now I have like the 3 monitor setup. I want to wall mount them so I can open up a little bit more desk space that way.
Yeah, that's cool. That's a good idea. I don't have that. I mean, I'm in my kitchen, as you guys can see. I'm on a laptop in a kitchen. So I have a desk in my bedroom. So the way my apartment's set up, it's just like one big room, but it's separated into 2 rooms at the same time, if that makes sense. Like there's a hallway that separates the 2 rooms, but it's really one room. There's no door. I don't know if that makes sense to people. But in the bedroom portion of the loft apartment, there is a desk, but that's where Morgan's got her work set up. So, you know, I'm relegated to the kitchen, which is fine. Better Wi-Fi out here. Got the microwave in case I get hungry.
Perfect.
Better lighting.
Tate wants to know, that was a drop there by Gesicki. You hate to see it. Tate wants to know what I think the ops team is, and I'm going to tell you what I think they are. They're
geniuses.
They're the liver. They're the liver of the Sim fan. They have to take all the crap that we put out there.
Yeah.
Filter it. Make it good. Clean it up. And make sure everything is just working perfectly fine. But they're behind the scenes. You know, the liver never gets any shine. The liver isn't an organ that you talk about, that you think about.
But when your liver starts to fail, all things go to hell.
Damn right. You need a liver.
You need a liver.
Need
essential. It's absolutely essential. You cannot live without a liver.
Or the kidneys.
It's a great call.
We could work. There are a lot of things. All the internal organs.
Right. A kidney, you can go get another kidney, you know?
Right.
And
you only need one, technically.
Exactly. And yes, you can get a liver transplant, but, you know, kidneys, if you got one, you're good.
Let's take a little NBA update here.
Ooh, okay. Yeah. What's your LeBron take that you were teasing? You did a big market tease there.
I have no hot takes about
I want
LeBron.
you to pay it off. No, you made the people wait. You said tune in for Madden After Dark for my LeBron take.
So you were kind of the way that I interpreted what you were saying is that you think that LeBron is going to milk this injury.
100%.
He's going to use it to rest.
Yes.
And my take is I don't care about that at all. Who cares if LeBron suits up during regular season games?
Lamarca, I agree with you. I don't care at all. But you know who cares and wants people to care is LeBron. He wants to be the guy that's like, look at me, I'm leading the league in minutes. Yeah, I'm the best.
I don't think he ever wanted that
I'm
this
having
year,
the best season. Look at me. And then now he's got this injury which is going to sideline him for a bit, and now he's going to completely flip the other way. He doesn't want people to rip him for taking time off, so he's going to be like, look, man, you know, I'm banged up.
He came in this year saying he was going to prioritize rest and load management. And I think
but then led the league in minutes.
Well, I think that kind of changed once Anthony Davis got hurt. And it was like, all right, well, I guess now I'm back to playing every single game. And definitely not the best thing for the Lakers, right?
No, or for him. I mean, he's old at this point. He's logged more minutes than basically any superstar ever at this age, right? Because of all of the postseason runs, the Olympics that he's done, the international play. That dude has tread on the tires, and he's a beast. Don't get me wrong. And yes, I am a Celtics fan, so I am a little biased against LeBron. I don't like, I'll just be honest, but I can't not respect the guy. But he
like Ron
cares
Burgundy?
so much about these narratives. Yeah, exactly. But I respect.
I straight up hate you, Ron Burgundy.
But it's just one of those things where, and I forget, one of our producers said this, and I wholeheartedly agree. It's as if LeBron was on a rampage to win MVP this season. He's so obsessed with, and look, maybe that's what has driven him, so I can't knock him too much. He's obsessed with trying to be, the very best at all times, right?
So here's my thing. LeBron definitely is very calculated.
Narrative conscious.
How he talks to the media, what he puts out there.
Yeah.
And, I was not a huge fan of the decision.
No.
I didn't
Garbage
really
television.
buy the whole Cleveland homecoming narrative thing. Like, he could talk about all he wants about how he wanted to bring a title to Cleveland. And I'm sure that in the back of the mind, that was important to him.
Yeah,
but
he
went there because he thought that team gave him the best chance of winning.
Yeah.
So,
and at the time it did.
Come out there and just say that, I found a little bit disingenuous. But you cannot knock the dude for being just an excellent human being.
Right.
No.
I'm not taking a shot at what he's done in the community.
He has been like the face of the franchise that they needed. We think about the NBA now, and it's probably the league with the least character concerns.
Mm-hmm.
You look at football, you look at baseball, there are some stuff going on with people. Doesn't really happen in the league anymore.
Yep.
And that was not like that back in the day.
No.
And LeBron has been sort of the face of this revolution.
Model citizen.
The NBA.
Totally model citizen. To be as famous as he has been for as long as he has been, and for a lot of that point was extremely young with all of this fame, and to have never messed up publicly, basically, other than the decision, which is really just a bad PR move.
Yep.
But generally speaking, if you're that famous for that long, stuff's going to come up. And people are going to try and dig and pry. And he's been very smart to surround himself with dudes that he grew up with that have his best interest in mind at all times and help control the narrative at all times. So I do not knock him from that perspective in any way. And the whole LeBron James school that he put together out there in Akron, how cool is that? Putting his money where his mouth is.
I love everything about LeBron. I really do. And I was kind of with you. When he first went to Miami, I was not. You could say I was a LeBron hater, I suppose.
Yeah.
When Dirk beat him in the finals.
Oh, it was the happiest non-Boston championship of my life.
Still one of my favorite. It
was awesome.
My teams have no champions, so I hold on to that one like it's my own. But he's just a very hard person to not like. He does everything right. He's building schools. He's giving money to the community. He speaks up for what he believes in.
Buying the Red Sox.
Yeah, sure. Right. Now he's a part owner of the Red Sox.
Oh, I hate that so much. No, look, you can't knock him for anything he's done off the court, from a community standpoint and from a citizenship standpoint, right? Just a great citizen. But for me, there is a little hint of disingenuousness to how he presents himself in the media that irks me. And I don't know, maybe I'm being a hypocrite because I love and worship Brady, and they're basically the same way if you think about it. But maybe
Brady is not even half of the human that LeBron is.
Yeah, from off the court, yes, I agree with you. But you know what I mean? From a narrative standpoint, Brady doesn't really get the pushback that a guy like LeBron does. But if you really think about it, they're both kind of the same way and always trying to control the narrative and
True.
Being very calculated about what's out there about them and all this stuff. Perfect example. When LeBron came back to Cleveland and he did the sit down with Lee Jenkins and he ghost wrote that piece.
Mm-hmm.
He talks about all of these amazing, young talents in Cleveland that he's so excited to go play with. And at that time, it was right after the draft, and Cleveland had just picked number 1 overall. They picked Andrew Wiggins. And when LeBron was going to Cleveland, Wiggins was still rostered in Cleveland. Under contract, was still there.
Yep.
And nowhere in this entire long feature, like multi-page, we're talking like 5 pages letter to Cleveland, did he mention Andrew Wiggins' name? Not once. The entire thing. Because he already had this backdoor deal negotiated with Kevin Love for Andrew Wiggins that happened like 2 weeks later.
100%.
And that type of stuff just annoys me. You know,
Yeah,
it's just like
I can hear that. I mean, I would say
feels
that
fake.
LeBron,
It feels fake to me when stuff like that is a part of the mix.
LeBron being sort of like the first player GM, I think has sort of led to this player empowerment movement, which I'm always going to be pro player in those things. You know, like anytime it's millionaires versus billionaires, I'm siding with the millionaires.
Yeah,
It's just
got to
how it
side
is for me.
got to side to the guy that's closer to your tax bracket. I
Damn
understand.
straight. So, you know, I think that all the stuff that LeBron has done has been a real positive. Like in any other job, if you're not happy with your work environment, you
Change
would leave.
jobs. Yeah,
You know,
I get it.
and
Yeah.
so like sports probably should be that way.
Right.
But anywho, boring sim 3-3. Sorry guys.
How cool
I know
would
we're
it
not
be if-
we're not really focusing on this game, but there's not a lot to focus on. If you have any weird questions you want to dive into, this seems like the perfect sim for it.
Let's call it an AMA Saturday. Ask me anything Saturday.
Let's
AMA,
get some movie
anything,
takes, maybe.
Anything.
Some
Any
food
question we will
takes,
answer.
anything you guys want is on the table right now. Well,
AMA
within
Saturday,
reason.
baby. No, lay it all on the line. The LeBron stuff is super interesting because, you know, everyone always sits here, and not to turn this into a LeBron Jordan thing, but it's just interesting to think about both of those guys when they were in their careers and how people talked about them. Where Jordan, it was everyone was sort of rallying towards like, yes, we love this guy, we want him to win and, you know, stick around for as long as he can, at least towards the end of his career. Whereas LeBron, it's just different because the league is so different with the way guys move around and how there's it's kind of half and half. It's sort of split 50-50 between this player empowerment versus, you know, try and stick with one team thing. That I just feel like LeBron doesn't get the universal love that Michael Jordan did. I mean, you can make a strong case for either one to be the best player in the history of the game.
Yeah, it's a preference thing at this point, as we get a roughing the passer here, which is going to set up the Pats for a Hail Mary opportunity. But I do think that a lot of it with Jordan is like the nostalgia of the era, you know, for people, and also the fact that it was like willpower for him. Like, for better or worse, LeBron makes playing basketball look incredibly easy. You know, Jordan, it was just like you get the feeling that Jordan could have been just another guy, but he pushed himself to become more, and he was not going to let his team lose, and that willpower stuff, and people eat that up. LeBron was hyped as being the great one from like 13 years old on.
Right.
And
he was
I
dunking
think
on
that,
dudes in
you know,
8th grade.
It's just easier to look at a guy like Jordan and be like, okay, that's my guy, as opposed to LeBron.
That's extremely fair. Totally with you on that.
So let's do the stats. Again, not a ton to talk about, but Cam 8 for 14, 104 yards. Tua 8 for 13, 59 yards. Not great from a YPA standpoint there, Tua. Matt Breida leading things on the ground. He's got 30 rushing yards. Sony Michel has 16. James White and Cam Newton each have 9. No touchdowns again to speak of. So Mike Gesicki, 3 catches for 12. Damiere Byrd, 2 for 41. Grant, Edelman, and White all have 2 catches. Devin Asiasi, not an Asiasi game so far, just 1 for 7. Devontae Parker, 1 for 9. Breida and Sony Michel also have some catches.
Awful
along with
game.
Adam
Absolutely trash game so far.
Yeah. Trash.
Worst half of football I've seen in a long time.
That's why Daniel says that's why I stack them defenses.
Bruiser B asking if I've been to Happy Joe's Taco or Canadian Bacon Sauerkraut Pizza. No, haven't.
Canadian Bacon Sauerkraut Pizza.
Yeah, I could get behind it, but
oh, no way.
I'll try anything once. You seem like a pizza snob, which is fine. You're a New Yorker.
This is one of I have a few things that I'm snobbish about. Pizza's one of them for sure.
Yeah.
Another one, cold cuts. We've gotten into this on the sim before. I am very particular about my cold cuts. I want boar's head. I want premium stuff.
Premium cut of meat ever. Cold cut or otherwise. Prime cut. Whatever cut. Give it to me premium. Cool with that. By the way, I'm in third place.
Yeah, a lot of people out there saying Giannis is sabotaging lineups, and yeah, he's sabotaging lineups. I did not see this coming. Someone in the chat, and I apologize, I don't remember who it was. They said that the winning lineup tonight would not have Giannis in, and so far that's looking good. So, Tom Carroll.
Yes.
We've got our friend Kyle DeRoche here.
Yes.
He wants to know if you think that UF will keep rolling against Oral Roberts, who knocked off
yes.
number 2 seed Buckeyes.
Yep. I think Oral Roberts had a nice win, and that's going to be the end of it. I think Florida gets to the Sweet 16.
There you go, Kyle. UF Sweet 16.
And I had Virginia Tech over UF. Apologies to Madison.
Rod Wacker says, Faded Giannis played the Claw and PG-13. Yeah, that's not a bad start so far.
What do you think about Paul George switching his number back in the day to 13 just so his nickname could be PG-13?
I love it.
He switched his number specifically so people would call him that nickname. It's kind of a good idea.
I absolutely love it.
It's like if
it's like Andrei Kirilenko changing his number to 47.
AK-47, baby. Incredible move.
You know, and if there's ever a player with NC
17.
17.
Never seen an NC-17 movie in my life.
I don't even know if they really exist. Like, what is there, like 3 of them made a year? I don't think I've ever seen
if
one.
That, I don't... Where do you even find one? Would I still have to bring my parent with me to the movies for an NC-17 movie, even though I'm 29? Well, I'm 28. I turned 29 in June.
Yeah, I have no idea. Were you around in the era before Blockbusters?
Like you're talking like home video instead of Blockbuster?
Like just like a family-owned like video store.
I mean, as a young kid, for sure. Yes.
Right. Well, I remember going to those before going to Blockbuster because I'm slightly older than you. I'm 31, 32 in September.
Yeah, I have vague memories of going to a video store that ended up becoming a Blockbuster when I was a young kid.
Well, there was always the one section that had like the beads hanging down.
That's the NC-17 section.
Well, I mean, there was other stuff back there, but that's what I imagine is how NC-17 movies are treated now.
That's amazing. There is still a video rental store in St. Louis. I believe it's called Family. I think it's called Family Video. It's in South St. Louis. And I've driven by it a few times, and I don't know how. There's always cars there. There's always people walking in and out.
Yeah,
for whatever reason, this place still going strong.
My hot take is something is going on behind the scenes.
You think it's a front?
I think it's a front. I'm sorry. That's my hot take.
Yeah. It's fair.
Speaking of, we got a fake punt.
Fake punt.
And
yes.
it works.
Okay. We got some juice here. Let's go. I'm back in on the sim.
Best pass of the game thrown by the Dolphins punter.
Incredible. Speaking of the Dolphins, not to turn this into a sim where we actually talk about these teams, are you out on Tua as well as the rest of the football world? Because I'm not ready to give up on the guy.
Certainly not out on Tua. I think if they could have upgraded the position, it would have made sense to do it because
if you can get Deshaun Watson.
Well, yes, right. That's me. That's basically what I was saying. If they could have gotten Deshaun Watson, they have a win now team, right? Like their team is ready to contend defensively. The one weakness is the quarterback position. Like it kind of reminds me of the Mark Sanchez Jets, right? Like that Jets team made the AFC Championship and had nothing at quarterback essentially. They covered it up because they had a great defense. They had a great offensive line, good running game. So I think if they could have upgraded to Deshaun Watson, and they still can, obviously that situation is a little cloudier now than it was, but I would have supported that move. I don't think that they should be drafting another quarterback at 3 because you're just replacing one uncertain option with another uncertain option.
That's my thought too. And BK last night was sort of adamant about the fact that the Dolphins might pick a quarterback at 3. And if they're not going to, that they're going to trade out of the top 3. And I don't know, man. I feel like if you're picking 3rd and you don't pick a quarterback, you could pick someone at 3 that's going to help you really get over the hump here if Tua takes a step forward, right? Like he said that if you're not picking a quarterback at 3, you can get someone of top 3 value later in the draft because all of these teams are looking to get quarterbacks in the top 10. They're acting like this is the greatest quarterback draft in the history of football. It's insane. But it's just a lot of teams with QB needs is really what it is.
Right. And there is Penei Sewell, who is like...
He's a beast.
Absolute elite offensive line prospect who...
I honestly
can't tell you if the Dolphins need an offensive lineman, but you always need offensive linemen.
Right.
So I think that would be a great pick. I know that they just signed Will Fuller, but I still think that taking a Jamar Chase or a Devontae Smith, is that his name? The Alabama?
Devontae Smith, the Heisman Trophy winner? Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
I'm very curious to see how he falls in this first round here. I think he's a top 10 talent, but wide receivers, man, it's either we got a touchdown here. Gesicki. Very nice. That might help out your boy here in the top part of our contest. It's just predicting where wide receivers are going to go in the draft is always really difficult because it always feels like it's a preference thing for these GMs on which guy they like and which one they don't,
Right. No, and
it never feels like a consensus.
If you looked at Devontae Smith just from a purely athletic standpoint, he would not be the type of receiver that normally goes in the top 10 of the draft. He's small and he's not like a burner.
Exactly.
But you look at that production and my goodness.
Yeah, and just he's a gamer, man. His route running is incredible. His hands are amazing. And he's just a big game guy. So, I mean, look what he did on the big stage this year. And, the Heisman means nothing, right? But to be the second receiver ever to win the award, it's pretty special.
Yeah, and I mean,
or first guy since Tim Brown or whatever it is. It's been a long time since a receiver won the Heisman.
If you were just going to take receivers from one school, Alabama would not be a bad place to start.
Wide receiver it's become, which is crazy because Saban's known for defense.
Right.
That's how good Saban is. His school is well known for multiple spots. It was so good. Dude.
Disgusting team.
It was unreal. It wasn't fair.
Tagallo Kane says, I like Chase and Waddle over Smith. I'm fine with Chase. I'm not so fine with Waddle.
Yeah, Waddle's been injured.
I think Waddle, it's like, yeah, that's taking Henry Ruggs because he runs the fast 40 and just ignoring the production, you know? Mm-hmm. Like, I understand that the metrics matter and that certain guys will play better in the pros than they did in college, but I don't understand. I don't think you can take a guy who is that much less productive than his teammate.
100% agree. Receivers to win Heisman: Desmond Howard, Tim Brown, and Johnny Rodgers back in 1972. So there you go. I mean,
the Jolly Rodgers.
Elite company at the wide receiver spot. And look, Desmond Howard was a Super Bowl MVP. Tim Brown, Hall of Famer. Johnny Rodgers, all-time great coming out of Nebraska. I don't know what he did at the pro level. I'm looking at it right now. He was a legend in the CFL. 3-time CFL All-Star, 4-time CFL East All-Star. He was a Grey Cup champion in '74. I mean, come on. Johnny Rodgers.
Yeah,
I love the draft.
The draft is going to be very interesting. There's a lot of dominoes that could fall. Still, you know, like we've all kind of just decided that the Jets are taking a quarterback, and I hope they take a quarterback, but I wouldn't be shocked if they tried to trade down. Like, something is going to happen to Deshaun, you would think, in the near future. Again, a little harder to speculate now, but there's just a lot of pieces that still have to fall into place before we really know what's going to happen.
So, Lamarca, you are a Jets, Mets. What other teams? What are your teams?
Yeah, so I primarily tell people I'm a Jets-Mets fan. I was a Knicks fan growing up, but they've just been so bad that I decided like years ago that I was not going to watch them anymore.
Well, you got any leftover stock? Because they're on the rise.
They're not good. I mean,
you buying back in on hard. Julius Randle?
They're playing hard, and Julius Randle's not bad, but like their chances of winning the East this year are like as good as me and your chances of winning the East. So I've always just liked organizations that play like a beautiful style of basketball. Like the Spurs back when it was Kawhi and Timmy Duncan and Tony Parker, and they sort of revolutionized that. Well, not revolutionized, but they were the first team to sort of win a title with that pace and space type offense. And then that kind of blossomed into the Warriors.
And also shout out Fat Man Boris Diaw for just being an absolute legend on those squads.
Love Boris.
Love Fat Boris.
So, yeah, I loved the Phoenix Suns. I loved the Sacramento Kings when they had Asia.
Yes. 0-2 Kings, man. The lost championship. That squad was amazing.
So I just like teams that play that kind of basketball. That's my that's kind of what I am at this point.
Fair. So who's your squad right now then?
I like the Bucks.
You got a lot of teams like that. Okay.
I'm a Bucks guy. I still think that they are being undervalued. I still have them as I think that they're going to give the Nets a good series, is how I'll put it. I'm not sure if they can beat that team, because I'm not sure if anybody can beat the Nets right now. But
in 7 games, I don't see anyone beating that team.
My finals prediction today is the Clippers versus the Nets.
Interesting. And is that purely because of health, or do you think the Clippers have a more complete team than LA?
I still think
the other LA.
I think that the Clippers last year proved that, well, proves not the right word, but they were the best team in basketball last year, in my opinion. And they kind of got caught in a bad situation in the bubble. Like, that team wasn't cohesive, to say the least. So putting those guys in an environment where that was all that they had was each other, it wasn't the best look for them. And they crumbled. You know, like the teams that really did well in the bubble were the teams that had LeBron James and Jimmy Butler, who are two like
infrastructure alpha dog dudes.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, like if you look at the Clippers this year, they have been outstanding again in games with Kawhi and Paul George both in the lineup. So I like them. I think the Jazz are very live as well. Like, I don't think the Jazz are.
I was going to ask you about Utah.
They play great basketball.
They play a really, really fun style, like underrated still. Everyone that watches the NBA will tell you how good Utah is, but I still feel like that they don't get the respect they deserve.
Yeah, I mean, completely agree. It's finally starting to catch up a little bit, but like anybody that tells you that they haven't been the best team in the league this season just hasn't been paying attention.
Right.
And I get having some skepticism about them when the playoffs rolls around because they have to go through LeBron. Like they arguably will have to play 3 series where they're not going to have the best player on the court. And that's just very tough to win in the NBA players in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
Like really the last time that you can say that it definitely happened was the Pistons, back in like 05, 06. So it's going to be a tough sledding for Utah, but they are good. Oh, the Mavericks. That's a good call, Daniel. But you know what, LeBron?
How dare you disrespect Dirk like that?
Dirk went toe-to-toe with those guys, man. He really did.
Dirk was on fire. And also JJ Barea was the best player on the court.
And that was really before LeBron became like LeBron. If you guys remember, he had that reputation for being a guy who kind of disappeared in the fourth quarter. And that reputation was proven in that Mav series. It was like basically Dirk versus Wade down the stretch.
They emptied the tank in the series against the Celtics. Unfortunately, I was at that game where LeBron scored
all-time
46. So that's why I still have the bitter taste in my mouth for LeBron. And then that year, they obviously go on to beat that Thunder team. So I don't think the Celtics were going to win anyways. But it wasn't until that 46-point game in the Eastern Conference Finals that next year that LeBron was considered this closer, this guy who's a beast in the postseason. He hadn't done it.
El Bongo says he's trying to read what's on my screen through my glasses. Good luck, buddy.
That's why I take my glasses off when I'm on camera, because I got called out for that so much. Early on, I think they were just picking on the new guy. Take your glasses off, bro. We can see what's on your screen. It's distracting. It's like, come on, guys. I'm trying to see.
All right, we've got quarter 4 coming up. Stats are good through the third. We've got a 2-way tie in the Free Late Classic, solo leader in the free showdown. Hopping over to the Sim Fam contest, we've got Sean G in first right now with a Mike Gesicki captain team.
I would have liked that Mike Gesicki TD. Respect. Kyle Daruk keeps saying Texas Tom with an emoji, and I don't know what that question is in reference to. So, or if that is even a question. Is it just a statement? I don't know. But okay, Texas Tom. I do like Texas toast.
So, yeah, they're saying one screen is the game, and actually it's more like 2 screens, because I have the Zoom game on this monitor, and then I have the YouTube game here so that I can read the comments, and then sort of in between I have the Slack pulled up so that I can get all of Madison and Daniel's brilliance when they feel like contributing to the conversation. I don't want them, I want them to be able to participate.
As they should.
All right, Pats are going to pick up a first down here on the ground with Sony Michel. 1st and 10 at the 15. They're down 7. Whole fourth quarter left, so plenty of time. But with the lack of offense that there has been in this game, you want the Pats to get in the end zone here. If you're
let's punch this in. Let's go. Let's get a Cam Tud here. Ooh, violent tackle. Lamarca, we're here in the fourth quarter, and for those that were with us in the previous sim, you remember that I am quoted in an academic text.
Yes.
I am, a thought leader here.
The sauce
on the DraftKings Sim Fam universe. So let me direct you. Touchdown in my lineup. What's up, Sony? Actually, did I roster him? I think I ended up going with James White instead. We'll check that in a second. So we're going to skip ahead to page 50 here of The Elements of Blogging, Expanding the Conversation of Journalism by Mark Lachese and Jerry Lansing. Page 50, the chapter begins. It's called The Sauce Boss and Corona Del Mar Today. That was the other person that was featured in this chapter. Here we go. When Mark assigns students to choose a blog topic, some struggle and some know right away what they want to blog about. Tom Carroll, a volleyball player and a guy who seems to always be smiling, got right to work writing about buffalo wings. He became, using current slang for someone awesome, the sauce boss. Why wings? I really wanted to find the best buffalo wings in Boston, he said. I love buffalo wings, and knowing I was going to be in Boston for the next few years, I wanted to find the place where I could definitively go for the best wings. With each post, Carroll took a photo of the restaurant where he tucked into some wings and included it with the posts, and at the bottom of each post, he gave each category 2 rankings: overall rating on a scale of 1 to 10, and a wing sesh rating, which ran from A to F. More slang, a sesh is for session. Ooh. Posts were lively, detailed, and fun. The reason I went with a lighthearted and humorous voice was simple. Food is fun. Why would someone want to read a serious food blog? People eat to relax. They should be relaxed and having a good time when they read about food too. Carroll followed all the steps to write a good blog. He was prepared to spend time researching his blog, given the topic, wouldn't you be? He knew there were dozens and dozens of places in Boston that serve wings. He was committed himself to the topic, and even with his busy schedule of classes, an internship and volleyball practices and games, he just knew he could make time for any wing sesh. There you go. And there's more, but he then switches to the next blogger and we ping pong around for a while, but that gives you the gist, man.
I love it. First of all, just very calming reading voice. Some people have told me that they would like me to record audiobooks. Other people say my voice is terrible, so I guess it's a pure preference thing, but I would listen to you narrate books. No doubt I would do that. But my other question is,
yes.
like, what is your ideal wing? Like, do you like a crispy wing? Do you like a saucy wing? Do you like a breaded versus a naked wing? Like, what kind of wing is getting that 10 grade?
Yeah, this is a great question. And I got to be honest with you, I've had 10 wings that have fit all of those categories. Because look, I'm not gonna put together a rigid grading system when, one day you might be feeling a naked and the other day you might be feeling a nice crispy breaded John, Like you can't put yourself in a box. I will say this. My preference would be a saucy, crispy breaded wing that has nice, juicy meat on the inside. And I like a mix of drums and flats.
Okay.
I'm not committed to one. I want to have the variety because eating off the bone is part of the experience. That's going to help you get a good sesh rating, because sesh is all about the environment that you're eating the wing in, You can have great wings, but it can be a place with no TV and uncomfortable chairs, and you're going to get a C wing sesh rating. You might get a 10 wing rating, but that means you're getting those wings takeout. The ideal spot, got to have close to a 10 wing, close to an A grade for a wing sesh. That's heaven right there.
It's hard to argue with any of that. I think those are my ideal wings too. I like them well done.
Yeah.
Like,
give me some crisp.
If I go to some, and again, I'm coming off as very snobbish about my food takes, but if I go to somebody's house and they have wings and they are not up to my standards, I will not eat them. Like, if they are like the rubbery texture, you know what I'm talking about? Like, no, I'm passing.
Dude, I 100% agree. I remember one of the blogs that I wrote was about a national chain. I won't give names, but they served wings. So I figured, this would be a fun, interesting one to do because everyone's familiar. And I described them, the way you just described them was kind of how these wings were. I described them as hot boogers. It was as if I was eating hot boogers attached to bones.
Yeah, not the most appealing. No,
I'm not trying to eat hot boogers. Yeah, I think I should probably get into the audiobook game. Why not? It's another side gig.
Kyle wants to know, Tom, if you how far you have Texas going in this tournament.
It's a good question. Let me check the old app here, because remember, guys, there are many games. They're currently up 3, according to our man Tate on Game Ops. And I opened up the wrong app. Daniel saying he could now see me being the next Guy Fieri. Daniel, got to tell you, that's my dream job. My dream job is to have a show like Guy Fieri, travel the country.
Well,
and
you got to
eat the best
learn his
food.
name first. It's not
Guy Fieri.
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 It's like a T, but it's an R.
Right. Fieri. Listen, I'm a Guy enthusiast. Of course I knew that, Lamarca. I just wanted to fit in with the cool people
You just didn't
here.
want to come off too hard. I get you.
Yeah. I didn't want to be that guy that's using, proper Italian pronunciations.
Listen, there are people that hate on him because he wears like shirts with flames on them.
Yeah, who cares? That's his
has
vibe.
Yellow hair. Who cares? That
Right.
show that he does at the grocery store is
Oh,
a
guys,
banger.
grocery games.
A banger.
I love it. Triple G. You got triple D and then triple G. Equally as good.
Love me some Triple G. As we get
Yes.
a Matt Breida touchdown, receiving touchdown on a screen pass.
I'm right there with you,
nobody
dude.
in the area.
Morgan absolutely loves Triple G. All in. My DVR is full of Triple G reruns at all times. It's
They do some
compelling
cool stuff,
television,
man.
man. So I have Texas losing in the next round. But I see that they are currently up 3 to Abilene Christian.
All right, so that's it. One more round.
That's right. Yep. Good for them, getting in the tournament, but sorry. Got BYU taking them out. Brigham Young University.
All right, we've got 2 minutes left here. Dolphins back up by 7. We've seen touchdowns on consecutive drives in this game. Alert the media. We'll see if the Pats can make it 3 in a row.
My buddy literally just sent me a screenshot of LeBron talking about his injuries in like a way that, I'm so sad. I'm not going to be able to be out there for my team, blah, blah, blah. And he just sent me the screenshot saying, how triggered are you, Tom? They know.
They know.
This guy's triggering for me.
Rossi's fat cat wants a nice, delicious bird served up. I will say, I'm not a cat person. Sorry, Rossi's fat cat. I love you. But in general, not a cat person. But I respect an outdoor cat. If I was going to have a cat, it would be an outdoor cat. I would leave a little dish of milk, maybe some food. If it wanted to come back to the crib, pop in for a snack, we'd catch up, see what's going on.
Yep.
He could do his thing though. He could be out hunting birds and all that, and I would let him do his thing.
Dude, when I was a kid, my family had an outdoor cat. His name was George. He was a minx, so he didn't have a tail. He was a badass, dude. He'd just be out doing crazy stuff, it'd be like 3 days and no one would see George, and then he'd just appear in the window. Oh, looks like it's time for George to come back inside. Like, I'd be playing pickup hoops outside. George would come out of nowhere with just a bird in his mouth and put it down, like, in front of us, be like, look what I caught. Look what I caught for you.
Family.
Yeah, it's like, thank you, George. Dad, come get this bird. One time, so I went to elementary school about, I will say probably a mile and a half away from my parents' house. And we're down in the recess yard, and out of nowhere, George, just middle of the field. I'm like, oh my God, it's my cat. I ran up, picked him up. Everyone was like, don't pick up the stray cat. It's gross. I'm like, no, this is my family's cat. And I got in trouble with the teacher who was on recess duty because they didn't believe me. And I had to have my parents call, and they made me bring a picture in the next day to prove that it was actually my cat.
Well,
they made me release my stray cat.
That's kind of scarring.
I was traumatized. I was so sad. I was like, this is my cat. You don't know. This is George. George was an absolute legend. Rest in peace.
Underrated cat name, George.
He was curious.
I kind of like naming animals like people names. I think that's an underrated move.
Oh, 100%. I always said that if I ever got a dog, I was going to name him Kevin, after Kevin Garnett. Just a good dog name. What's up, Kev?
Yeah, that's there's this movie with Sandra Bullock and what's her name from like Bridesmaid, Melissa McCarthy, and they're like cops.
Yeah. I don't remember the name. I don't remember, but I know what movie you're talking about.
And the one of Melissa McCarthy is like a big Boston family. You know, they have like a picture of Larry Bird like as Jesus. So The Heat. Thank you, Tate. It is called The Heat. And the dog in that movie is named Garnett.
It's amazing. Wow. I did not even know that. That's incredible. I love that so much.
Yeah, it's not a bad movie. Stephen Boss says funny movie. I got some good laughs out of that movie. When Sandra Bullock goes over to the house, one of the family members is like, are you a boy or a girl? Which
that's incredible.
It makes no sense. We did get a touchdown, by the way, here. We should probably focus on that. 16 seconds left.
Did we, though? Let's see.
Are the feet in? I don't know. Not a good look from that angle. The crowd waits with bated breath for the call from our virtual zebras.
Let's see.
They're gonna keep it. They're gonna hold it up, and we'll get an extra point here to tie it up. So, looks like we'll get some free football.
Yay! So excited. Love free football on a Saturday night.
Well, as Madison knows, I only have one overtime in my contract. So if it goes past single overtime, Tom, you're on your own.
Also, Daniel giving me the prompt here. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi. Nice.
Oh, man. So, Lamarca, I mean, I know the broadcast isn't over here, but it's been a pleasure tonight, buddy.
Yeah, it's been fun. We got LJ Barber saying we're the worst announcers he's ever heard because we're not focusing on the game. But
it's Saturday night, and it's been a terrible sim.
It's been a rough one. The action has picked up. We will get some overtime. So during the overtime, I will give a little more attention to the game, but you know, how much attention can you pay when it's just
I gotta be honest, LJ Barber is just a bummer. Like, he's one of these dudes that just constantly like, dude, chill out, man. We're having fun.
Just a bummer.
Dude, he's like Buzz Killington over here.
But not the Buzz Killington.
No,
we like
not
him.
The Buzz Killington.
Yeah,
Oh,
Jordan
man.
says it's fine. He disses all the announcers. All right, that's
Yeah,
cool.
that's what I mean. Jordan, I agree with you, Jordan. Jordan's on our side here. Like LJ, like find a new bit, dude.
Rossi's Fat Cat has started calling us the Buffet Boys, by the way, and I kind of love it.
I'm all in. I miss buffets. If there's one thing the pandemic killed that's most traumatizing to me, it's the buffets. Even like salad bars at grocery stores, now they're filled with like ice and they put condiment bottles in there or whatever. Maybe not condiment bottles because those are usually not sold cold, but you'll see like produce and stuff in there. I don't know why I said condiment bottles. I used to love the hot bar at a grocery store or the salad bar. Go in there, fill up a container, and you pay for the weight.
Yep.
Dead. Those are gone. I hope they
I'm
come
not
back.
gonna lie. One of the sadder moments of my life came at a buffet. I got comped at the local establishment around here.
Nice. No big.
Because that's how I roll. They'll give me free tickets to a buffet that probably costs like $6.
You know what?
But
That's sick though.
But they gave me 2, and I went there by myself because sometimes I'll just go by myself because I'm a sicko.
100%.
And the guy was like, this is for 2. You want to just use it for yourself? And I was like, yeah. He's like, okay, but you have to use both of them. You can't like use one and save one.
So they force you to eat double
I was like,
portions?
dude, I'm just trying to go to the buffet. Can you just take my damn ticket?
Yeah,
and stop making me feel bad about not having somebody to eat with me?
I was like, yeah, why does it matter if there's it would matter if you went there with 3 people, but it shouldn't matter if you're there with 1.
Yeah, and I was like, no, now I feel weird coming here by myself. But it is what it is. Madison says Whole Foods salad bar, elite. Wegmans salad bar, elite.
LJ Barber bringing up a great point, saying, "Are you really trying to make fun of me, bro? You're a full-grown man with the nickname Freeze Pops." Great point. Point for LJ Barber. It's a great call. I am a full-grown adult with a nickname about a treat made for kids. He's not wrong.
What?
I do have a sick
in the
bat
movie,
that has my name on it.
in the movie Avengers Endgame, Robert Downey Jr., aka Iron Man, literally invents time travel while doing what? While eating a freeze pop.
There you go. Not only do I have a custom bat that says Freeze Pop on it, Glash's mom also made me a Freeze Pop holder with my name on it. So
what is going on? What is going on? Where is all my stuff? All I do is give Brendan Glasheen advice for his daily fantasy basketball lineups. I haven't gotten anything.
Freeze Pop holder. What's up?
I am furious. Madison says she's also pissed.
In Glash's defense, he has nothing to do with me getting this bat. Okay? You can only be mad at him for the Freeze Pop holder. Also, I believe his mom acted on her own. She was just a fan. She already was making these things for his little cousins. She put 2 and 2 together. It made sense from a brand perspective.
All right. Well, I mean, I suppose that's fair.
Reasonable.
Oh, and the Pats are not going to pick up the first down. The run is going to get stuffed. That's going to set up a 47-yard field goal attempt.
Full Kiro. I do think that if the right people knew that Lamarca was interested in a custom Freeze Pop holder, regardless of nickname,
El Bongo makes a good point. He says you got to learn how to market yourself better. So
yeah,
I'm going to start going by Matty Diamonds, okay?
Oh, fake!
It's a fake!
Oh, my God. Oh, did he get that? Is that
That's
a
going to be
first?
close.
Brian Hoyer with the
it's no
wheels.
good.
Oh, I want a measurement. Come on. Wow. That was crazy.
That looked the look.
I thought he had it, dude.
But the Dolphins are going to take the ball over, and now a field goal for Miami will win this game. Tua's going to start with a completion here, and they are going to get chunk yardage. I believe that's Jakeem Grant with a nice little catch and run there.
Kicking Club bringing up a good point. He says, Lamarca, you got to understand, Tom tells stories about eating meatballs from the forest floor. Folks feel sorry for him. It's true. People feel sorry for me. I did once eat a meatball that a camper delivered to me that he found on the ground in the forest. It's fine. I survived to tell the tale.
We're here. It's overtime. Tommy Freeze pops. Matty Diamonds rocking this game. We're in overtime.
So are you going by Matty Diamonds because you think people are going to start giving you free diamonds? Or it's just you think Matty Diamonds sounds
According
sick,
to El Bongo, that's all I need to do. I just need to market myself better.
Just brand yourself, dude. Dude, no, go by Matty Freeze Pops. It'll be like the ASAP thing in rap.
No, don't
just do
I don't-
ASAP and then and then you just whatever your nickname is. ASAP Rocky, ASAP Ferg. There's all sorts of ASAPs.
See, Tate
Matty
feels
Freeze Pops, Tommy Freeze Pops, Glashy Freeze Pops. All just become Freeze Pops game.
Tate feels me. He says Matty Diamonds is icy.
Oh,
and we got a pick. This is the sim that will not end.
Wow. Unbelievable.
McCourty. I don't know if it's Devin or James.
That is Devin. Number
Thank you,
32
Thomas.
is Devin.
Devin McCourty with the pick, and the Pats are getting the ball back.
Wow. All right. Cam Newton with a chance to get the win on a Matty Diamond Saturday.
The mayor of Flavortown, not Guy Fieri, formerly James Farrell, says
Maybe it
Matty Diamonds
is.
needs a grill.
Maybe it is the Guy Fieri actually watching this broadcast. Maybe he's sitting around with Morton Anderson by the fire and they're just enjoying some DK sim life.
That would be pretty cool. Tate just wants to go eat. Sorry, Tate.
I understand. Yes, Daniel sending the old clip of Glash's mom giving me the freeze pop holder. And Glash called her on the sim. And I talked to her on speakerphone.
Unbelievable.
That was actually an interesting sim because it was the first time ever where the Zoom on my laptop wouldn't open. So I had to join the sim late from my cell phone. And that's why my video quality looks so good in that clip. Because I was using my iPhone camera, which are always so much better than laptop cameras. It makes me really wish I still had a cell phone for these Zooms, which I do, but got to go with the laptop.
I'm so confused. Why don't you have a cell phone anymore?
I do. But it's easier to get your setup with the Zoom and the laptop and have all your tabs.
Here's
It's just,
you use the laptop stick.
yeah.
You get yourself a little
I need
tripod.
to get a stand. Yeah.
Get yourself a little. You use the camera.
Yeah.
Bingo, bango, bongo.
Yeah. And then I get all framed up nice.
Also,
That's a
yeah,
good call.
I do have an iPhone tripod just sitting on my desk.
I'm kind of jealous, not going to lie. If anyone wants to make me a custom iPhone tripod, send it my way. No, I'm kidding.
not. Daniel says maybe I could send that to Tommy. No chance. The man's not a charity case.
What do you mean? People send me stuff all the time here. Lamarca, come on, join the party. I got freeze pop holders. I got bats. I got a dude sending me some cards. Has that guy ever hit you up on here?
No. All I did was turn half this damn chat onto Top Shot. God forbid
dude.
I get something.
There's a guy on here. His name's Cardi B Card Shop. He's sending me and Koff over some free cards. I got a sick Brady card coming my way.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah, dude. You gotta open up the marketplace. That's what you gotta do, Lamarca. You just gotta
all I
open
do
up
is
the
talk about
marketplace.
my hobbies. Look at all the. I have just piles and piles of sports cards on my desk right now.
Oh man, I don't know, man. You just gotta get better time slots.
Matt is rattled, Madison says.
Oh,
You're damn right I am.
Lamarca is rattled. Send my man
officially
some
changing
merch
from
here.
Matty Diamonds to Matty, just send me anything, please, damn it. I'm just kidding, by the way.
Oh, it's incredible.
You don't need
this
to
man
send
a
me
t-shirt.
anything. Just stop sending it to Tom. You
No.
know, I'm just jealous, all right?
Keep it coming. By the way, Gonzaga is about to win by almost 50 in the first round. For those that thought there was a chance for a 16 over a 1 early in this game.
We had a
close.
field goal here that I missed. Did that go through the pipe? It looks like it did.
Did Folk Hero just hit that?
I apologize because I was ranting. I missed that kick. We've got some people now. Jordan K says he has a garbage bag full of clothes he was going to take to Goodwill. I could send it to you instead. I appreciate the thought, Jordan, but no, Goodwill, please send it to Goodwill. please continue with your excellent plan of Goodwill.
Steven Komarek saying he could send you some vintage Garbage Pail Kids cards. Take him up on it. DM Lamarca. Let's get this man some free stuff.
Patrick Nottenhoff says, I'm a blacksmith. All I could send you would be a sword. Dude!
Dope. I'll take a sword. I'll trade you my bat for the sword.
I'll put that right on the wall, right back there.
Yeah,
I'll put your name under it.
That would be sick. Honestly, if Lamarca doesn't have a sword behind him the next time we do a game together, I'm going to be really upset.
All right. Let's run through the stats quick. This game ended up being somewhat entertaining. We had a fake punt that worked. We had a fake field goal that didn't.
But kind of did.
Cam Newton, 22 for 32, 290 yards and a touchdown.
Ooh,
Tua
close
had
to
a
the tud.
$174 and 2 touchdowns.
Close to the B word for Cam, I meant to say.
Yeah, just shy. Breida, 56 yards. Sony Michel, 49. James White, 36. Jordan Howard had 8. Tua and Cam each had 1 rushing attempt. And as far as receivers, Julian Edelman hits the bonus, 7 for 102. Damiere Byrd, just shy, 5 for 94. Gesicki had a touchdown. Asiasi had a touchdown. And Breida had a touchdown. Jakeem Grant, also 5 for 51. That's about it. That's really all that matters.
Julian Edelman wins the wooden nickel. Congratulations. If you're ever in St. Louis, that entitles you to a free ice cream cone, courtesy of Lion's Choice Roast Beef here in the Lou. The Babysitter Billy Award winner, going to go to James White, guy that a lot of people like to have in their lineups because of the good value he brings, but no, he did not provide that value tonight, either in the passing or rushing game.
Guys, I'm just kidding, please. I see some of you saying you'll Obi-Wan in particular, who's my boy, says he'll send me a moment. You don't need to do that, guys.
Send him a moment.
I'm mostly just pandering for content.
Mostly.
Mostly keyword. And keep sending cool stuff to Tom. Tom's a good
free
guy.
spot holder.
Had a pleasure working with you, Tom. It was a lot of fun. We are on schedule again for next weekend.
Yes, let's go.
We will do it again. As for tomorrow, we've got a full slate of Sims. 6 games. The Nooner. Got the Cowboys and the Titans. Cough and Moose, we'll be calling that one. Cough and Moose going to stick around for the 2 p.m. game. That's the Bengals at the Vikings. 4 o'clock, Jets at Bucks. We've got Rossi and BK coming in. And they will stick around to do Falcons Rams at 6. Then at 8 p.m., Tommy Freeze Pops returns, the man himself, working with Brendan Glasheen. They're going to be doing Chiefs at Giants. And at 10, it's Glash and Tom once again, Washington at the Raiders.
Love it.
All right, Tom, Any last thoughts? Anything you want to ask for before we get out of here? Or
I want to just state for the record, I don't ask for these things. They are just volunteered. I love you all. Maddie Diamonds, it was a pleasure as always. I cannot wait for us to reunite again next weekend or next week, whenever that's happening. I haven't technically looked at my schedule all that closely yet. I will do so after we sign off this Zoom. I love you and have a great rest of your Saturday.
Guys, we're out of here. Have a good one.